Hello everyone, welcome back to the Simracing.GP Professional Trophy here at the ADAC 2022 SimRacing Expo. We are at the penultimate round before we go to Nurburgring in a few weeks' time, but we have Kyalami up soon in around about a couple of minutes' time. But I am going to introduce myself and Daniel Handover. Welcome to the stream, Daniel.
Hello everyone, thank you for having me.
Yes, Paul sadly couldn't make this round. Will be hopefully on set for the ADAC SimRacing Expo, but Daniel has kindly jumped in last minute for round 4 here at Kyalami, where it will again be another 6-hour-long endurance race with all of the teams that we've seen in the last 4 rounds, and they've been able to change cars, and now there's a lot of Porsches on the grid. We saw not too many Porsches at Spa last time we went out, but Porsche and the Aston Martin V8 Vantage is a very favourable pick here, with a couple of Audis, a couple of Ferraris, and a couple of BMWs as well out there. But we're going to head over to the qualifying that's on the grid currently. Once we've gone through the current entry list, as well as some of hot laps, so you can get your hands and eyes to grips with how fast these drivers are going to be going around this track. So let's have a look at the entry list here for the SimRacing.GP Professional Trophy Round 4. You can see there the Simulation Esport, the number 1 car, the Unicorns of Love, the second team is the number 4 car, the SDL Esports is the number 5 car. And as you see down the list there, all of those qualifying and pro teams. So the qualifiers were an open qualification, and the pro teams have all been invited, and our professional teams here for the ADAC 2022 SimRacing Expo. Daniel, you'll know a lot of names on this grid, won't you? Is there any stand out to you?
Well, I know a couple. I've been lucky enough to race with a fair few of these guys as well. Robbie Stapleford being one of them, from the BMW G2 Esports team. A lot of these people have actually been commentating on as well. So I've commentated over the last 2 or 3 years on a lot of these drivers as well. So it's nice to see them still carry on. It's nice to still see them go through and to be involved in races like this. And I might be able to see some of them as well come the final round at the Sim Expo, because I will be going. I won't be going as a driver, but I will be going just because why not? Yeah, it's going to be really, really exciting. It's nice to see a lot of these people still in the sim racing world, and arguably as well, you know, it's become more of a staple. I think it's become simply more of a larger part of people's racing endeavors, which is fantastic. I think for us, both in the real world and in the sim.
Yeah, I completely agree. Sadly, I won't be able to make it. I'm flying back from a wedding that weekend, my own wedding. So yeah, it's not one I could push backwards. But yeah, there's a lot of the teams and drivers on there that I've, running leagues. I've seen a lot of them driving as well. I've had the pleasure to commentate over a lot of them as well. So I think between the two of us, we'll probably know the majority of the grids. So yeah, it would have been nice for myself to go and meet them, obviously in person, but maybe next year, maybe for the next ADAC SimRacing Expo, when we head out to wherever it goes next.
Well, hopefully so. Hopefully so. And you think, year on year, the ADAC SimRacing Expo, it is expanding, which is fantastic. I was lucky enough to go last year as well. Right. And that was really, really good fun. And this year, it's even bigger. There's more things going on. There's more events as well. So it's a really, really expandable, and I think it's expanding very, very quickly. The Sim Expo has not been around for very long, only a few years, and it's expanded almost twice the size year on year, I think, or roughly something to that effect. So it's really, really fantastic to see it expanding. I think we're around about over 15,000 square meters this year, which is great in the town of Nuremberg. So very, very excited. Really excited to also see where it goes in the next couple of months as well, years even.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, it's great to see sim racing, especially in the last couple of years, obviously due to COVID, expand as much as it has. But it also means that a lot more drivers at the top levels, as well as all the way down the ranks, have joined. And with this format that we're seeing here, instead of just 40 cars on the grid with 40 drivers in a sprint race, we're seeing 40 cars with 3 drivers going into the race. So let's have a look at the Spa highlights from last round then.
Round Round 3 of the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP got underway under the sunlight at Spa-Francorchamps, with Venari Racing, unfortunately, being an early casualty down the Kemmel Straight for the first time. More dramas would occur on the end of the first lap, with the bus stop chicane proving a bit of a pitfall for the number 8 of Gridfinder Racing. However, a nice little battle emerged between virtual drivers by TX3, who cleanly passed the number 62 of BMW G2 Esports. Williams Esports would have their first bit of drama of the race after contact on their right rear, courtesy of the 111 Mercedes of Door Esports Black. Kyalami Gaming would find the barriers on the outside of the Kemmel Straight whilst battling away with Rocket Sim Sport, and plus from that damage, the car would have a further incident a little bit later on in the lap. More dramas were to befell the number 111 Door Esports Black Mercedes as they clashed with the number 96 Honda NSX of Wild Things going through Malmedy. The rivalries from Bathurst resumed as Triton Racing went toe-to-toe with BMW G2 Esports, but unfortunately the number 888 of Racefield and the M6 GT3 came into strife. The number 11 McLaren of Vipperman Racing was hot on the heels of the number 28 of WPS Racing Team going into the bus stop chicane, but the pair collided, unfortunately compromising Williams Esports, who were in the mire once again. The Ferraris showed their pace around Spa-Francorchamps, and that was clearly evident with the number 21 of GTWR Esports 2 getting an easy pass once again down the Kemmel Straight into Le Combe past BMW G2 Esports. Gridfinder Racing would again find trouble, this time at Le Combe, courtesy of the number 47 of Esports, the number 8 McLaren being found on the sidelines once again. One of the fastest points of the circuit, the number 53 of Geeks Energy Sim Racing would get a touch from the 111 of Door Esports Black, setting the number 53 Audi sideways at Blanchimont. Further dramas befell the number 96 of Wild Things Racing by Colex.GG as the Honda NSX would plough into the barriers just on the outskirts of Radion. Despite early dramas, Gridfinder Racing would have some welcome battles over the course of the remainder of the race itself. Williams Esports would be picking up the pace as they had a fantastic battle with COTA race winners Unicorns of Love 2 in the number 14 McLaren. A touch between the number 563 Aston Martin of Team Ballas Esports A and the number 88 Mercedes of Absolute Motorsport saw that the latter would end up hitting the barriers hard and pirouetting. Clean, hard and fair battling was showcased courtesy of the 124 of Williams Esports and the number 10 of points leaders Triton Racing. A big spin at the top of Radion for Kyalami Gaming saw the car spin once again, and this time hit the barriers on the left hand side of the Kemmel Straight. More bad luck for Gridfinder Racing in the Ardennes Forest as into the bus stop chicane they were tagged from behind courtesy of the Honda NSX of SDL Esports in the number 6. Whilst Wild Things were sideways through Blanchimont, the number 21 Ferrari of GTWR Ghost setups had to take avoiding action and unfortunately went straight on the outskirts of Blanchimont and went hard, nose end first, into the barriers. But with just under an hour remaining, the rain came to play here in the Ardennes Forest thanks to the Belgian microclimate, and that put another spanner in the works for the teams and drivers. With traction at a premium and rooster tails increasing in size and density, there were slight little incidents, including the one here between the 124 of Williams Esports and the number 14 of Unicorns of Love 2, with the former ending up spinning the rear tyres and spinning the back end around out of the bus stop chicane. With sunlight once again beaming on the track, the number 88 at Absolute Racing fell into the mire once again, going sideways out of Malmedy and collecting one of the GTWR Ferraris in the process. But after 6 hours, we would have 3 different winners from 3 different races so far, as finally the 149 Honda NSX of Yaz Heat would triumph amidst the Ardennes Forest here at Spa-Francorchamps. Triton Racing continued to hold a lead on the standings, but by only 2 points ahead of Williams Esports, with Unicorns of Love, Yaz Heat and Virtual Drivers by TX3 completing the top 5. In the qualifiers, it continues to be the Lithuanian squad of Beaver Grease Racing with a 6-point lead over WPS as we head into battle for round 4 here at Kyalami.
So there we go. There were the highlights from round 3 at Spa, and you saw the points at the end there. But hopefully we'll get them a little bit on screen for a little bit longer, so we can dwell on the past and have a look towards the future. So Beaver Grease Racing at the top of the qualifier class. Remember, that was from the open qualifying, where they had 3 races around 3 different tracks to enter themselves into the ADAC SimRacing 2022 Expo for this Simracing.GP professional trophy. And then the overall standings, that's the standings with all of the teams included. Currently Triton Racing standing on top, but Williams Esports not too far behind with 67 points, and Unicorns of Love and Yaz Heat both equal level, or 3rd place there. And you can see that Yaz Heat finally won a race at Spa. Came close in round 1, didn't manage to nick it in the bud, but Yaz Heat managing to get that round 3 first place position after a fantastic drive throughout the whole race. Will they be able to do it again? Who knows? We're about to find out very, very shortly. They are your top 3 from the overall professional class. And then you can see 21st is the Wild Things Racing, 22nd the Covana, 23rd the Venari Racing, down there in 23rd, all the way down to 40th place. And then we've got the open classes. Right then, we are about to get you a hot lap of Kyalami, so you can get to grips with the track before we head on into the qualifying racing. And we are about to go and see that hot lap very, very shortly.
Hello and welcome to a hot lap commentary with Wild Things Racing at Kyalami. We're in the Porsche 991 GT3R. Nice and wide entry, late apex for the final turn. This is going to give you a really nice exit for the start of your hot lap. Over the start-finish straight, the first turn we have to tackle on the lap is the kink. Very easy, just keep it to the right hand side of the track. What you want to focus on is the 100 board. That's your braking point for turn 2. Hard on the brakes, keep it wide, go with a late apex. The rubber on the inside curve is your point there. Drift wide, but come back to the left, give yourself a good trajectory. The pole on the right is your braking point. Hard on the brakes for about half a second or so. Slowly off the brakes, slowly on the throttle. Drift wide, use all the curb, even a little bit of the grass if you need to. For sunset, drift it back onto the left hand side of the track. The curb that changes there, that's your entry point. Smooth off throttle, smooth steering. On the apex, full beans, onto the right. Just after the 50 board, you want to slam it into 2nd gear. Again, very smooth on the exit there, otherwise you will get a bit of oversteer. Into the S's, kiss the curb on the left, but not too much. It will upset the car. On the exit, don't take too much of this curve. It's an easy way to invalidate your lap. The marshal post on the left, right there, that's your braking point. Slam it down into 2nd gear again. Just touch the inside curb. The orange marker on the right hand side there, that's your throttle on point. And it's full throttle all the way down here. And very easily, just keep it to the left hand side of the track and keep it there. The 100 board is your marker, or the line on the ground. Right there, slam it into 2nd gear for this. Another late apex, smooth on throttle, use a lot of the exit curve here, but don't drift too wide, it will invalidate. For Cheetah, just kiss the bump on the inside curve there, but not the yellow curve itself. Just before the 50 board, you slam it into 2nd gear again. Very slow on the exit curve here, there. You're going to make sure you use all of it. It's not going to invalidate, and that's a lap at Kyalami.
Welcome back. Welcome back. That was brought to us by Wild Things Racing there. You can see that Porsche going around Kyalami very, very smoothly. Now, we're back at qualifying, and you can see that some of the drivers are already putting in some fantastic lap times, but it is a Porsche. Top 7 already. and a 1:39.167 currently heading off this field. Now, I've been having a little look at what the predicted pole times are that the Twitter account for the ADAC SimRacing Expo asks, and I think one of them from Malinowski himself said a 1:39.072. That's the Yaz Heat driver currently saying at 1:39.072. My guess was a 1:39.7, so I was miles off, obviously, because Tobias Pfeffer already a 1:39.1. A lot of guesses around the low 1:39.2s, but I think Malinowski currently the closest. There's a 1:39.2 in the Twitter, but I also believe that it's been posted on Instagram as well, so it'd be interesting to see who's going to be closest when the current qualifiers qualify, I suppose we could say. But those top 18 already within 1 second, Daniel.
Indeed, well, you look at that as well, and look at the cars that you've got. You know, you've got a Porsche all the way up to P7, and then you've got Aston Martins, and then more Porsches. So the next car that you've got, I believe, was actually driven. There it is. Isaac Price, the BMW G2 Esports car there, the number 62. That is the next car that isn't a Porsche or an Aston Martin. So what we can see here again with just how the BOP is currently for this particular race, the Aston Martin and the Porsche is very, very suited. We've got this is the Simracing Esport GT3 R8. Again, the next car as well. There's a couple more Porsches and Aston Martins in between, where Isaac Price is for the number 62 BMW. Oh, that's a little bit too wide. Got to miss that curb on the entry going into 15. It's the nasty curb there. It's very fast, complex as well. So you really got to be careful. So that's the number one. And just as we go through, you notice again lots of different driving styles that will also suit these different cars. And again, just with the way the BOP is and the track itself, just seems to be suited to the Aston Martin and the Porsche. Joris Appel for the Gas Chain Ballas Esports car, the number 163. Again, fighting the car as much as he can. It's all very smooth. We've talked about this before, but we've talked about it a little bit in the qualifying lap as well. Smooth is fast. Smooth is also very, very key, especially in ACC, just the platform itself. You need to be controlled. If you're soaring at the wheel constantly, it just won't help you with the pace. And I think, to be honest, the Aston Martin, both the Aston and the Porsche, seem to really just favour that driving style as well.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the Porsche is one of those cars that you have to really, really get to grips with driving before you can compete on a level like this. The Porsche is known to be one of those cars that sometimes is a little bit of a handful, but with the latest BOP update and the beauty of this championship, that you can, you're not forced to drive one car across the whole championship, which allows for these drivers not just to be, stuck with one car like you sometimes get in real racing. You're stuck with one car and you've kind of got to level it out. Instead, these teams can pick the best car on the track that they feel suits them. And you've obviously got a very obvious divide. We're not going to not address the elephant in the room. There's the Porsches and the Aston Martins, and then kind of, you could say, every other car. Now, the Audi was fantastic recently, but obviously with the change, we've now gone to the Porsche and the Aston Martin. Do you have an insight of why that could be?
When it comes to the BOP and just the way that the cars behave, as I mentioned before, like different cars, they just suit different circuits. This has been a general sort of staple within within ACC as well. The BOP, I believe, to my knowledge, is different for every circuit as well. So there's always going to be slightly different cars that are just better suited at slightly different circuits. Now, that doesn't mean to say that a particular car won't suit someone's driving style or a team's driving style, because it could very well do. Obviously, when it comes to contractual obligations as well, again with G2, they're running the BMW. That can be a hindrance in some ways, but it also can simply just be it can be a positive, because they know the car inside and out if that's all they drive. So there's always pros and cons to either running a different car or then going through and changing your cars between the races. It's interesting that the drivers are able to change their cars and the teams are able to change their cars. It's a different spin on what we normally see when it comes to series. Normally with competitions and series and championships, you choose your car and that's you locked in. So it's nice to be able to see that differentiation. It also means that sometimes you get different people moving around the order as well, which is also fantastic to see. So yeah, main thing is just the different BOPs between the circuits. That obviously has an impact. And generally, once a team starts to find one car that works, you would then start to feel that you start to see that go through. Over the right-hand side, look at that, max lap speed. So, interestingly enough, though, the number 88 of the Audi, the Audi seems to be... apologies. Sorry, it's not the Audi itself, but the number 88... and I'm just confirming what car
it's
that
an
actually...
no, it's not. Sorry.
It is... It's an Aston Martin.
The Martin V8.
Aston Martin seem to be, again, the fastest car. But you see, you've got 242, the number 63 as well. That's also similar sort of pace. So we're going to see this
as well, yeah.
I mean, within the top 5, you've only got 1 kilometre being separated. So Aston Martin seems to be very, very fast. We know that, and I think that just proves it as well.
Yeah, so it seems like the Aston Martin V8 Vantage might have the quickest top speed around this track, well, a lap speed, but the Porsche seems to be better at handling across the corners, I would say. But yeah, I'll tell you something. It's nice to see a different take on the cars, because a lot of championships do just force you into one car, and like you were saying, the contractual obligations sometimes it cause that as well. So the BMWs that are out there, but it has also meant that it's not even been the same. It's not even been the same team that's won every single round. So if you're really quick in the Aston Martin, for example, it might not work across all of the whole championship, because it's the Triton Racing that's currently on top, and they've not won all of the rounds. In fact, round 1 they came on with 20 points, round 2 they came on with 29, and then round 3 they came on with 20. So yeah, you're seeing different teams that drive different cars and different teams winning as well. So I think it's a breath of fresh air, I suppose you could say, in this championship format. Let's hop on board then of that Triton Racing team that's currently sat right at the top of the standings. Remember, not too far apart the top of the standings. Triton Racing with 69 points, currently sat in first place, and the Williams Esport sat in second place, only 2 points separating them. So keep an eye out for the finishing positions of the Williams Esports, which is the 124 car, and the Triton Racing, which is, let me just correct, yeah, the number 10 car that we're currently on board with. So currently the 124 in second place position, the Triton Racing currently in fourth. It's going to be which one's going to be able to get the 2 points, or rather the 3 points, to separate the grid. So Dominic Blyer currently in that Porsche right now, and McCormack in the 124 of the Williams. Keep an eye out for these two teams, because they're going to be battling it out all the way through this round, I imagine. We're already pretty close on pace, and I'm sure Blyer will find a little bit more pace in the next 30 minutes. The beauty of this qualifying is it's not kind of like a one-lapper. You don't have that issue that if you don't get a one clean lap in, then you've screwed up your qualifying. You've got 30 minutes to be able to set a good qualifying lap, and I think that allows for these drivers to get closer and closer and closer to each other. And you know how we said it was like the top 17 that was 1 second apart? Well, they're nearly dropping off the screen right now, all the way down to 23rd position. They're all within that 1 second range. So not much separating these, not much in terms of how long the car would be in that 1 second gap. You're pretty much in a car's distance between first and around about 24th place position, aren't you, Daniel?
Yeah, it's true. There's a lot can happen in in an endurance race. So even if you qualify mid-pack, but again, with how close it is in the qualifying standings at the moment, I mean, as long as you've got good race pace, and this goes in, and there's lots of other things to consider here as well. We'll start talking about that as the race goes. Currently on the screen now is Mr. Luca Burke for the Rocket Sport number 22, a team I am very, very familiar with. Currently at P29, just shy of that 1.1 second mark. Now, again, as you mentioned there, Terry, the times will start coming down. People will find more time, may even just be experimenting. I mean, Luke is very, very experienced in ACC, so I would expect that time to increase certainly, and I'm sure he will be moving up the field. Just coming through again the last corner. Notice a couple of people are using a little bit wide there for Luca. That was very wide actually. You can see straight away there. As soon as he turned in, as soon as he went wide, I knew that he wasn't going to be happy with that. And you could just see again, there just seems to be a little bit of push, a little bit of understeer build up on corner exit for the Porsche, which is an inherent characteristic of the car. You think about this, and again, we'll talk about more of the characteristics of some of these cars as we go through qualifying and through the race. But the Porsche, well, there's very little weight over the front. You know, all of the weight is over the rear. Plus, as well, you've got a massive, great big wing on the back, pushing the rear of the car into the ground even more. So getting on the throttle sometimes a bit too early can raise the front of the car up and can actually push it wide even more. So it's quite easy to generate some, you know, to generate some understeer within the Porsche. And if you can't manage it, that's when the time will really start to come down. So you've got to be wary of that. Aston Martins, the BMWs, the weight distribution is a lot more even. Luckenberg goes a bit wide there again, just experimenting, pushing the car as much as he can. Obviously, they won't be pushing this much in the race. There's always got to be some form of something left in there for the consistency performance. But yeah, it's just a characteristic of the 911, just as it always has been of every iteration of the 911 and every iteration after this, unless they drastically change the car's engine placement, it's always going to be the case. You've got to be cautious of what you've got to be cautious of generating understeer when you really, really don't want to.
I'll tell you something. As you were talking about Lucas there, Dale McCormack has now put in a 139.087. So yeah, bang on the 139 flats. Pfeffer is literally already right next to him, only within a tenth. It is less than a tenth between the top two of them right now. And then we saw Boopy just taking a little breather. Probably gonna reset his setup and go back out again, see if he can get a faster lap in the next 9 minutes. But George Boothby in that 149, currently sat in third. It's nice to see the Wild Things Racing that we hopped on board with earlier, currently up by a tenth going into the final sector. And then you can see a trick there on board. Well, not on board of the car, but on board of his screen in the bottom right hand side of your screen. I think that was just inside, but did lose him a lot of time just coming through the trying a couple of sectors there. And Patrick going to come across the line and probably not too happy about losing that tenth that he just lost there, but will reset the car, go back out before the qualifying clock counts down. But it's nice to see the Wild Things Racing that we did see the hot lap of up in 9th playlist position in that top 10. Patrick, I've known Patrick for quite a while actually. He's raced where I've commentated, and Patrick currently sat in 9th. He's a good bloke, as a lot of these drivers that are on this grid.
Absolutely. Yeah, very, very good. So like I said, I've known over the last couple of years, especially when simply just me getting into the sim racing space more and going into commentary and whatnot, I've started to meet a lot more drivers and speak to a lot more drivers. And the sim racing space is, for the most part, it's a really, really good atmosphere. We've just actually been told by information, a bit more information as well, from Dan, who's very kindly given us, and he's sorting out all this information for us. The overall top speed of these cars that are currently, so we've got the Aston Martin anywhere from 242 to 240 Ks. You've got the BMW at 239, so just shy of that. And then the Porsche 238 to 235. Now, you mentioned that, Terry, the Porsche is, we knew it was going to be the slowest. I think that, again, is another characteristic, but the Porsche is a very, very solid car when it comes to the corner. It's a very solid car under braking as well. The chassis itself, very, very complimentary of, again, as we've seen with this circuit. Really, really seems to work, providing you can, again, keep everything in check. So, yes, the Porsche isn't too fast in a straight line, but at the same time, it can make time up elsewhere, which is, again, exactly what they want to do. There is the Beaver Grease Racing UXR car, the number 68, currently P8, currently driven by Tadas. As he comes through down, manages to clip the curb nicely on exit. I think this is, so you notice what they'll do to try and make sure that they get the maximum amount of speed going down through 1 into 2. What they do is you see they actually use a little bit more of the curb. So they go ever so slightly to the right and then cut back. So again, obviously that time means nothing to them, but it means that they can get an additional 1-2 kilometers an hour, hopefully, down into the braking zone. Now, and as we've seen with this qualifying time, look how close it is now. The top 23 just over a second apart. So an extra 2 kilometers an hour, if that's a tenth of a second, or it leads to a tenth of a second over the course of a lap, that's a hell of a lot of places that you gain. So, you know, again, every single kilometer an hour counts here. Every single amount of, you know, the perfect amount of track usage. Just every little thing needs to come down into what is as near as can be the perfect lap, which at the moment, Dan McCormack, the number 124, 139.087, still the time to beat at the moment with 6 minutes to go. It's getting closer, although I say that, there is probably one of the biggest gaps actually between, what's that, third and, there's sort of 10th, I think between a position it's what, around about anywhere between half a tenth and sort of 800ths of a second, I think, is around about the average between positions.
Yeah, so looking at the top 5, I've seen as you've been talking there that a lot of the top 5 are dipping in and out of that 10th gain, and it's just all about stringing the laps together. And like we said, 30 minutes, a long time in terms of qualifying per standard. Really, sometimes you don't get these 30-minute qualifiers, especially for endurance races, because as you were saying earlier, you know, everyone goes in, and at the end of the 6-hour race, the qualifying doesn't really mean a lot. It does in terms of, you know, your track position going in through the first lap, but your consistency comes more into play than, you know, how fast you can go, especially in a grid that's this tight. And as we're seeing all of these drivers being able to dip into that sort of, you know, 139.0 flat range, I think it's going to be really, really close. Especially, it's going to be more coming down to who can keep it consistent, especially in these Porsches, as we see Dominic there going really, really wide out and bringing it back in. You could just see just how much they're pushing these cars over the edge, and obviously Player not happy with that and probably invalidated the lap there, so had to bring it back home and try and get another couple of qualifying laps in. They'll obviously have to get an out lap and then a fast lap in, and maybe they'll be able to get themselves up that grid. But there's Tobias trying to hunt down McCormack, and you know, right now he's lapping around about the same time that he was before. Now, a tenth here and there for most people, you know, you'd be gaining a tenth on a lap, but when you're at this sort of level where, you know, you're looking for a tenth between first and, well, what, third place position right now, really, you know, 2 tenths all the way down to 5th place position. If you find 2 tenths in a lap, that's the difference between 5th place and 1st and 2nd place. That's just how close this qualifying is right now. And it's also, if you look right down the grid at 23rd place position, you know, 2 tenths between 23rd, and if you gain 2 tenths, you know, you're hopping up into 15th place. That's just how close this qualifying is. And it's fantastic to see that with the ability to choose any car you want, all these guys driving these Porsches in that top 9 right now, and then we've got the AMR V8 Vantage in the 10th place position, still not too far behind all the 96. And it really is going to come down to that consistency measure. The Aston Martin, you know, for most, you would argue is probably the most consistent choice, but a lot of these cars and a lot of these teams will be used to driving the Porsche as well, because it's been gaining considerable balance tuning in the last few patches from the Kunos team, and I think this track will really show just how strong that Porsche is. And you know how you were referencing the sort of like extending of the track limits into turn 16 to gain into turns 1 and 2. Well, we saw the exact same thing happen in Donington, and it was the difference between around about a tenth. I don't know how much the difference is at Kyalami, but I remember at Donington it was around about 1/10 difference between extending those track limits there and maybe not. So if there's any of those teams that are like maybe outside of the top 10, you'll be able to get in the top 10 if they do use that track extension.
It's you know, using track limits to your advantage is obviously something that everyone's going to want to do. We're just talking about, again, the wild thing. So Sodacat is up around about 3. Well, anyway, so I was just about to say it was anywhere between sort of 2 tenths and 4 tenths up. Now, the reason it spiked, I got a little bit excited then. The reason it sort of spiked up to about 4 tenths, a little bit too deep going into turn 11. Going into turn 10. So that was why there was a little bit of time loss there. He is still up the moment only by about half a tenth. We've seen a couple of other drivers that are also up. Appel, the number 163, was up around about a tenth and a half. Barry is also up just over a tenth. So are we going to see an additional bit of time? It's going to be an additional increase. It is going to be a faster time, but it's not going to be by much. You see Patrick not particularly pleased with that time once again as well. He's got, well, that's it now, actually. 1 minute 20 left to qualifying. That is it. So people are coming into their final runs here. Barrier is a tenth and a half up still. Only 50 seconds through the lap. But as long as he gets, again, the likes of turn 10 right, one of the trickiest braking zones coming down into it, got to hunker down on the car really early, get the car rotated, which he does have. He's now, so again, about 2 tenths up now, so he's increased his time. He's got a bit of a tow, I think, from the car in front, ever so slightly. It'll be a minor bit of speed that he may get. Actually, no, it's probably a bit too far. I retract that statement pretty quickly. But if he can make it, I mean, 2 tenths? That's going to be up into possibly 5th position. As long as he doesn't get any off tracks, as long as he doesn't cut the corners or anything, this is going to be a very, very fast lap. Cuts the apex really nicely going into turn number 15. Can he make 16 last as well? This is going to be a quick lap. If he can get the right line, it is going to be faster. It's going to be probably around at least a tenth and a half. This could be a big jump here, and it is. It's only 2 positions, funnily enough. I thought it was going to be more than that, but that is a position gain, a couple of position gains nevertheless. So people getting into this final couple of, this final run, and it's really all or nothing at this point. Dare McCormack, this will be it for him as well. This is his last lap, and he's about 3 tenths down. So this isn't really going to be a lap for him. So, people, you see again how hard people are trying. That's Ibrahimi there, 7 tenths down, the number 71, Renwelton Esports. That was a little bit wide there. Might be his time done. But there we are, Terry. Qualifying done. That was actually pretty quick, actually. Those 20 minutes flew by.
Yes, they did. And I'll tell you what, Valentin Barrier, he was really, really close to actually getting an extra 2 tenths. His final sector was 2 tenths off his personal best. So the first 2 sectors were his personal best, and then that third sector just let him down a little bit there, as you were saying. So it was a 0.2 second loss. But looks like McCormack is going to be the quickest on the grid with 139.087. But Pfeffer not too far behind, a 139.132. And then Boothby in that Yaz heat, currently sat in 3rd place position with a 139.2. Just looking down the grid, and I think there is a couple of cars that could go faster, as we see Samir here just about to go across the line, and yes, does go up into 13th. We might see the number 85 car as well go a little bit quicker, as we are currently riding with the with the 12th place position of Joris there in the Hero Chain Ballast Esports. It looks like if they brought a new sponsor, because I don't remember Gero Chain sponsoring Ballast. I might be incorrect in that, but I do know that Ballast Esport team used to be a lot more purple than the current colours there. So they might have brought a new sponsorship on board of that car, the 163 there, as they are about to go across the line, and across the line they go. So that's the end of qualifying.
Indeed, qualifying all done and dusted. Nice. And we're getting into the stage now where, you look at the top 3. I mean, there's a 10 separated by them. In qualifying, that is really, a 10th in qualifying, while it is, obviously, from our side, it is really, really close. What happens now is there's a shift in mentality. A 10th in qualifying is all well and good, and all you really gain is track position now. Obviously, McCormack, he's in pole position, so he's got the best run naturally going down into turn 2. However, if the race pace isn't there, very, very different story. Doesn't matter how fast you are through qualifying. If it's that close, you have to really do qualifying laps pretty much every single time if it is going to be that close, while also maintaining consistency, maintaining your tyres as well, looking at strategies. There's lots of things going on now. So like I said, shift in mentality now. Qualifying is now done. Track position is obviously better for some people, not so good for others. I personally wouldn't want to start mid-pack here. It's a very big braking zone down into turn 2. While it is quite wide, it all concertinas up very, very quickly. It's nowhere near as wide on exit as it is on the entry. So, as hopefully everyone gets through, as long as everyone's sensible, there's a long way to go. But it is going to be very, very tricky. So drivers just need to make sure they take extra caution on these first couple of laps.
Yeah, that's exactly true. I mean, T2 is it's interesting because it's not the T1 shenanigans that you usually get like Monza, for example. It's T2 here at Kyalami, but that's just because at the first one, the kink is kind of a turn, but not really a turn as well. So T2 is going to be the focus point of lap 1, and it's going to be interesting to see if the track position, as you were saying, is going to help these drivers. I mean, you know, you want to be an odd number, so you're on the inside line. Oh, do you manage to get through there cleanly? Well, it all depends on how these drivers handle the first couple of turns. And we saw at Spa, you know, they got through the first couple of turns, right? And then as they got up the top of the hill, you know, went a bit pear-shaped for a couple of teams at the back of the grid. But it was the front runners that managed to run away and be able to, you know, put in their fantastic hot laps and just steam away in the first stint and just keep the run and the road clear. And he managed to do a fantastic job of that and didn't really set a foot wrong at the rest of the race. So I think that'll be the key focus for a lot of teams. Just get through the first lap clean and then get into those sort of, you know, consistent laps, lap after lap after lap. Keep yourself clean of incidents, as always the aim. You don't want to get involved in incidents, because if you're involved in an incident, the majority of the time, it's going to really impact your race, especially if you have to fix that damage as well after your first stint. And we saw the stints at Spa get a little bit out of shape for a couple of teams that had to repair that damage and get themselves back out on track. But here we are scrolling through all of the cars on the grid, and I'll tell you something, with the ability to, you know, upload your custom liveries because you've got sponsors. There are professional teams in this championship, as well as the open qualifiers. You know, there's a few open qualification teams out there today. The number 1 car of the Simulation, the number 27 of the Get Closer Racing Pros, the number 28 of the WPS Racing Team, the number 33 of the West Competition Racing, 41 of the Simware Pro by VDES, the 68 of the Beaver Grease. We saw them at the top of the standings, and you know, they're up in 9th place position, that number 68 car. So the open qualifiers are still strong in this championship. Just because they did attend those open qualifiers doesn't mean that they're at the back of the grid, and they are fighting amongst these pro teams. So it's great to see that the format of those 2 qualification races around Monza and Donington have allowed for these teams to really get themselves up into the mix of this championship series. And in 15 seconds time, we will be going out for the rolling lap and seeing some more of those beautiful liveries on display, or on the move as well, instead of static that we just saw there. And like I said, I love seeing custom livery. It's one of those things that I really like about sim racing, to be honest. Not obviously, we're all here for the racing. The racing's great, but it's nice to be able to see all of the custom liveries that all of these teams are running in this championship, as well as out on the grid as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Fantastic aerial shot, Kyalami. What a fantastic circuit. Absolutely. It's just everything about Kyalami I pretty much love. There isn't a corner that I don't enjoy in one way, shape or form. As you can see, the car's just coming down into turn 2 now. Again, just keep an eye. That's going to be a very, very interesting first lap coming down into turn 2, big braking zone for the first time. There's quite a long run down there as well. Yeah, as you say, you know, esports has just become bigger and bigger, especially over lockdown with the whole COVID-19 pandemic. That naturally accelerated the process of the expansion of sim racing, simply because it was in a position where people couldn't actually do anything. There is Dara McCormack, Williams Esports Chill Blast car. Again, a very, very familiar livery at the front once again, the number 124. Now, he won't have control of the race. Unlike other race starts, what will happen is there will be a period of time where the person who is leading is then in control. It's not the case when it comes to an ACC start. What happens is green lights go and everyone goes at the same point. So it's really how quick you react. Now, that does mean naturally for a slightly closer, it means for a really, really close actually, run down into turn 2. If you are on pole, you don't necessarily get as much of an advantage because you don't have the option to go when you want. You have to go when the light goes green, and that is the case for everyone. So, you know, that's going to make things even closer coming into turn 2. Again, it's just a long train of cars now, all going through down into So the second half of this formation lap. It's a long formation lap as well. It's quite a long circuit, it's Kyalami. So drivers have an opportunity to warm their tyres up, warm their brakes up. You've got to make sure you get into that operating temperature as quickly as you can. That's going to be a big interest to see what some of these cars are able to do. That's Malinowski. You can obviously see he's in VR. That must be in an endurance race. I can't even imagine how that feels. Spending more than 30 minutes in a VR headset. That must be slightly warm, I would imagine. But yeah, a couple more corners to go, and then we'll be racing.
Yeah, and it's interesting that the 124 is currently in first place position, because that number 10 car, that's the car that's two points behind them. So, you know, if this race ended now, he hasn't even started, but if it ended now, McCormack would obviously take on the points and be well ahead of that number 10 car. So keep an eye out for both of those cars. So that's the first place position 124 and the number 10, currently right at the top of the leaderboards, and will be fighting it out for that win here and hopefully take home the points. You got to remember that 124 doesn't have a win, and neither does the 1. Neither of them have the 30 points for the win, so it'd be interesting to see what happens in this race. But we are about to go live here for round 4 at Kyalami. Cormac is leading, followed by Tauscher in the number 14, and then Malinowski in the 149 in third place position. And we are about to go down into turn 1, into turn 2. It looks like Patrick Steiker has picked up a penalty, but we are now all guns ablaze, all feet down to the metal. And Tauscher getting a good run on the outside, will have to try and make a move around the outside, move around the long way. But it looks like McCormack managing to get through there cleanly and nearly 4 wide, up through turn 3 and into 4, into Barbecue, into the left-hander. And down into Sunset they go. McCormack still leading. We got Malinowski and Tauscher all fighting out for that third place position, but they're all now lining up one by one as they go down into the right hander of Sunset, and then into and up into Clubhouse. And I'll tell you what, that was a fantastic few corners. It looks very, very clean. Rubbing racing, as it looks like McCormack has been able to hold on to first place position in the first half of this lap.
Yeah, indeed. Really, really close battle. Obviously, we see a 4 wide going the exit of turn 2, which is something I can't say I've ever seen before. Still more side by side. That's someone that's gone off. Can't quite see who that was. Looked like a BMW. No, it's not. It's a Porsche. We'll have to give it a confirmation on who that is. Still side by side. Noah's Ark style as they go through down 10 and then through 11 as well. Long run now down through Mineshaft turn 12 into the big braking zone of turn 13. It's quite a wide braking zone this. So let's just see what happens here. Is Vraman in the number 16? Is Arnage Competition? He's going to make a move. Yes, he does on Shea. He goes through the inside, but I think the number 28 Shea holds it around the outside, gets cut off ever so slightly. It's still close though, still side by side up in front as well. That's Gross and Ibrahimi, but Vromat does get that move done and dusted. Look at the gap that McCormack has pulled out already. It's a second worth of time already after lap 1. Very, very impressive start from the Williams eSports car, and a long train now of that mid-pack coming down into turn 2 for the second time. That's Florian Bauer that goes for a move, possibly on Shea. There's a little bit of door bang in there. There was a tiny bit of push. They're going to be side by side once again. We're going to see a lot of this for the first sort of 5-10 minutes. There's going to be a lot of side by side. A lot of people will be, there's some people that will be going for a more aggressive start based on their strategy. They want to get some more track position earlier. Other people will be getting a little bit more conservative. That's 3 wide. That's never going to work in a billion years, and it goes very quickly back to 2 wide as they go through Sunset. I mean, that was we don't want to do that too early in the race, everyone. It's a 6-hour race. You need to just calm down a little bit. As much as aggression is good, there is such thing as too much aggression. Isaac Price in the bottom right corner of your screen, P19. So he's moved up a couple of positions. Maybe not as many as he would have wanted to, but again, we know the BMW might not be as good, considering it's just the front of the field. It's very much a Porsche and Aston Martin race. Considering P19 won the actual next car that isn't a Porsche and an Aston Martin, doing very, very well indeed.
Yeah, so up to P19 from 26th place position, so 7 positions gained for that BMW, which is a fantastic gain in the first lap. But a little bit more rubbing. Obviously, the ACC damage model is a little bit flaky sometimes, so you don't want to have too much rubbing. But tell you what, I'm surprised that, as you said, 3 wide worked out. You know, getting himself sitted it back in, and yeah, so we're seeing a little bit of rubbing starting to come out in the first couple of laps. But I'm sure that as we get this race going on and the drivers start to calm down a little bit, that it will start to fold into the sort of trains that we're already starting to see. We're seeing Leon Seeley here in that SOP Esports Racing, trying to get himself in a position he's comfortable with and kind of getting attacked from all sort of angles, having to defend, having to attack, and Leon looking at for just trying to get himself settled, because as you said, you know, this is a 6-hour-long race. This is a 6-hour-long race at the end of the day, and you just want to get yourself into a groove.
Oh!
And it looks
Massive
like a
crash. Massive crash. Sorry there, Terry, to butt in. But yeah, that's checked up all of the field as well. Have a look at that. Checked up all of the field. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that. But that was a huge... I wonder if that was a bit of curb. I reckon that was a bit too much curb on the exit of Sunset, and it just caused the car to rotate. That would be my guess.
Yeah, it looks like Inostroza in that number 66. It has, you know, punched up that pack, as you said, and now Rene in that Unicorns of Love is, you know, looking to make headway now, and the number 4 managed to get itself up a position up into 17th place. You know, they started in 24th to 18th, now they're up to 17th. They're already starting to make ways and paths through this grid as they are looking to hunt down to, well, P16 very, very shortly. But there's Wojciech in that number 90 car, the number 90 carbon sim spot, closing down onto the back of that number 4. And I'll tell you what, the trains are just absolutely beautiful as we come into the final couple of corners there. We just saw in the background a couple of cars looking for the attack. Oh, a little bit of a rub in the background there between the two Porsches. Kind of the battle of the Porsches everywhere, really. And then you've got the BMWs trying to make the way up through the grid, and the Aston Martins, as you can see, that number 17 Porsche just trying to hold off the inside line. Fox trying to hold it off. The Audi trying to go away around the outside, but contact does come into play. And I think that Audi's been able to make that position, and also the black Porsche there managing to make up that position. I think he was there. Yeah, giving it back. Beautiful.
Indeed,
Yes.
lots of racing going on here, which is fantastic. That is, well, I think that was another nearly a move going through Sunset for Isaac Price. That's an interesting move to try and make. You've got to be very, very careful through there. Didn't quite work that time, though. But again, some really some heavy aggression from Isaac Price in the G2 Esports number 62. Bit of a gap there between the back. Again, there's a bit more racing going on a little bit further down. So that has opened the gap up a little bit, and we can already see there's certainly a few gaps that are opening up more and more, and that will start to extend naturally just with people's different race pace. The Gasser Chain Ballas Esports, number 563, again, just strongly keeping position, currently P18. You're in a bit of an error, you're a bit of a draft train at the moment, so what you'll start to see is these trains, unless there is battling going on or someone makes a mistake, what you'll tend to see is this will stay the same now, probably for a good few laps. You can just see at the tail end of what would probably class as this train would be Luca Berg. There's a bit of a gap, half a second or so, or about 1.2, 1.3 seconds, and then there's another train that starts. But what happens here is you get into a draft train. Now, the person at the front loses out if they haven't got anyone ahead, because naturally they haven't got someone that they can pull off of. However, everyone behind them is all pulling and is all being pulled along, but they're being pulled along at the same rate. So again, you go for a move like that, which I believe that was Lukaszek in the 90 Audi that wanted to make a move there. You move out, but the problem is the person in front of you is going as fast as you as well. So you're in that position where you just can't quite make the move, simply because, as I mentioned, you're in a draft train and you have to stay behind. So you either have to go for a slightly different strategy or use this opportunity to fuel save your tyres, etc. Or you have to pressure the person into making a mistake or simply hope that they make a mistake, which in this level of competition is less common, and you can capitalise that way. But this will stay the same now, unless someone makes a mistake or unless you are significantly faster. Have you got Isaac Price? He might try and start making more moves, but unless you're significantly faster, very, very hard to get out of this.
Yeah, that's exactly it. In these endurance races, we have that sort of ebb and flow where you see a lot of attacking during the end of the stints or the start of the next stint, and as the cars start to bunch together, as you're saying, you get these kind of trains that start to happen, and everyone just tends to get into a groove, tends to feel out the drivers ahead, make sure that, you know, there's not some absolutely massive differentials. But here we go, there's that replay of, there's a lot of 3 and 4 wide cars there into the 2nd and 3rd turns. Absolutely beautiful racing. You can just see that, ooh, just trying to find a way back in, but, you know, trying to get 3 and 4 wide into there, ooh, it's a little bit difficult sometimes. And, you know, sometimes it can all go wrong, and it did just there for that one car that tried to re-enter the track. But I don't think any of the other cars had any major issues, but we'll likely see some steward intervention for some of the incidents from the first few laps that we've already seen. That's the beauty that we have with this system that's in place for this ADAC SimRacing Expo Championship that's run by Simracing.GP. They do have live stewards at hand, and these live stewards do hand out penalties based on the driving standards on track. And if there's any significant gain for these kind of cars from incidents, or if they think there's anything that's been a little bit unruly happening on the track, as Isaac looking to see if he can make a move up the inside of that number 90 car, yeah, they do get penalties handed out. So no, it's not like they're all left to their own devices. They do have the live stewards involved in this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You say some fantastic racing there. Bauer and Lucasek were really driving, really, you know, a lot of side by side there, really battling hard. Isaac Price is looking very strong. It's a bit slow for Lucasek on the exit there, and that's given Isaac Price a nice run coming out of turn 11 as they go down through turn 12 side by side. Down, who can break the latest into turn 13 is going to. I wonder if there's going to be a cutback move possibly for Price. He tries to get it, can't quite get it though. It's a tricky corner to try and get the cutback there. It's not that long. Here we go. So this is the replay of the. This is Ibrahimi going through. Let's see what happens here. So going through Sunset, is the little bit. Oh no, Ibrahimi gets checked. So he gets. Well, it doesn't check. Sorry, he gets tapped by the Aston Martin behind, and that puts him into the wall. So I thought it was the curb on the exit of Sunset, which would have given a similar result. Wasn't the case though. A little bit further back, to have a look at this. Some more racing going on. We've got a dice between replays, and we've also got a dice between the action that's on track. I believe that was Fox, Diner, Burke as well, all getting involved in that little bit of a scrap behind. Now, all this is doing is, as much as it's all well and good battling and racing, you know what's happening now. You can see it's happening there. Isaac Price, he's now pulled a massive gap on. Sorry, that was Kadzila as well. Apologies, that was the initial move. Lucasek is still ahead, but just notice a bit more. Another replay here. This is again of the number 53 side by side. Oof. Oh no, that was a good check. That's an interesting one. That's a very because the back end, the rear was lost at the 53 long before he got tapped. So whether tyres weren't in the optimal window there, because it's very, you can lose it earlier in the corner, but I can't say I've seen that before. Losing the rear that late in the corner.
Yeah, it's not an often turn that you lose the rear there, but no. I think just trying to make your moves around the cars ahead as well. Probably upset that car a little bit, and you just ended up in a tizzy. And it's a shame when stuff like that happens. Like we saw with a Porsche. You tap them walls here at Kyalami, and you're used to the walls being rather far away, but some of these turns are actually really close. Like we're seeing on the right hand side of Isaac Price, through turn 16, you're in an instant there. You're straight back onto the track. It's kind of like Bathurst in a way. That you tap a wall and you're back on the track. But yeah, it's interesting to see the incidents that we've seen so far. A lot of them sometimes are unavoidable, and It's just what happens. It's racing. At the end of the day, it's racing. It's just like real racing. Sometimes accidents happen, and we've seen the number 42 look for a move up the inside, and does manage to get the move up the inside there. Great pass from Bradis in that Brabham Esports number 42 car up to 25th place position, and we'll be looking to close it down onto the number 222 ahead. You could just see him just ahead there, going into Sunset. I was going to make a Sunset joke, but I won't. Medhea in the number 85, closing it down onto the 88. It looks like that pack is starting to slow down a little bit, because I tell you, it is closing down quite considerably. You can see the anxious look on his face, just trying to get past the cars ahead, trying to keep it clean. And I think No, we're only 15 minutes into the race, so a lot of the drivers will be settling down. And look at this move that's about to happen here, trying to move around the outside with that racing point car. Will he be able to get it done? Won't be able to turn in here. We'll have to wait. That's going to compromise his line on the exit. There we go. Does not manage to get it in here. Will we see it as we come down the mine shaft into the crocodiles? Very hard overtaking spot this, isn't it, Daniel, going into the crocodiles and through Cheetah?
Absolutely. Well, the problem is what you've got obviously going through turn 12, you've got a flat out left-hander. You've then got to get the car, especially if you're too wide, you've got to get the car straightened up. They're still side by side. So this is another problem as well. And that's exactly the problem that happens there. If you go try and go too wide through some of these corners, it simply doesn't work. Mattea does indeed make that move. I'm a little bit and again, it's trying to be, and obviously different people have different strategies. A little bit further up ahead, though, we've got, once again, that is Luca Burke. That's Simeon as well, the 33 versus the 22. Porsche versus Aston Martin as well. They're going to go side by side down into through turn 2. Luca Burke gets pushed out a little bit wide, but they're still side by side going through. Are they going to be? They're still side by side. It just seems to be a common theme that we're seeing here going through turn 5. Sunset's going to be a tricky one, though. Are they going to keep it? We know the Aston Martin is a little bit quicker. Is Luca Burke going to back out? He's on the outside this lap. He was on the inside last time as they still go side by side all the way through Sunset. And I think it's going to be, really, really good stuff. So very well played by Luca Burke. He had the outside. He held it around the outside through Sunset of turn 6. Couldn't, and then managed to get on the inside for turn 7, which makes sense. Really, really good move there. Very well calculated indeed. This is what happened to the Wild Things car. That's what happened very, very early on. I believe that was actually the first lap.
Yeah, it was.
So small little tap there. Not too much damage, hopefully. So that can be just sort of like chalked up just to a racing incident. Racing incident. Everyone just checks up a little bit. It's almost impossible to avoid it completely when there's this many cars at this sort of track. I'm intrigued, though, in all honesty, Terry, the amount of racing that's going on now. Personally, because look at the gaps that are being opened now. Unless you know that you're very significantly quicker than the person that you're around, I'm a little bit. We've just seen a penalty there. 15 seconds. The number 47 penalty. 15 seconds for contact earlier in the race. I'm a little bit intrigued and also surprised at how much battling is going on. Another 15-second penalty for number 90. So we're going to see these periodically come through as well as we've got live race control with penalties being applied. Yeah, the gaps are opening up massively, and you're not gaining anything. Like, as much as you can gain some time by overtaking, you gain a position. If you lose 2 seconds by overtaking, you then have to work twice as hard to then get that 2 seconds back to do the same again. I'm a little bit confused as to why there's so much battling going on. There's lots of penalties coming through here.
Yeah, I think the stewards have decided to apply all the penalties at once. So the number 1 getting the 15-second time penalty there. But yes, as you're saying, that it's not just that, right? You battling with a car ahead, that car's going to defend. Most are going to defend to try and keep all that position. Now that defense might be costing them, 5/10 of a second a lap. And that's going to allow for that pack that was maybe, 1 second behind you to then be 5/10. And if they have to do that lap after lap, then the pack behind is just going to close down and close down. So really, you attacking might be hurting more than you just sitting back, getting into a pace and just maybe seeing it out, especially if you're not that too much slower than you would be if you did get ahead, because if you're costing yourself 5 seconds, 5/10 of a lap, not 5 seconds, but really you're only, like a tenth quicker than the car ahead, then you start to come to that issue where really you're hurting yourself more than you're helping yourself. And, as you're talking about gaps, Dan McCormack in that 1-2-4 is currently 3 seconds ahead of Malinovsky. Now, that's kind of the flip of what happened at Spa, where Malinovsky was the one that was well ahead of the rest of the pack, and the 149 currently sat in second place position, needs to close down that gap. And that's kind of like the opposite of not wanting to push too much, because you still need to push to enable yourself to be in a sort of gap differential that you can still battle down towards in this next 5 hours, because you don't want them to run away before the end of your stint, really, because that's kind of your job on this stint, is just to make sure that you are you're really close up to the car in front, to make sure that they don't that they don't run away at the start of the race. And I think Malinowski's going to be looking to chase down McCormack in that 1-2-4. But, you know, Tauscher's only 5/10 behind Malinowski. So that you know, from 2nd place down to 7th place, they're all pretty close. And then you sort of see that Tardis in that number 68 is around about 5 seconds behind of Barrier. So you're starting to see that top 7, which is kind of what we saw at Spa, actually. The top 7 were really, really close to each other, and then we had the leader run away. So it'd be interesting if Malinowski can close down McCormack in that in those 2 Porsches and try and keep that fight for that 1st place position. But in terms of standings, you know, McCormack's loving it. He's currently sat in 1st place position, and the number 10 car currently sat in 5th. So really, really well driven currently for the first 20 minutes of this race. We've seen still some racing going on for 12th place position, where Nicholas looking to get past his Aston Martin brethren of the 163, and then just ahead, well, the 163 actually has a time penalty anyway. So really, is it in his favour to really want to defend this hard? I suppose that's one to pass back to you, Daniel.
Well, again, I personally wouldn't. If someone's quicker than you, use that to your advantage. Sit behind them, let them pull you along. It may as well happen, because if they you know, there's a good chance they're going to get past you anyway. And if they don't, that's just going to cost you, you know, then they can sit behind and then they might have to attack you again. But I just personally wouldn't battle at this point. I just wouldn't even consider fighting, because there is simply no point. If someone is quicker than you at this stage in the race, let them by and let them pull you along. Even if it's for 5-6 laps, you'll still gain more time, or you'll lose less time, I should say, than if you were to fight them, which is what we're seeing a little bit there. So the Venari racing number 27 made the move. Now, to be fair play that they didn't push too hard. Obviously, they dropped back a little bit. That's understandable. So they might try and go again. And if I was a Pell for that the Bathurst Esport car, in all honesty, I would probably just let that happen. Have a look at what's going on here as well. When it comes to what so Isaac Price is still behind. He's still behind. Oh, that's something's happened there. What's happened? That's Malinowski. Malinowski has lost a lot of time. Luckily, there's so much of a gap between down into like 4th or 5th. He hasn't actually lost too much in terms of positions, but he's lost a hell of a lot of time to the cars in front. Well, hopefully we'll get a replay of that. But yeah, look at what Isaac Price is doing. He hasn't actually made any additional moves yet. Now, with the pace that he had at the start of the race, he was being, you know, hyper aggressive, trying to make as many positions as he could. I probably feel at this stage of the race that he does have the pace to make some more moves. But again, he's under the impression, save some fuel, save some tyres, let's see what happens. This is what happened to Malinowski. Is it just going to be a bit too, whether he brakes and just gets tapped at the rear, riding now on board, so goes very, very defensive. And, oh no, that's not good. That is not good at all. There is penalties that would almost a guaranteed penalty there.
That's very hard. The as he just, you know, going to the outside line to get a better run through and, you know, cutting across each other. Ooh, dicey, very dicey. But yeah, that's cost Malinowski all the way down to 7th place position. He was 2nd, all the way down to 7th place now. So a big drop in terms of how far he is away from the leader there, McCormack. And Tauscher is now 5 seconds within. And that top 7 has changed significantly. Malinowski down in the 149, down in the 7th. So here we go then. Here is another angle. So looking at the attack on the inside, Malinowski runs it wider through that apex and then right onto the back of the 149 as we come down into turn 1. That's the kink that's just coming through here. Malinowski on the inside line. We're about to see him just dive towards the outside line here. And yeah, ooh.
I mean, Malinowski did move across as well.
Yes.
So it might be chalked up to a racing incident because they both moved. However, I would also say that it is still the responsibility of the car behind. It is. That's just that's the rule of racing.
Yeah.
Not, you know, that is generally the case unless there is a significant change in the driving style of the person in front, in which case you could argue it. I still personally think that will be a penalty. As much as Malinowski did move, that's only my thing. I'm not influencing the stewards or anything in any way at all. Neither of us are. This is merely just what we're talking about from our personal preferences and just what we feel is going to happen. Be interesting to see what does happen. So we'll have to see another penalties coming through. The number 17, 15 seconds for the car contact with the number 1 car. That was the Audi. Only P20th actually. That's Fox coming down. So again, there will be some position drops. You notice all the penalties on the side of your timing tower as well. So come the first round of, I believe that comes in the form of a stop and go.
Yeah, so when they come into the pits, it'll be added onto the end of their pit. So they'll serve the pit, they'll do tyres and fuel, etc., and then they'll have a 15-second stop as well. So they'll have a time count. Well, I think it shows before actually, but yeah. So they'll have to serve the penalty, and then they'll be able to do their actual pit that they normally do.
Yeah, exactly. And because there's different penalties that can be applied. You can either have a race, I believe it's like after the race is actually finished, there's a time that gets applied after the race limit. But as you say, if there's penalties that you can take after the, which is always a better one. If you can get a position done, if you can get a penalty out of the way with, you can just put it behind you and crack on.
Yeah, exactly. That's the beauty of this kind of like endurance format. It's not like we get the grid finished after an hour, and then the penalties get applied and we go, oh, well, who finished where? We'll see it as they come out of the pits, and that will kind of change the race from, well, currently 10th place downwards. It'll be interesting to see what the stewards think about the incident that we saw between the 2 cars for that second place position. It'll be luckily we don't have the job of having to analyze that incident and figure out if there's a penalty needs to be applied. But as you were saying, the cameras that we saw are only what we see. So seeing it from different angles and being able to go lap after lap after lap and see if it is a change in driving style, then it does help the stewards. And I think that's the beauty of sim racing stewarding, that you literally have countless possibilities to be able to make sure that you make the correct decision. And I think that's the beauty. Like, it's not limited to the camera angles that we see on TV, that we see it with a lot of motor racing formats.
Absolutely. And bear in mind as well, as you say, they're going to have a lot more time. We've seen sort of 3 or 4 camera angles in the space of about 30 seconds, whereas the stewards will have a lot more time to be able to dissect that information. I've said this time and time, I've done a little bit of stewarding myself in the past, and it is one of the most, it is actually, let me rephrase that, it is the most thankless job in sim racing, because regardless of what happens, you upset one party. There is nothing that you can do about it. So, it's a good steward decision is when you, if for yourself as a steward is when you upset one party, but if you upset 2 parties, sometimes that just seems to be the case as well. It is a very, very thankless job, but for everyone that is stewarding and race control and broadcasting for this event, it's very, very much appreciated from everyone. Turning our attention back to the racing, lots of penalties being applied. I did see one, it just popped up on the screen, that there was Manos Giradis from the Brabham Esports number 42 car for contact, I believe, with the 222. That's the Door Esports car. So that was another penalty. Unfortunately, that was applied. So that will be, again, coming down in the next round of pits, or the first round of pits, I should say. We've got another one come through. That's the 111. So that is the Door Esports actually has got a penalty for contact with the number 88. That's the Absolute Motorsport Islip car that we're actually seeing now, driven by Andrea Val. A little bit of rubbing again, possibly side by side for a brief moment, but Takor decides that he wants to back out of that. Again, if there's a position that needs to be made here, it's going to have to be relatively clean. Otherwise, again, as I mentioned, you'll lose a lot of time. Sodacat does actually have the number 96 ahead, does have a penalty, and there's a string of penalties after that as well. Well within the 15-second range. In all honesty, again, if I was maybe Val at this point, knowing how much, I'm sure his team will be telling him how many penalties that people do have ahead. Again, just being if you want to try and make the move, just being hyper cautious to not get a penalty yourself, because if this happens and everyone serves their penalties and Val doesn't actually lose that much time, that possibly can mean a position in the top 20 just after the first round of pit stops, which for a track position like that and 3 positions that you can gain simply by just not having any penalties, that's best case scenario for you.
Yeah, so to clear it up, so there hasn't actually been that many racing incident penalties. Like, there's not been that many handed out from stewards. The differentiation, the 10-second penalties are actually from a admin penalty. So these teams can change their drivers. So you enter a team and then you pick your drivers per round, and that's exactly what's happened here. So any that you see with 10-second penalty are from the admin penalties. So that's the car number 21, the 49, the 99, the 222, the 919, and the 96. Those are all from admin penalties, so the 6 penalties from that. And then the 15-second penalties, from what I've seen, there's been a couple of warnings handed out as well, but the 15-second penalties are from what's happened in the race. So yeah, there's a couple of different types of penalties that are on there. But yes, we're about to see whether a penalty was handed out for the yes. So the 15-second penalty. Actually,
it was 15-second penalty for the Unicorns of Love car number 14. So
right, yes, sorry,
we were correct there, Terry, in our assumption that a penalty. I think again, as much as you can. Oh, that's a little bit wide from Donovan. Again, that's why there may just be instances where it's not worth trying to make a move. That's another lot of position gain, cutting off the nose a little bit there of I believe that was a Takor there. So a little bit of an interesting. It wasn't necessarily a rejoin, but unfortunately Takor just needs to check up. Tries to make a move against. Oh no, he goes wide as well. That's Takor, the number 36 has now gone wide that time. So. And it's all kicking off here a little bit down in the final third of the field, and the person again didn't really lose that much time. In all honesty, was Val. He didn't lose too much time in the Absolute Motorsport. But yeah, I think that was as much as racing incident with that earlier incident with the Unicorns Love car going into turn 2. They both moved across, but it is still the responsibility of the person behind, and that is the case 9 times out of 10. So unfortunate. It's unfortunate it happened so early in the race, but at the same time, it happened earlier in the race. You can put it behind you. You've still got a lot of the race to go, and you can work through. So 15 seconds again. There is a pace drop. Obviously, that is a lot of time lost and a fair few positions. But there's still time to come back from that. It's within the first half hour. You don't want any more after that, because that will really put you in a position where it will be very hard to come back from. But I wouldn't have imagined that this incident that happened with the Tauscher, the Unicorns of Love car, certainly I still, P5, providing nothing else happens, P5 will certainly still be on the cards.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, it's a 6-hour-long race. So 15 seconds might seem a little harsh, but when you put it into an endurance format, I mean, 5 seconds is basically nothing if you handed out penalties they would hand out in sprint races. And 15 second, I think is gainable, especially for Tauscher in that number 14. And as you've been saying, it is the cars behind responsibility to make sure that incidents don't happen. And I think the stewards have decided that as well, obviously, with 15-second time penalty. So Tauscher will have to serve that in the pits, and then we'll see him drop down the grid a little bit. I think he's going to be around about, maybe top 10, depending on how those gaps form out in the next 30 minutes. If it is how it currently is, then I think Tauscher will probably be in that top 10 still. So, as you said, up into 5th, possibly by the end of the race, but probably at least looking to 7th before the first half of this race is concluded. As we're starting to see, at the top of the grid, it's starting to die down a little bit in terms of the moves for positions. And I think everyone's kind of getting settled into that sort of, we'll see it out until the end of our stint. And then if we do swap drivers, they can have a go. If the penalties start to bunch the field back up together and we think we've got pace differential to the car ahead. Otherwise, you're starting to get that ebb and flow of endurance races where the battling dies down a little bit because no one wants to really make that move that could be race ending, really.
Yeah, and like I said, as you said, it will start dying down, and it has by the looks. Gaps have opened up. There's a couple of draft trains. One of them is here that we've seen. Again, where no one can really do anything unless a mistake is made. Chris Hartfeld, currently the second car within this train, P3, and this is the battle. You could argue this is the battle for P2. Yep. With Tauscher currently leading. We've just got the fastest lap. We've just been confirmed on that fastest lap. 1 minute 40.082. Not too far away from quali pace. Unsurprisingly, that is from Darren McCormack, who 19 laps completed. 30 minutes ago, the gap between 7.3 seconds. Obviously, admittedly, there was the incident which extended that gap. But Darren McCormack, is just sort of sailing away with it. He's just 7 seconds in. And there we go. There's your confirmation over on the right-hand side there. 140.082. That may come down. It probably will come down as the track gets a little bit cooler. as the day wears on, goes into evening. Bear in mind, it's 5:30 p.m. in the sim time. You've got another 5 hours. So it's going to be finishing around about 10:30. Actually, that's not correct. It's going to be finishing around 11 if I could add time, which I clearly can't. So there we are. That's why I commentate and I'm not a mathematician. So, yeah, long way to go. Everything's died down now, which is expected. This is now where it comes into, and I've always said this, I've been lucky enough to commentate on several endurance events, and they all follow a similar structure. There's a lot that goes on for the first half hour, then it dies down for the next 5 hours, and then in the final 45 minutes to the final hour, it all just explodes again, and everyone just manages, gaps that you thought were miles apart, 10 seconds, 11 seconds, all of a sudden are 3 seconds apart again, and everything just comes down into a massive 30-minute sprint race. And that I don't think I've ever seen. There's very, very few times of the endurance events I've commentated on where that hasn't been the case.
Yes.
And I'm sure that's what we're going to see here. Again, just with how close these drivers are in qualifying. The gaps seem really, really big now, and they will extend, obviously, but towards that final sort of hour and a half hour, they'll all start to condense back up, and there'll be a lot more racing. Naturally, the risk versus rewards, that shifts as well. So it's no point maybe being too aggressive at the moment because there's a long way to go. A lot of things can happen, but in that final half hour, okay, well, you've only got half hour left, so you can start taking more risks, and that's also where another mentality changes as well. And also with strategy, teams are going to be running a lot of different strategies here. There is always a fastest one. Well, not always a fastest one, but there's a more preferred strategy, which tends to happen for a lot of teams, but things can happen. You might save a bit more fuel than you actually think you were going to. A lot of people think strategy changes only happen if something negative happens. Not necessarily the case. If you manage to save more fuel than you were anticipating, the strategy can actually become better. So there's lots of things that can happen and will happen in the next 5 hours.
Yeah, so we've seen previously, as you were talking about strategies there, in these endurance races, these 6 hour long endurance races, you kind of have a couple of different strategies that do get employed by the drivers. You get the early pits, usually due to damage or other issues. We've had issues, for example, technical issues with teams, as happens in real racing as well. Sometimes it just doesn't go right and you have to pit early. We've seen them, which kind of sets the teams out of alignment in terms of where their preferred stint strategy would be. But with this format that's on for these 6 hour races, they do have a 65-minute stint timer, so any cars that can run a little bit longer on fuel, I don't think there's that many now that Kunos have changed the balance of performance on the cars, that if you're running flat out, there's not too many cars that you can run too long anymore. So the 65 minutes, you see a lot extend it as much as possible to make sure that last stint is as short as possible, so you're running on fresh tyres and low fuel for as long as possible, for as short as possible, long as possible in the final stint. So you'll see these drivers tend to look towards the 65-minute mark before they come into pit. There's no fixed refueling, so most people are taking standard fuel, standard tyres, and then going back out for another stint, and then they'll extend that every single time as much as they can without impacting their race. So that'll happen in around about 20 minutes time. You'll see a lot of the teams come in. You'll also see not often do they switch drivers on the first stint. I've noticed that a lot of teams like to keep their drivers out for 2 hours and then they swap them. It seems to be like 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours for most drivers. Couple that do one stint and then swap. But for the most part, most teams keep their drivers out for 2 hours and then they swap the drivers the next time. Yeah, I suppose it depends on availability for a lot of the teams. But yeah, so obviously they all have free team. Well, they all have free drivers in the team. So splitting it out evenly, 2 hours each is usually the preferred method. But I believe that you only have to have 1 hour to satisfy the rules of the race. So technically, one driver could do 3, one could do 2, and one could do 1. If they wanted to. But yeah, you'll see them kind of extend it out to 65 minutes. So that's what we're looking for in terms of when the next pit window will be, around about 20 minutes time. But now you're kind of seeing those draft trains start to come in to play. You're not seeing much battles, and that's kind of the tail of endurance races. couple of times, because of these penalties, you'll get drivers that were higher up the grid looking to maybe make up those positions again. So possibly you'll see the number 1 car in 19th place look to try and get back into 19th, depending on how those penalties seem to be applied. But from the looks of it, you know, they're going to be in a similar position once the penalties are applied anyways. It's just that the cars without the penalties are going to be a little bit higher than them. So I don't think you'll see too much battling after the end of the stint. But you possibly could do. You know, it all depends on what these teams are thinking in terms of when they try to make up the positions and when they get the different drivers in the teams. And obviously, if the other drivers do change the pits, as we see the Gato chain, rather, the number 563 look to make that move, and you know, pretty clean move actually. The 149 kind of giving it away. So Malinowski dropping down the grid. I wonder if that Porsche has damage, because that 149 is, you know, it's dropped from second all the way down to 15th place. So I wonder if it's got damage from that initial contact with the Unicorns of Love that we saw a few laps back.
You can probably comfortably say that, yeah. I mean, you can see the car. It certainly has seen better days, isn't it? That Yas Heat car. I just want to touch a little bit on. Actually, thinking about Malinowski might lose a position to Severe as well. We'll have to see what the pace is on the straight, and we'll see how that develops over the next few laps. There's no point pitting now, and that actually leads me nicely into the point that I was mentioning. Is you mentioned that stint timers are limited to 65 minutes now. Immediately, I would be thinking from a stint perspective in planning strategies that you want to make sure that you're pitting after the hour. Now, if you pit after the hour, you won't have to then get, again, for obviously for people that are watching, that maybe this is their first endurance race that they're watching. What happens is, I mean, if you're talking from a fueling perspective, these cars obviously naturally won't be able to go the entire 6 hours on 1 tank of fuel. So there will have to be refuels. As we see, Malinowski might be losing a position here to Severe. No, manages to hold around the outside. I think this may just be delaying the inevitable somewhat, but we'll see. Yeah, so what you'll need to do is the refueling comes in. If you pit before the hour goes, what will happen is you'll have to do a short, this is again pretty much carbon copy. There was it's a little bit wide. I don't think Malinowski wasn't deliberately fighting that. I think he was just letting that move happen. No,
yes.
But Savannah just goes a little bit deep going into turn number 10 there. So if you pit before, you'll have to do a splash and dash at the end. Because otherwise you just won't get there. If you pit after the hour, it's really how much, as you were saying there, Terry, how much you can extend that. The more you can extend it, the less fuel you have to put in for the final stop, and that can save a lot of time. If you do it early enough, and I imagine some teams will be wanting to maximize that fuel now, rather than doing it, say, halfway through, you need to do it. If you're going to do it, you need to be committed and do it right from the start here.
Yeah, that's exactly what we've seen in previous rounds. And I've just been having a look at Malinowski's laps. He's currently lapping around about 2-3 seconds slower than he was around about lap 8 to lap 11. So after that contact, that car's definitely dropped off the pace. In that lap that he did have got contact was a 149, so lost a lot of time there, obviously. But since then, he's been doing 133s, 143s rather, 142. So yeah, Malinowski, it's going to be one of those that he's just going to have to suffer with it until the pit window, the stint window kind of opens for him. And he's currently losing around about 2-3 seconds a lap. But that's the one downside of these endurance races, that if you have the damage, you have to kind of suffer with it. Because if you pit now, it's going to throw the stint strategy right out. And fair enough, it might be, say if we said 20-second damage that you have to repair in the pits. So if you are new to sim racing or new to ACC and how their damage model works, so usually you don't get, in other simulations, you have a long damage window. But in ACC, I think you usually see upwards to around about 30 seconds of damage. You don't usually see too much more unless your car's really busted. I would imagine that Malinowski would be within that 30-second window. And if he's losing, 3 seconds a lap and he does 10 laps, that's 30 seconds lost. So the question is, when do you pit? And I think we'll likely see Malinowski attempt to just carry on with it and then, try that low fuel strategy at the end. But he could come in earlier, so keep an eye out on that number 6, on that 16th place car, because it'll be interesting to see what they do in terms of strategy to counteract the damage that they're obviously dealing with on that car, currently losing around about 3 seconds a lap. But yeah, it is a case of delaying the inevitable for a lot of these cars that are looking to pass. For example, the number 62 that's right on the back of him, and that number 1 that we're riding with right now of Mateus, who's trying to close it down on Malinowski. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. But looks like the top speeds haven't really changed in terms of max lap pace. The Team Bathurst Esports with 242. Remember, those images of those Audis aren't actually the cars that are in the race today. They're just stock images with the liveries enabled. So yeah, the number 63 currently has the fastest lap pace, 242 kilometers an hour. And it's not actually held by anyone in, well, the top 10. So the V8 has that 242, but McCormack in the Porsche in first place actually has 234 kilometers an hour. So it just shows that you don't need top speed to get around this track quick.
Not necessarily very, very true. Yeah, so the top 4 of that top 5 were all Aston Martins. And the Audi, the lonesome Audi, was sitting there in 5th place. So, I mean, again, there's things to take into consideration there. Obviously, one being the draft that people are obviously getting. That's naturally going to help. If you've got someone in front, you're never going to be as quick. If you haven't got someone in front, you just simply won't be as fast. That's the general consensus there. Isaac Price has indeed got past that is Kadzila. So the number 1 Audi. Price has indeed moved forward. I believe we've just seen our first pits. Yeah, okay, interesting. So Malinowski has decided, I imagine that obviously would be a team effort. Certainly, they've probably worked out the strategy, worked out that if he's losing 2 or 3 seconds a lap, it's worth pitting now and actually getting a car repaired so that then they can go out. Yes, okay, they're going to have to do, they might be able to get that time back. If they can extend another 65 minutes, and they can do that repeatedly, they will get back under the outs. They won't need to do a splash and dash. And that might be what they were actually waiting for while they were saying. We see the split screen now. There is Malinowski. He will be taking some damage. Repair, I imagine it will be probably upwards of around 30 seconds. Might even be more than that, depending. Well, but the amount of he was off pace, 2-3 seconds is a lot. Yeah. So I would say around about 25-30 seconds there. So that would be, I imagine, definitely a strategic decision. The fact that they decided that they want to pit and they can get that time back with the stint timer being 65 minutes apiece. Again, if it happened any later in the race, that would have been more cause of a concern. That isn't the case, though, so they should be fine. Lots of other people are losing time. Bear in mind, we've seen the penalties, both before the race in the 10 seconds and also the 15 seconds. You've seen 25 seconds one there. That's the 222, a 25-second penalty in total. So, I mean, again, that's not necessarily to say they're going to lose all of that positioning. Kadzila tries and he manages to successfully go back at the inside of Isaac Price, going down into turn 13 as Price can make the move. I wonder if he's now... no, they won't be pitting. It will be too early to pit still. But obviously, Isaac Price not really defending that as much as I thought he would, in all honesty. Again, probably wise at this point.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, I think that move's been building up from Tejas for quite a while. Does manage to get it done, as you said. Has been lapping around a 141.9, and Price has been on the 142. So I think it's been coming for a little bit of a while, but has managed to get it done. But still has that 15-second penalty. So it's going to be dropping right back, but might keep him able if he gets past our ahead to run away a little bit and maybe gain some time before his pit stop in that Audi, because that's really what they need to do here. And yeah, as you were saying with Malinowski, the one last race from being able to keep themselves out of bother. They might have got in a little bit of bother here, but with the 5 minutes extended stint time, there's a maximum of around about 25 minutes to gain over the 6-hour race. And then you don't want to extend. You're not going to be able to extend it all the way out unless you're really, really lucky. So yeah, I think they were just waiting for that window to open, and I think they just about got in it with the 15 minutes beforehand. So yeah, the last stint, as long as they keep themselves out of bother, that Malinowski driven car. Well, it was Malinowski driven. I think it still is. Yes, it is. The 149 of that Yaz Heat team is probably just looking to keep themselves out of bother, just slowly gain the way back up the grid and see where they place, and just keep an eye out for that 149, because it did drop down the grid and it'll be looking to get itself away. But Porsche There's a little bit of a battle on his hand with Hartveld and Blair there. The number 38, goes a little bit wide there. Does manage to keep it away from the grass. Whenever they extend the track limits over there, it's a common place to do so. I'm always a little bit worried when they go over that bump re-entering. Sometimes you can get your car very upset. I mean, we saw at Spa that as you come over at the top of Radion, and that car gets all the cars get upset a little bit by the bumps. They do tend to have a bit of unpredictability, so as we saw Tav just go over there, a little bit of a clenching moment, but Outshout managing to keep it under control in that Unicorns. Have loved that number 14, and Hartveld right on the back of him in that number 38. That means that number 10 is closing it down onto that 124, who's currently got maximum points. So keep an eye out for that battle, because that number 10 is going to be looking to close its way up the grid to take home as many points as it can in the penultimate round before they head to the finale at Nuremberg in the, well, I suppose you could say live at the ADAC 2022 Expo.
Well, indeed, as you say, that's not too far away, is it? What we've got just over a month till that happens, about 5 weeks. So I said certainly not too long to go. I can't believe we're already we're nearly at the end of 2022. It's absolutely madness. But yes, Tauscher, he has got that 15-second penalty, a little bit wide there, and that would have cost him a tiny little bit of time going down into sunset. But yeah, Hartveld and Blair, I mean, they're not pushing that hard, I don't think. And if they are, they're not really in a position where there's no moves that are on the cards here. I wouldn't be too worried about if I was Tauscher. Obviously, the main thing I would just be concerned about is making sure that that 15-second penalty can be minimised. Over on the left-hand side of your screen as well, that was Kadzela trying to make a move, manages to get the cutback, possibly going into turn 2, doesn't quite make it though. Bauer, really good traction in that Aston Martin, really good traction off the exit of turn 2. That may have been as well because the Audi was a little bit compromised on the inside line, had to be a little bit conservative on the throttle there. But overall, still very, very good battling here. And Isaac Price just sitting there watching everything unfold in front of him. Again, it'll be losing a little bit of time for all of them, but it's not too much of a worry now. So we'll have to see how this develops again over the next sort of probably half hour. Well, I suppose actually when the next pit stops come in, which won't be too far away, another 10 minutes or so, and we'll see some pit stops come through. Apologies everyone, but I do have to head off now. Thank you everyone. Terry, been an absolute pleasure. We do have Dan that's in the commentary box as well that will be taking over from me a little bit, but that was really, really good fun. I really enjoyed it, and I hopefully everyone's watching enjoys the remainder of the race.
Likewise, Daniel, thank you for coming along at such short notice. And from one Dan, we go to another Dan. We go to Dan Terry from Daniel Handover. So thank you, Daniel. And like you said, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you for the last couple of hours. And hopefully I'll see you again sometime, maybe at the next ADAC SimRacing Expo, as we see one of the Astons that we're just battling there headed into the pits. And Dan, come along.
Hello, well, hello, how is everybody? Yeah, I've been busy working away, lots of red on the left-hand side of the timing tower in the first 50 minutes, and it's keeping us all busy. But yeah, thank you very much to Daniel Handover for stepping in last minute and helping us out to get through the first hour of the commentary. Good to hear another voice here for the Simracing.GP Professional Trophy in the commentary. But yeah, nice to be alongside you, Terry, as well.
Yeah, I don't think we've had the pleasure, actually. I know I've commentated on events where you've been in the background, and obviously I handed over to you last race, and it's nice to be able to sit down and chat and have a cuppa at Kyalami, I suppose you could say, although I haven't got a cuppa. The saying still stands. But yes, we are seeing some fantastic racing. We've also seen some penalties come out, but it looks like I'm going to put the commentator's cursor in it, so then you can give me the hate in this voice chat. The racings and the penalties have started to die down. I'm going to put the commentator's cursor in it.
Yeah, it's definitely started to slow down a little bit. I mean, in comparison to other events, like Kota, we had loads, Spa, we had loads. But I mean, it started to run away a little bit at the start, as we see from the timing tower. You can see there the amount of penalties, but quite a lot of just little bits of argy-bargy, elbows out. With my race control hat on, and the team that we have doing the race control, we like to allow them to race a little bit, but when things get a little bit out of hand, I mean, we saw the 14 of Unicorns of Love, not sure what they were doing into the back of the 149 Yaz heat, but it was just, yeah, you get some things that are just, put it bluntly, a little bit stupid. To kind of go, hang on, this is where the penalty system comes in.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Now, like I said, with the penalty format that I was discussing with Daniel, because it's an endurance race, you know, in a sprint race, 15 seconds would seem like a long time. You're never going to gain that gap back, but you got 6 hours to gain 15 seconds back here. So really, for a lot of the penalties that I've seen, it's been maybe a bit of miscommunication between the cars, really, more than you know, anything intentional. Obviously, there's been nothing intentional, otherwise it'd be a lot more harsher penalty, but from what I've seen, it's been mostly racing instance with a little bit of miscommunication, fraud, and you know, it's ended up with 15-second time penalties that we've seen applied to, well, a lot of cars if you look down that timing tower. But you know, out of a 40-car grid, with that being the minimum, well, one of the minimum penalties, then it's not really that harsh. But looking at the timing tower, I'm seeing it light up green and purple because drivers are going faster and faster, and it looks like the time, you know, as the clouds start to set, as the track starts to get a little bit colder, we're starting to see these lap times start to increase. You know, we've obviously seen those 140.0 flat from right at the top of the grid, though, that 124 car. We're seeing Tauscher start to get up there. But still, there's a little bit of separation between Dave McCormack and Michael Tauscher in terms of how fast the laps are coming in from the two cars. The 124 doing a fantastic job of being able to take the lead away from the rest of the grid. I mean, we've seen Malinovsky try to keep it up, and Malinovsky had a fantastic run out at Spa. They managed to pull away in the first couple of hours, and it's kind of showing itself again with the 124 car. Now, that 124 car, you know, it's been consistent so far. I didn't want to say it because I know what always happens. I know what always happens, but all I can say is what I can see in the Williams Esports. You know, currently second in the overall standings, hasn't had a win, so we'll be looking to get one here at Kyalami. All we can say is what we see, and please don't hunt me down on Twitter to tell me if anything goes wrong. I'm sure it won't. I'm sure.
I mean, they're consistent.
Yes,
they're consistently top performers, aren't they? Like I say, they've not had a win, but they are up there at the top of the overall standings. I mean, that 11 seconds is probably one of the bigger gaps we've seen between first and second in any round so far. I'm trying to think back to a couple of the other ones, and like you mentioned, the Malinowski at Spa, which we know is, I mean, a lot of these guys top tracks because of how much of the endurance and sprint stuff they do at Spa. But I mean, yeah, like this is probably one of the biggest gaps we've seen, and it's a shame that the 14 ended up in the back of the 149. Otherwise, we would have seen, I think, those three go nose to tail a little bit longer. But as the pit stops are cycling through, we'll start to see some of those penalties clear and see where everyone shakes up. Now, the interesting bit as well is to seeing this number one car here. It's been involved in a fair amount of, not just on the receiving end, but on the giving end as well, of contacts with other cars. And a lot of it has been sort of TCR style driving and getting the elbows out. But yeah, it comes with the territory with these guys. These guys, we say to them in the racing briefing beforehand, when it comes to sort of blue flag etiquette, bits and pieces of that, you guys race each other more than we will ever see you guys like, talk to you guys on a weekly, monthly basis. You guys are always racing together. You guys know how you want to be treated if you're a back marker or a car on the lead lap, and you know how you would want to be treated in that way. So don't have a go at others when they when you do something stupid like that. But I mean, another team that have been up the top, obviously having the win, I believe in the first round at Kota, is Triton and Dominic Blyer in the car here of the number 10 on the back of Hartfeld in the 38 GTWR car, which having probably one of its best performances to date so far up in P3.
Yeah, so Triton came home with 20 points in round 1, and it was the Unicorns of Love with the 30 points. The win there, who currently sat in 3rd. But as you say, you know, player in that Triton Racing is currently right at the top of the leaderboard. And, you know, right on the back of Hartveld, needs to get past, needs to close it down to the 124 to retain that lead, because that 124 is currently running away, well, not running away with the points, but, you know, getting there. 12-second difference between themselves and the number 14. And then behind them, you've got the 38 and the number 10 that we are currently seeing battling right now. Dominic Blair looking like he's having a whale of a time there, trying to close it down onto the number 38. But Isaac Price, we've seen a lot of Isaac recently. He's been battling a lot on Matthias, and Matthias looking to keep themselves in 15th place position. We'll have that 15-second time play. I'm surprised that these cars haven't come into the pitch yet. There's not long left, but I suppose they'll get another lap in, and then they'll be in at the end of this lap. So, you know, if this is the end of Isaac's stint, might be looking for a move to get ahead, but probably might as well just keep it back, keep it safe. As me and Daniel were chatting, it's probably better to just, you know, stick behind, wait till that car goes into the pits, because you're going to get that position anyways, because that driver's going to have to serve that 15-second time penalty, so you're going to be up into that position, and likely the 100 and the 163 ahead are likely going to be behind you anyways, because they've got them 15-second time penalties, because, well, the differentiation, it might be very close between Isaac Price and those two cars that do have that penalty, due to how the gaps are currently playing out. But as we are seeing Isaac Price about to head into the pits very, very shortly. If they don't come in now, I will be very surprised, because they'll all have penalties.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I say, Isaac and that BMW G2 Esports team, as we see a car dive in to the left behind them, that's Gerardis for the 42 Porsche team. But they're having to stick it out. And I mean, fair play to them. Obviously, we've got a mixture of teams here. And for the people that have watched the competition from start to finish, know that all the teams get a free team choice. Obviously, BMW G2 Esports are a BMW team. They're going to rock that car every series, because it's part of their title sponsor for their team. Yeah. So to see that they're sticking out, I mean, that livery, I mean, G2, one of the G2 Esports events we did on was one of the very first sort of esports events I really helped out on, and that livery is just ingrained in my memory, as it will be to many of the viewers at home. When you see G2, you know that's what the car is going to look like, and in that model, in that form, in the M4, is just throwing it down. Like I say, it's going to have to compete on every track, and that's what they're there for. What the other teams are having to do is, or choosing to do, should I say, rather than having to do, is choose a different bit of machinery every race to get the best out of it. Whereas Isaac and the G2 guys are BMW through and through, and for better for worse, some races they'll ultimately come out on top, others they won't, but they're representing their brand, they're representing their manufacturer, and that is really, really good to see.
That's exactly it. I mean, you know, you've got different goals at the end of the day, and you've got different contractual obligations, and it's great to see that across the championship, this BMW G2 Esports has been able to battle it out, even though, you know, Kunos set the BOP, and in every single track, as I was talking to Daniel at the start of the stream, it changes every single round, because they all are, as how ACC does the BOP, is that it sets it into groups. So each different track has a different group in terms of where it's balanced, and you know, you're seeing Porsches sometimes here, BMWs other places, as well as any changes that's happened during the championship in terms of patches from Kunos. And you know, obviously the Porsche and the Aston Martin seem to be favourable here. A lot of those Porsches will have pitted, so they will have dropped down the grid, and you're seeing a lot of Aston Martins mixed into that. And then you're obviously seeing the BMWs that are contractual obligations and doing a fantastic job, currently sat in 12th place position. As we see Dominic Blair coming into the pits. So that's the front runners coming into the pit now. And Dave McCormack, Blair, Bishkoff and Barrier all into the pits now. And like I said, as soon as you go over that hour mark, that's when your sort of overtime of your stint starts to count down, and we're about to see the Angel in the Veloci Esports number 66 can try and make a move up the outside, actually, of Seeley. Seeley defended that inside brilliantly. Will be forced to the inside line. We saw a very similar incident happen to that, actually, where one of the drivers was on the inside line coming through, but did lose 2 positions there, Seeley, trying to keep hold of that position to Inastraza and Malinovsky. Malinovsky obviously fixing that pit damage. When he came out the pits, was actually sat in 31st, 32nd place position, and obviously as these drivers have gone to serve their pits and penalties, now in 23rd position. So Angel trying to keep it ahead of Malinovsky, but I wouldn't be surprised if Malinovsky does manage to find a way past Angel, because he's now down into the 140s, 141 lap times that they were doing earlier, was Malinovsky, whereas Angel doing, well, actually he's doing 140, 141, so it might be a good battle for a few laps between the number 66 and the 149, but I'm sure Malinovsky will be looking to make quick work. So you know how we said last time that you know, some of these drivers might not want to battle? Well, Malinovsky kind of outside of where he kind of wanted to be. So we'll be looking to make up the moves to close it down onto the topper end, well, the higher ends of the grid. Dennis Latz in the Cavana number 7, trying to keep the tile at bay as we see them come through. And we've seen them go wide onto that grass, just coming through turn 15 quite a few times. And
taking a bat in that bit of grass.
I don't think there's any grass left, to be honest. I think it's all just dirt out there now. But yeah, anyone that's familiar with Kyalami will know that track, that corner of the track is one of those that sometimes you don't want to get wrong, especially if you lose control, because you're just going to come careering over to the inside line of the track. But yeah, it does look like Latz doesn't manage to hold off Tyler and the number 85 managing to get it up into 21st place position. This is going to be looking to get back on the attack, but yeah, Tyler well ahead of him and holding him off there as we come round through the right-hander and back into the left-hander. Will 85 be able to keep it ahead as we come Clubhouse and the SCJ does? Fantastic bit of driving between the 2 drivers in 21st and 22nd place position there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Cavana Gaming, they probably want to see themselves a little bit higher up. I mean, I think every car on the grid that's down with a 2 in front of their number, except maybe Waltner in the Triton Racing in P2, will want to see themselves higher up the order. But as the penalties, as the drivers are serving their pits, they're serving their penalties as well, along with clearing any little bits and bumps and scrapes and scraps of damage that pretty much every car, maybe besides the 124 of Williams, has picked up in that first hour. And that tends to happen in most, if not all, like endurance or sprint races, if you've got a pit stop in there, is especially during the start, especially at Kyalami. I mean, we've seen the tweets go out already of them 4 wide into the first corner. There's going to be bits and pieces and bits and rights, and there's a car off there onto the left-hand side. Not too sure who that is.
It's the number 53.
The number 53, I believe. Yeah, so they're quite far. They're last. They're currently last, but facing backwards, coming through the long right-hander. So maybe we'll get back and have a little look at see what happened there. But I think that may be looking at the stewarding sheet on my other monitor. May look to be a little bit self-inflicted on that card, but like I say, there are teams here that have qualified through the qualifiers. There are teams that are invited and are established pro teams, Unicorns of Love, G2, Veloce, all the likes that we've spoken about here, and they're all throwing down together. And to be fair, talking about invitational teams, the 68 is P7, currently leading the qualifier class and able to throw down with the top guys. Back in, we see a change of driver for the BMW G2 Esports guys, and Robbie Stapleford, very much a household name nowadays in ACC and in the competitive sim racing space. Very, very young, if I remember correctly. But I believe he's a young lad throwing down with the rest of some of these older chaps out on the track today, as we see him coming through the last couple of corners. Yeah, so he's stuck onto the back of the Veloce and Yaz Heat cars as well. As you were talking earlier, Terry, about that and about Malinowski looking to maybe do a bit of potential of a recovery drive. We saw it at Bathurst, and we heard it a little bit if you were tapped into a few of the streams. Veloce obviously own and run Yas Heat as well, and we know they're very communicative between each other, normally sat in the same Discord calls and certain people muted and here and there, and they will actively work together at this point to push away from that P18 G2 car to get themselves further and further ahead of the grid, and then ultimately maybe this time is the 149's time to finish ahead of the 66, and other times 66 maybe going faster and ended up finishing above or being given the extra bit of toe in qualifying or during the race, just to extend the gap out and get away from that BMW car. But yeah, good to see this young 16-year-old Robbie Stapleford there competing out on the likes with Veloce and Yassi, and doing a solid job for BMW G2 Esports. And as we talked about earlier on, this is the 68 Beaver Grease Racing, currently leading the qualifier class. For those that are new to the competition or just being refreshed, the top team out of the 10 qualifier teams will be invited to SimRacing Expo. Well, all the teams that are here today on track are invited to SimRacing Expo, but the top qualifier team will have their hotels and bits and pieces provided by SimRacing.GP, and they'll be taking part in the final round in the SimRacing.GP booth. So if you are interested in meeting Beaver Grease, or potentially Beaver Grease Racing if they finish top of the qualifier leaderboard, or another team that could be up there, I think that number 1 and 27, who they're currently, well, they're not battling with. 27 is 10 seconds behind them at the moment, are also fighting for that part of the championship, could also have an opportunity, and you could come and meet them at SimRacing Expo in Nuremberg in just under 6 weeks time, I believe. So it'd be, yeah, great opportunity for you to come and see those guys.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, currently looking at the qualifying class leaderboards, Beaver Grease currently with 70 points, and that WPS race team, the number 28 that we're seeing right here, driven by Florin Stockinger, in 12th place, trying to close it down on to that number 68 in the current first place of that qualified class. You know, still really close between those two teams, and I mean, in the current points format, it all depends on how well you finish, because they're still really, really close between the top 5 of that qualified class. Only 20 points separated a lot of them. So, you know, one move from any of these drivers could get them into a different position, and it could affect the points dramatically. So yeah, as you're saying, number 68 currently highest of that right now. And there you go. Right on the side of your screen shows those points for you that I was just talking about. That Beaver Grease Racing currently right at the top of it. That WPS racing team not too far behind. So, you know, not all over for that qualified class right now. And as you're saying, you know, they're going to be potentially at the ADAC SimRacing Expo or the finale. So yeah, it seems like only a few months ago that I was commentating. Well, it was only a few months ago, but it seems like only a few weeks ago, actually, to be honest, that I was commentating on the open qualifiers around Monza and around Donington, and seeing some new and upcoming teams getting themselves into the SimRacing.GP professional trophy. And it's nice that, you know, everyone on that SimRacing.GP platform has been given the opportunity to be able to race for the ADAC SimRacing Expo, isn't it, Dan?
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, that was the whole point of the open qualifiers when we were putting together the format and talking about it. Is you'll see here from the WPS racing team, maybe they've chosen or had a few issues with their livery, but if you look at it in comparison to the car in front of them, the 563, covered in their design and their partners and their sponsors. 28 here, nothing on there. The opportunity that we looked at was, let's get teams that aren't necessarily exposed on social media or whatever it is to the wider world, give them the opportunity to compete, give them the opportunity to put their names, their faces, their abilities as well in front of the people, the viewers at home. And we saw the experience last year at Expo with the professional trophy and the community trophy, as well as the GT500. As a couple of teams turned up, self-funded, paid for themselves to go, paid for their own booth, paid for their own bits and pieces, and whilst there, met up with some amazing companies and some amazing tech developers that were more than willing to help them reach their goals this year. Some of those include the team, I believe, with Sodicat in. I can't think which car he's in because he's not driving at the moment, but I recognise his name. Yeah, the Wild Things car as well, and a few other people. They were part of that last year that came, used that as a springboard to launch their 2022, basically. And that's the same sort of opportunity we wanted to do with the qualifiers as well this year, is give those that maybe aren't outgoing to feel the need to put themselves, maybe they haven't got like a background in marketing, and you know what it's like, Terry, anyway, we're trying to sell yourself to the world, but they can do it out on track. So this is the opportunity where let your skills do the talking, pick whichever car you want to pick, be it the OP car, be it your favourite car, and come and show. I mean, if you follow the SimRacing Expo Twitter account, you'll see how daily at the moment all of the new exhibitors and tech partners and companies, like we saw Nintendo get announced a couple of days ago that's going to be at Expo, and they can use the qualifier teams can use this as a springboard to put themselves in front of those companies and go, look, I may not be well in the marketing speech, but I can drive a car, and I can get a load of screen time on stuff, and as we see the Gator Chain logo over the back of this Ballast eSport car, let me stick Nintendo on a car. Let's see how that does. Do you know what I mean? Like that's the kind of opportunity that we were looking to put together for the qualifiers. Going back to the original point of the question, in a really long-winded, basically full Nordschleife style answer to a very simple question.
Yeah, that's the exact beauty that I was trying to get around to. That, you know, through the SimRacing.GP platform, that anyone can race, and I think that's the key part of it. It's not down to who's got the biggest social media presence. I mean, you know, you've obviously got the pro teams that have all been invited through different affiliations with whatever teams or sponsors they've got, but you've also got the ability for, you know, I could have rocked up and been racing today. I mean, I wouldn't have been because these guys are a lot quicker than I am, but you know, anyone could have been able to do so, and that's why I commentate and not race. But that is exactly the beauty of the format that we've got, and you know, they'll all have that beautiful ability to be having presence at the ADAC SimRacing Expo as well. So yeah, beautiful format that's put on display for this SimRacing.GP professional trophy.
Yeah, we certainly will, and I mean, we're getting sort of back onto the racing. We've just seen the number 7 of Kavana Racing pick up a drive-through, assuming for track limits somewhere. We saw, I believe it was the 53 earlier, also pick up a track limit drive-through. Quite, it's not overly difficult to pick them up around here, but after an hour and 15 minutes or so to pick up that drive-through is going to be difficult. Now we are reaching an hour or so into the race, and we're just going to pass off to a very quick ad break before we run into some highlights, and then we'll be back live with the action. Don't go anywhere.
Back then, so that was a brief advert, and I'll tell you what, I would have loved to have gone this year, but sadly I can't. But hopefully everyone that does go to the SimRacing Expo does enjoy it, and I'm sure they will. I'm absolutely 100% positive they will, especially looking at those clips from the past ones there. I wish I could have gone. But alas, here we are at Kyalami. Valentin Barrier currently sat in 5th. And I'll tell you something, Tinko van der Velde currently 17 seconds ahead of the number 10 car. And a good run out. And it looks like a couple of the teams have swapped drivers. So the number 10 has swapped, number 124, number 977, number 6, the number 68, number 27, and just trying to look who else. Number 28 obviously has swapped cars as well, swapped drivers as well, rather than cars. But looking at the predicted lap times, they're all sort of in that low 140s range in that top 10 so far. So let's have a look at the highlights from the past hour or so, and we'll brief you on those 3 and 4 wides that went through in the first few laps. And tell you what, apart from this little incident between that corner right there, just re-entering the track and turning one of the two, there was 2 cars involved in that incident there. But this black Porsche that we were currently focusing on managed to get through all of that nice and cleanly, so they're going to be very, very happy with that. From 71 trying to make a move up the inside, keep themselves out of trouble, did lose out on the position. The Aston Martin there, and it does get turned around there, sadly. It does manage to get through the first half of that corner cleanly, but it was the second half that let them down. Aston Martin of the number 53 trying to make a move around the outside, and does just didn't even touch the curb there. Actually, I thought there was a bit of curb involved with the 53, but it wasn't curb that took the 53 out. It was just the rear end just snapping around. The Wild Things Racing, they're about to get a little bit of a tap around here into the wall on the right hand side. Does keep themselves out of that front end damage, which is very, very hurting in the Porsche. But the 96 now down in 21st place position. This was the incident between one of the front runners of Malinowski as he looked to defend the inside to outside line in the 149, getting the turnaround there, and the other of the Unicorns of Love actually picking up the penalty for that incident. The gas heat car now down into 15th place position, and here is another angle of that contact from the car in the rear, closing it down onto the 149 here, and you'll see just how that incident came around, and the penalty being given to the car we are riding on board, which is the Unicorns of Love. Yeah, just a tap on the rear end of the 149 by the number 14. Back onto the rear of the 149, and we're going to look to see if the number 4 can get it by, but does just outbrake himself a little bit, coming in to the left-hander, going down into the mineshaft here. The number 4 doesn't manage to hold that position, but back again is the number 4 back on Malinowski, and does it make it move up the inside here? Yeah, it does. Malinowski suffered damage from those initial incidents, and that caused the positions to be lost. After the pits, Malinowski back up into 15th place position, so slowly making his way back up the grid in the 149 EAS heat car. But it's Tico van der Velde in the Williams Esports Chill Blast number 124. Just absolutely dominating the race so far. 1 hour and 30 minutes in, and already 18 seconds away from the next car of Max in the number 10. And I'm sure Max will be looking to close down the gap. Currently, last lap, Tinko doing 140.432. Max doing a 141.105. So, Tinko still ready and raring to just pull gaps. And looking very comfortable in that Williams Esports Chill Blast, and we'll see cars go wide there every single lap, I reckon, and demolish the grass as we've been talking about. And you could just see just there that Tinko he's looking very, very content right now.
He certainly is, and I mean, up to 19 seconds ahead of the P10 car of Triton Racing. Obviously, we had the 14 Unicorns of Love up there during the first stint, having to serve that penalty for, as we saw in the highlights, the big kill on the 149 Malinowski, climbing up to 15th since then. And on the back of the sister car, the car that killed him, now fighting with the number 4 with Durkop in there. Malinowski getting dark in his room as we see him go all the way into the left-hand side. Can the Veloce car follow through as well? No, it can't. But Malinowski on the recovery drive, getting past the number 4 Unicorns of Love car, moves itself up into 14th. The Unicorns of Love car looking into the left-hand side. No, well defended by the 149 Porsche of Yaz Heat. And they're just going to follow suit as we see there a final warning for car number 6. That was for the contact with the 149. And I did mistakenly earlier say that 53 may have been a self-kill, but actually they were turned around by the number 50, who were battling for 32nd and 33rd at the back of the order, hence the 15-second penalty. So we've seen the Yaz Heat car get past the number 4. Can the Veloce car follow hand? And actually, what we will say, and what I have just noticed while talking, is that Yaz Heat car got past the Veloce car as well, and moved itself up a couple of positions over the past few laps.
Yeah, Malinowski's looking very strong here, to be honest. I mean, obviously we're starting second place position, so we do know that they have the pace to be able to, keep it right at the top of the grid, but does have to make the way up the grid. And as you were saying, the sister Unicorns of Love car, they're going to be doing everything they can to help the other team, right? So they're going to try and defend within the rules, and sadly it managed to hold them off for too long. Still 4 hours and 30 minutes to go, and Malinowski's managed to get it back up into 14th in that recovery drive, as we see in Bethke in the Grid Finder Racing. Number 8 car there trying to close it down onto Marion, who has that 15-second time penalty in that number 50 car. That was from that instant with the number 53, wasn't it, Dan? Who's down in 32nd place position. So yeah, we're seeing battles starting to get themselves into play with these 15-second time penalties being shaking the grid around a little bit, and I'm sure that a lot of these cars will be looking to make up the moves as we get through and see that the pace differentials are coming in with different drivers, with Mathis Bethke in the number 8 car just looking to close down the gap as we come into turn 2, and I'm sure that if there's anywhere to get it done, it's going to be here as we go up the inside line as the lights come on at Kyalami. It's 6:25 p.m. It's not really too dark yet at Kyalami. Sun doesn't set for another few hours, but the lights are starting to come on, and Mathis managed to make a very clean move up through there. Doesn't want to run it too wide through here. Doesn't want to lose that car through there. I've seen that happen a lot, actually. Not in this race specifically, but over in past endurances that I have commented on. They do tend to go wide a little bit there and then just lose the rear end, and it all goes a little bit skew-whiff, but FK managed to get through there very, very nicely and up into 30th place position there. So Marion dropping down into 31st. We'll have that 15-second time penalty. Be interested to see if Lepic can close down the gap, but just looking at the gap, I think there's around about there's a 2-lap difference between the two, so that 15-second time penalty won't really impact between the 50 and the 53 there, sadly. But it's one of those things. It happens. Having a look through the rest of the grid, we're seeing Angel in that Veloci has managed to get past the Unicorns of Love, so has managed to get past and up into 15th place. That's only just happened in the last couple of laps, because it hasn't even in the last couple of sectors actually, it hasn't even updated. Has now up into 15th goes Angel, but the number 4 car not going to let that one go easily, as it did into the number 149. Going to be looking to battle onto the back, and I don't blame that Aston Martin at all, do you, Dan?
Certainly don't. I mean, they're going to get their elbows out and try and get the positions back. I mean, if you just look at the lineup of that Veloce car, I mean, Angel superb driver in his own right. I believe came from GT Sport, and his first AC, if it's the same person I'm thinking of, his first ACC endurance race was with us at Kota at round 1. But alongside him, he's got Jaroslav Honzik or Jardier and Eamon Murphy yet to go in that car. So that will be another, that Veloce car and the Yazzie car. Probably got two of the stronger lineups out there today, along with obviously Love and Williams and stuff like that. And they're going to have to put a shift in. This will be the payback for maybe some of the endurance races they've raced in down the line where they've just walked away with it. Now they're going to have to go nose to tail with up to 30 plus other cars to get the job done. And a car we're seeing a good result out of so far is Valentin Barrier there, going past the lap down car 17 Porsche, but battling with the Kramer Esports car of 977 with Ida back in the car after setting their qualifying time, I believe. But the one thing we will obviously touch on, and we've seen it being discussed, was we see an incident here between the 27 and 100 going over the sausage curb. A little bit of shoulders out, but nothing really. Could have been a lot worse than it actually was, and leads me nicely on to talking about the incidents and some of the penalties given. And if you look at it from the race control side of things, you're never going to be able to get perfect payback, is what I'll call it, from if you're involved in an incident and go, oh, I've got 2 minutes of damage, I just expect the other car to have 2-minute penalty. It's not how it works. Like, it's simple. The penalty system across all endurance, sprint, series, you name it, under there, is there as a deterrent. It's not there as equal payback. It's like, you cause an incident, you get a penalty. Like the first time, and in this series we use the a step method. First one you cause, you get a 15-second penalty. That is your deterrent. If you cause another one, you're going to be doing a drive-through. And if you cause another one after that, you will be stopping and holding in the pits for 30 seconds. It's a deterrent to cause any more incidents. There's no way anyone on the platform, any race controller, any steward in the simulation world can go, oh yeah, I can tell exactly how much time that car has lost due to X, Y, Z incident. It's just not possible.
Yeah.
So you've got to look at it, the penalty systems implied by this series and by other series out there are deterrents for causing incidents. We don't want to go and smack people with drive-through straight away and their race be over. There's a 6-hour race at the end of the day. People make mistakes. Like, I highly believe that 14 and 149 was, like as you mentioned earlier on, I think as I came into the booth, a miscommunication, a misread from the 14 car, and ended up putting the 149 into the wall. Yes, they got a couple of minutes damage because of it. Their race would have been over in a real series, series race.
Exactly.
But doesn't mean that they're going to go and grab the 14 car and disqualify them straight away. It's not how it works, unfortunately. And the penalty system is a deterrent, and that's all it will be, and that's all it'll ever be. Stop causing incidents, or your penalties will get bigger. And we've seen it. Yeah. We've seen it die down since then. Since the wave of, I think it was like 50. Let me look at the timing sheet here. 53 incidents in the first hour, and 10 incidents in the next hour after that, pretty much so far. So yes, the cars have spaced out. Yes, they've gone laps up, laps down, but they're also making less stupid decisions. Let's put it that way. But going back on to the racing and moving away from the incident talk, and the WPS racing team have got that 68 in P8 as their target. That's number 1 in the qualifier class, but they've been battling along with this Gatterchain Ballast Esport car for a long old time now, and it looks like Florian Stockinger on the left hand side as we come into the left right, and we're going to jump on board with a replay here of the 38 and the number 10 by the looks of it, and that's for P2 and P3. So Hartenfeld in the 38 car, looks left, looks right, gives enough room for the number 10 on the outside. They've got the big old curve of death coming up around the corner. And Hartfeld still stuck in the slipstream coming out of the corner by the looks of it. Yeah, and going to trundle along behind him. And they're just going to see if I'm assuming the replay is here because we're going to see some sort of overtake or some sort of position here change between the 38 and the 10. Looks on the left on the inside. Puts it there, leaves enough room. Gets the job done. Simple as that, and that's how it's done. It's easy as that. If everyone else could have done that for 6 hours, it wouldn't have been any penalties. but the number 10 coming back then on the left-hand side, going through the rest of Sector 1. 38 grabs a bit of grass, coming through the long right-hander, and that's going to be the 38 then, up into second position. Cam Ortner in the Triton Racing Porsche hold on to the curtails. We've seen him, but the gap was just a second ago, and it's down to 8 tenths already. So we'll see that battle rage out for the next couple of hours. But while we're in that replay, Stockinger did get the move completed on the Gatter Palace eSports car.
Yeah, there's been some fantastic battles, and it was interesting that the number 10 kind of, I think they might have saw it coming and was like, it's too late to defend it now, and you know, the 38 was already on the inside, and it's hard to defend off, and it's just one of those that you just have to, you know, sit back on the back and get yourself into a position that you can actually make up the position again. And I'm sure Max will be looking to close it back down onto that number 38, at least keep it within that 1 second range to possibly look to gain that position back. But yeah, as we saw, 2 moves going on kind of at once. Chris Hartveld up in the second, and then we've seen up into 11th goes Florian Stockinger in the number 28. Now staying that Beaver Grease Racing, that open qualifier car, looks to close it down onto the number 6 car, currently driven by Tommy, another Porsche. Porsches are battling everywhere on this track right now, and well, will Mantis be able to close down the gap? Already 5 tenths away from Tommy, so in the next couple of laps, if he's currently doing the lap, so currently doing about 141.3-ish average, and then Tommy's doing about 141 around about the same sort of lap time. So it looks like they've been battling for the last lap or so, and it kind of fallen off a little bit, but Mantis will be looking to close it down onto Tommy over the next couple of laps or so. And you know, if Tommy does the sort of lap times that he did last lap, then you know the gap will soon close its way down, because Mantis able to do those 141s lows, able to dip into the 140s as well. It's in a couple of 140s in the last few laps since he's taken over the car. So definitely capable in that number 68 Beaver Grease Racing UKR team. And that comes from that open qualifiers. Max Pfeiffer in the Darley Sports Blue team, 222, closing it down onto the 111 ahead. And again, the gap differential between these drivers is only, you know, after around about an hour and a half, they're still within that battling range of 5 tenths of a second. And these 2 teams, you know, we've got Darley Sports Blue in the 222 and the Darley Sports Black, although both black liveries on your screen, so we can't really differentiate the 2. But the 111 of Banky is trying to hold off the Darley Sports Blue car, but if they're not careful, they're going to allow for that number 36 in the rear of this little train of 3. The number 36 close down the gap and actually close it down onto the 222 that's currently sat in 25th place position. So I'm sure Takura will be soon on the back of this 222 looking to get that position passed on these 2. But you know, the problem is, Dan, if he does get past, he's going to be sat in a sandwich, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is. And I mean, we talked a little bit earlier about the friendly relationship between Yazdi and Veloce. And that's similar for the 222 and 111. Obviously, both Thor esports cars. And do they have that good relationship like the Veloce and Yazdi cars do? Are they going to notice that the 222 may be faster? And we see the G2 and the Unicorns of Love car come together, and that's going to end the Unicorns of Love stint into the wall. I mean, that Durkup car was falling back and back and back. We've seen him lose positions to Veloce, we've seen him lose positions to Yazdi. We know they're quicker than that. And then Robbie Stapleford comes all the way up through the inside of the corner, catches a little bit of the curb in sector 1, finds the side of the number 4 Unicorns of Love car and says goodbye to that car into the wall then. So, see how the race control team finds a result on that one. But as we progress through Robbie Stapleford, we see the Yazdi and Veloce cars closing on back down the barrel, and they're now onto the back of that Gatto Chain Ballast Esports 163 car of Colla Grosso. The Aston Martins playing their part where they can. We see obviously Valentin Barrier up in P4 in the fastest Aston Martin. I'll be honest, the first time I ever saw that name on a grid, I saw him in the Aston Martin. I'm going to go ahead and put my neck out on the limb and say that's probably his favourite car and one of the stronger cars that he has to drive. At least that's my interpretation of him on the racetrack. Hence why we're seeing him so high up the order compared to the Vermont in the 100 Arnage competition car in P9. But the Porsches are looking to come through. They're bibbing their horns, they're passing their curves, and they're coming through. And talking about passing curves, 62 of BMW G2 Esports gets a little tap actually onto the rear of the 4. I thought he caught a sausage curve, actually just sent it down the inside. And it was good night for the number 4 Unicorns of Love. I feel that there might be a little penalty coming way for that 62 BMW G2 Esports car.
Yeah, it's one of those. At what point do you call it a significant overlap, and at what point in the corner were they? Because from that angle, you know, it's a bit 50-50, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens when the race control do manage to get all those camera angles and ability to rewind and fast forward, etc., that they do manage to get. And it's, you know, it's one of those that sometimes, you know, you sit on the apex and you get driven into. Sometimes you dive up the apex, and which one was it? That's the real question. And like me and Daniel were saying earlier in the race, it all comes down to the overtaking car trying to find a clean overtake, and who knows. But we've seen Malinowski close down the gaps. He's currently in 14th, looking to close down at the 163, and luckily the next few cars are all within view distance. The worst part of an endurance race is, you know, when you drop back down the grid and then you can't see anyone for ages. But luckily, it's beautiful, and Malinowski can see all of the cars ahead. You don't want to lose sight of the cars that you're fighting down onto, and yeah, you can see the train of cars ahead with the 163 and the 563 both in the same team, that Gato-Chin Bathurst Esports team, all ahead of Malinowski. So they're going to be working together to try and keep that 149 behind. Don't want him to pick up any more points, or rather don't want that team to pick up any more points in that 149. Yeah, Calagrossa and Romanenko both looking to keep a nice little distance between that 149 car and itself. So then we have Florin Stockinger in the number 28, and well, you can see that they're starting to keep themselves away. It looks like there's actually a back marker in front of the 28 as we see Malinowski just trying to line up the corners. Looks like he's just managed to do so onto the 163, making a nice move up the inside, and that Veloci white Porsche also right alongside. In fact, it was nearly right alongside of the 149 as well. Probably not the fight that they wanted to be in, but did find themselves in after that, just missing that braking point, and will have to now fight to get right behind that 163 again as we come down into the mineshaft, into that right-hander, through and over the curb, and then we're coming down into the right-hander very, very shortly, where they will want to keep themselves away from that sausage curb. Just about tip it, but just away from it. Does take a lot of grass on the exit there. And Angel looking for the move onto the 163. If he keeps himself where he is, though, he's going to be forced to the outside line, which he won't want going into the first turn, unless what the 163 has a little bit of an issue, well, a little bit of a different braking zone going into that left-hander. I'm sure we'll see Angel maybe dive towards the inside. There we go. That move coming in for the number 66. Didn't manage to get on the brakes later, though, so didn't actually manage to make that move stick, and the 163 is going to retain its 14th place position. But I'm sure Angel knows where they can gain the time, because I believe the Aston Martin pretty quick in the first sector. From what I've been looking at, a lot of the Astons do have the quicker air. Yeah, so Florian in the number 28 actually has the fastest first sector, and he is driving an Aston Martin. So I would say the first sector belongs to the Aston Martins, and then Chris Hartveld has the fastest second sector, and Tinko in the fastest third. So the Porsche's better in the second and third sector, and the Aston's better in the first sector. So we'll likely see Angel wait after the first sector to make another move up the inside of the Aston Martin. Likely maybe a similar position to where they saw him last time. But actually, the 163 might be getting held up here by the 563, because the 563 ahead looks like it's just had a little bit of an issue. Yes, does lose that position, but now Angel's got two of them to fight against to be able to get this position. Doesn't have to fight with the 163 anymore. Now is having a fight with a 563 to get that position past and then fight on the 163. So yeah, Angel's going to be looking to make sure that he gets past both of these Giro chain cars, because right now they're both stopping him from getting up into that 13th place position, which is very, very close to the Veloci Esports. It's almost within grasp, but just isn't quite there yet.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. I mean, I just thought I was seeing double for a second, because it's very weird that we've got 111 and 222 next to each other, both teammates. 163 and 563 next to each other, both teammates. And then we had the 149 and 66, obviously different brands, but under the Veloce banner. So we'll call them teammates for the back of it. And I was like, hang on, what's happened to the 563? Is it, like, as you mentioned, dropped right off the pace at the top of the hill before it came down into the mine shaft? And the Veloce car was like, mate, were you not the one I was just battling? Because they're identical from behind as they look at it. And luckily the 563 having the heads up to go, Colgrasso, come on through, and then I'll shut the door behind you and keep you safe from that 66 portion. Yeah, as you were saying, we saw the top speeds come up on the screen as we were chatting about it. The Aston Martins have got 4, 5, 6Ks on the Porsches on the straight. So being sector 1, oh, we see the Veloce car make contact with the rear corner of the 563. We saw that very similar incident earlier on between the G2 and the Unicorns of Love car. This one coming off a lot better for the car on the receiving end of it, but 66 now getting a little bit frustrated. Obviously this is coming to the end of Angel's second stint. I also think may have a couple of track limits. When we looked at an onboard earlier between the when he was fighting with the 163 and the Yaz Heat car, he really pulled away from one of the curbs to make sure he didn't go any further over the limits than he should. And I mean, if you've got 1 or 2 to play with, I would have kept that a bit straighter and kept the speed. But it was like, for me, just through like playing the game, muscle memory, stuff like that, if I'm pulling that far off the curb at this point, I'm like, maybe I'm sat on 2 or 3 track limits already. I want to keep away from it. So Angel then living on the edge of his seat, trying to get back on terms with his teammate, in now up into 12th. And as we can see, there is a Porsche, I think the car down in 31st, in between the 563 and the 163. However, Angel in Estosia wanting to get past the Gather Chain Aston Martin duo. Moving on up then, we're up to P8, still battling Pomasis or Mantis with Beaver Grease Racing, battling with Tommy in the number 6 car. We've seen this battle go on for the whole stint, and I think when they get into the pit lane, if they're both on site with each other, they go and give each other a well-shooken hand and go well done, because these two have been within a second the whole way through. Neither of them have done anything stupid. As we say, obviously the qualifier teams are battling in the overall championship with all of the other cars out on the grid, but I mean, for Beaver Grease, it's the difference between paying for your hotels and your access to SimRacing Expo and having it paid for you. And if that means I just sit in here in 8th place, I've currently got a 22-second gap over the Arnage Racing Aston Martin behind me. Don't really need to do anything stupid then. And we're on the rear then with the Gata Chain Ballast Esports 563 car. And as we were talking about the top speed from that Aston Martin, we can see it just opens its legs on that start-finish straight, enough to just basically tell the Veloce car to go away for another half a lap or so.
Yeah, just get a little bit breather from the Porsches behind is what the Aston Martins are getting in the first sector, and it seems to be working for them. The 163 and the 563 keeping together, you know, pretty even pace between the two of them. But they've got one car of the Veloci brand up in 11th place now, when they've got one down in 15th place, so they've got them kind of sandwiched around them, so one to look out for. But yeah, that Beaver Grease Racing, although they might want to just sit pretty in 8th, you know, they're looking to battle it down onto that number 6, who's currently sat in 7th place of Tommy. And I'll tell you what, this Beaver Grease Racing is looking very strong here at Kyalami. I don't know whether Porsche, do we know if Porsche was one of the cars that they've driven? I'm gonna have a look and find out if the Porsche was one of the cars that they've used to driving, because they seem really, really strong in it. And it seems to be working out rather considerably well for the that number 68 car right now, who's currently sat in 8th place position, looking to close it down onto that number 6 car, who's currently sat in 7th place position. So, yeah, they're doing a fantastic job, this Beaver Grease Racing team. And, you know, if they are the team that go to the ADAC SimRacing Expo and it's all paid for them, then, you know, you're gonna be very, very happy as a team to be able to not have to pay for anything, you know, especially coming from the amateur background.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. They're holding their own. Actually, if you look at the gaps on the timing tower there, they've got 24 seconds to the Arnage car, 12 seconds to the number 28 car. So they're not being held up by this number 6 Porsche. If they want to throw down, I think they could get past them in a lap or two if they really, really wanted to go. But like you say, do they need to? They're not really looking at the overall standings in it. To be honest, they've had top 10s every race so far this season. They've been consistently within the top 10, but not consistently as so far in the top 10 as the 124 Williams esports car, which is still out in the lead. And if we go through the running order after coming up to our second round of pit stops nearly, the 124 Williams esports car has led since the start of the race, and I'm going to give you a timing thing when it clicks over. They're now 24 seconds, nearly 25 seconds ahead of the GTWR esports car of Chris Hartfeld, who we've seen in that car since the start of the race, and they're on one of their best showings so far. Triton Racing with Watnia in the car at the moment. Flyer started it, taking up the 3rd place, and then we see the best Aston Martin so far, virtual drivers by TX3 in the 72 Aston Martin in 4th place. Kramer Esports up then next in P5. Then we see the Unicorns of Love car, and they weren't that far down, and they are actually on the back of the 977 Porsche, but they were involved in an incident earlier on, catching out the 149 of Malinowski, who is into the pits for the second time. We'll make a note of that. Before they pitted, what we actually found was the middle order that we've been watching for quite a while, and we'll probably go back and get a couple of replays of, completely jumbled itself up. There's a 66 ahead of a 563 now. The 27's dropped from P10 down to P14, so it'll be interesting to see what's happened there with them. And that 27 was the car that was battling it out with the 68 for the qualifier championship.
Yeah, there's been some fantastic battles that have happened on the track, and I think you know, obviously we only have one camera set, and trying to capture all of them it's been a bit of a difficult task because they've been happening everywhere as we've been watching replays, etc, etc. But yeah, it's been pretty consistent from the front of the grid. I'm just looking at the gaps on the front, and you know, the top 6 are all within 37 seconds, and then there's a bit of a gap differentiation between 6th and 7th place, and then they all start to like kind of fall in from there onwards. And then you've got from 17th place, that's when they're starting to get lapped by Tinko, who's currently in that number 124 car, who's leading the race and has done, well, that car has done, as you said rightly, from the start of the race. Tinko, well, you know, his team doing a fantastic job in qualifying, and now Tinko looking to just keep the gap. And realistically, you know, that's the kind of situation you want to be in as an endurance driver, just having to keep the gap. All you have to worry about is just keep the gap to the car behind. Work your way through back markers, especially when you get into this kind of stage in the race where the back markers are starting to come into play. Like I said, down to 17th place, they're starting a lap now, and we're still seeing battles happening here as we ride with the Racing Point GCM2 number 85, looking to close it down onto Robbie Stapleford, but Stapleford making a move past Walter there, and a fantastic move up into 14th place. That's going to get that BMW car. And we're going to see this Aston Martin try and battle it out with the Aston Martin as well to try and get himself in, but just go a little bit wide. It looks like number 33 is actually going to be looking, well, that's not number 33 because that's the Porsche. So it looks like that's the it's the William Esports car. So do you know how I was saying they've lapped us up to this point? Well, this is a battle as well as a lapping from Tinko as well. So, you know, this is where the leader is lapping up to, and with this sort of gap differentiation between Tinkle and Chris, this is going to fall considerably well into Tinkle's hands, because they're just going to be able to look to try and make the move. You can see him already flashing the lights, trying to find a way around. That number 85 is just like, please let me by. I do not want to lose this gap that my team have built and I have built. And the number 85 just letting the inside line up there on the 124. 124 getting past nicely. And that 85 going to be using that Porsche as a little bit of a tour to get to the number 62 ahead. There we go. Dave McCormack was in that 124, has the fastest lap of the race still so far with 148.0 flat, well, 40.0 flat, sorry. And I'm sure Tinkle will be looking to close it down to maybe get their lap times a little bit towards that, because they've been pushing onto the low 140s, but nowhere near that 140 flat. So after the start of the race, those lap times have still been in the 140s, just not in the 140 flat. So might have been a one-off, but I'm sure as this race progresses, the weather gets colder, the track gets a little bit cooler, and the tyres don't heat up as much. They'll start to get their lap times down and down and down, and you might see maybe a 139.9 before the end of this race for that fastest lap, possibly, depending on who's going to drive that car. But there's the last kisser in the number 14 Unicorns of Love, and you can see the number 10, who, you know, will be battling for the 124 for points, sat in third place. So that number 10, you know, they are looking to close down the gap onto the 124, looking to close down the standings. Don't want to let them run away before the final round, where they go to Nurburgring, which will be at the ADAC Expo, which will be at Nurembergring. So it's changed this year. It's not a Nurburgring this year. It's at Nuremberg. Yes, this year, not Nurburgring. So if you have got ADAC SimRacing tickets, don't go to Nurburgring. It's not there this year. It's at Nuremberg.
Exactly, and I mean, as you mentioned, we want this to go down to the wire. We want to have the big showdown at Nuremberg in, like I say, about 6 weeks' time, as we head round the Nurburgring in the final round. And for that to happen, like you say, we're going to need someone to stick a leash on 124 and try and pull themselves along and slowly wheel it back in as they get through. And as we mentioned, the 124 starting now to have to cut through traffic, and we've seen it as we come towards the end of the stints. There are pockets of really big point standing battles going on. We've seen that battle from 10th down, or 11th down to 16th, including the Yaz Heats, the Ballast Esports guys, the Veloces, all the competitors to Williams Esports, and that is where you've got that 24-second gap to sort of play in your hands. You can afford to wait till you get to a straight to go past them. They didn't in the instance that we saw there, but they can afford to do that. Whereas if, for example, the 38 GTWR cars, we see Mantas fall all the way to left-hand side. These guys have been going tooth and nail for an hour now. We don't want to see it in tears, and we've got the 68 alongside the SGL car of Tommy Razier, and he's just going to stick himself behind there. But let him know, stick his nose up, let him know I am here. Please let us just get through to our pit stop together. And if that means that I go ahead of you and you go behind me, lads, we've still got 4 hours to go and 20 odd seconds behind us to the next car. So let's do some stuff then and not make any silly mistakes that could cost the 6 and the 68 very valuable points going into the final round.
Yeah, I mean, throughout this whole championship, I've seen great respectful driving from all these drivers. That's been the beauty, really. That, you know, there's, even though it's a professional format where, you know, elbows come out and tempers flare, that from what I've seen, it's been fantastic respectful driving, and you've seen that between the 68 and the 6 as well. It's racing at the end of the day, though, so incidents do happen, but I've not seen anything that you get, ooh, you know, that happens sometimes, but you're seeing fantastic respectful driving between the 68 and the 6, and the 68 just dropping back a little bit, probably pushed a little too much in the last couple of laps, just needs to reel it back in and get themselves close to the 68 and the 6. But just looking at the points, as you were saying, I was doing a deep dive because I wondered how the points worked out, and I realised that the qualifying gets points as well. So, looking at those points, the Williams esports car will be right on the top of the points, where Triton Racing would have missed out on those qualifying points because I believe they didn't qualify in the top 5. So
they got 1. I think they finished. I'm just looking at it now.
Yeah, I've lost my history of where the
they came 5th, so they got 1 point.
Okay. So and then
and then the obviously Williams guys were first and got 5 points. So now the gap between those two, between Williams and Triton Racing, is 2 points. So Williams sits on 72 points and Triton Racing on 70. So at the moment, I've got too much of a small brain to work out what it would be with where they are on track at the moment. But we'll have a little look when we hand over shortly to the next pair of commentators and maybe try and get up-to-date standings on board for all those at home. But behind them is the Unicorns of Love car on 59 points, and then the Yaz Heat car on 58. So that incident earlier on could certainly play into the hands of one of the cars we've seen. The 149 hit earlier. They're obviously slightly, they're not going to be out of rotation because there's 65 minutes stint timers, and they're going to be able to squeeze everything into what they've done. But we've seen now Stenko take over that car, and they've come out just ahead of the sister car 66, Jardier in there, out in 21st. So David Patil in the racing points. Aston Martin getting really, really close to the rear bumper of Robbie Stapleford, and we're getting, like I say, we're getting to the end of this hour and 5 minute or so stint, and we're getting to the end of that, and now we're just getting to the point of, let me hand this car over to my teammate or to my pit crew in a good enough fashion that I can maybe potentially jump this car in the pit stop.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, just looking at the points, you get 20 for third place and 25 for first. So it'll be. I think it'll be a switch around at the top of the table if the standings were to be as they are right now. So yes, it'll be in the favour of the two teams at the top of that table to make sure they finish well. Maybe change the positions around if they want to keep it where it is right now. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the standings go for the finale for Nurburgring, but it will still be close as it is right now. So the current live standings are very, very close. I can tell you that much. There's not much in it. There's not much in it at all, and especially with the points format that it is. So yeah, Nurburgring, everything will be to play for, but it's not all over here. I mean, we've still got 4 hours, and it's an endurance race at the end of the day, and it's Kyalami. There's a lot can go wrong at Kyalami, or there's a lot can go right, depending on which side of the field you're on. And I'm actually surprised that the rain hasn't come down yet, Dan.
Oh, we see is at the 36 there. Morant in the SGP or the SGP SOP ABC car. coming for it, and Toko took the evasive action into the pit lane by just going across the grass, which I think he hit the curb. So I'm not saying he just went over there just for banter, but he clipped the curb and found himself in the pit entry. Pardon me. And yeah, Thomas Morant then has got that clear bit of air. And as you mentioned earlier on, this is where, for these cars, it can get a little bit stale. It can get a little bit, how do we say it? I'm not catching the car in front. I'm getting further than the car behind me. And in the community racing series that a lot of us run and do, we con the phrase the DT bubble, which is I'm not catching the car in front of me. I'm getting away from the car behind, and all of a sudden there's 15 seconds either side of me, and this is boring. Whereas cars higher up the order, as we see the 977 of Noah Eder in the Kramer Esports car, has been passed by the looks of it by Lars Kisser in the Unicorns of Love 14, and dives into the pit lane then. So we're going to see last in the first stints we saw everyone except it was who was it? Dare McCormack all came in. P2, 3, 4 and 5 all came in together, whereas with the spacing out of them now, we've seen Hartfelt who was in P2 into the pits. We've got Ida, who was P6 into the pits, and then some guys that were lower down the order, Stenko, Honzik, the 27, the 28, all pitting. And interestingly enough, actually, the 149 has jumped the 28 in the pit cycle. They were part of that little group of 163, 563, all of those cars are all in a nice little battle together. Statsenko has done the job and got past them in the pit window. Brabham Me Sports then in the Porsche, looking to be the next car to take advantage of the damage that I expect that Durkop car would have picked up in the earlier incident with G2 Esports. Obviously we saw them heading off the track after a little bit of contact with a 62 car. And Manus is looking to put a shift in towards the end of his stint.
I'll tell you what, he's definitely closing down onto that Aston Martin ahead, isn't he? The question is, when are they coming into the pits? Oh, right, together. Ooh,
right.
Side by side into the pits. That's some racing we can commentate over, definitely. But yeah,
that was really heads up.
That was yes. The thing is, anyone that's new to ACC, it does ghost you when you go into the pit, so you can't cause contact. But before that line, it isn't ghosted, so they could have still had contact there. So that's why he moved over to the left-hand side to avoid the contact. But yeah, it'll be interesting if hopefully neither of those cars get any sort of penalty from having an overspeed going into the pits, because you don't want one of them. That's going to really impact your race. But I think they might have slowed down enough. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see when they come out. Oh, the 163 actually has a top goal 30-second penalty, so that'll be from speed in the pits.
That will certainly be for speeding from the pits, and that is not a race ender, but it's definitely a mood killer. Because I mean,
definitely a lot middle of the pack ender. Well, for now, at least for now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're going to see that car fall from 15th down to probably the. I mean, they are quite close in this little back group here.
Yes.
With not many gaps or laps between them. So
24th, maybe.
Yeah, 24th, 25th, somewhere around. I know the 33rd place car is 2 or 3 laps down on everybody else following earlier incidents, but I don't think they're going to go as far back as that. And we've seen a handover then in the 85 car, and Lucas Matchi has taken over for the Racing Point vehicle, and they are chasing down, I believe that is the 163 in front of them. I'm only confused in my head because the timing tower says it's 5.5 second gap, and it's definitely 2 tenths or 3 tenths through here. So much so that he's looking for it on the inside. Oh, it's not even that. It's the 53 car. It's the back.
No, it's the 53.
They all like this purple and blue theme, don't they?
Yes. I've seen it coming for more and more in the sim racing community.
Yeah, purple's a lovely colour. I love it. So blue as well, but like it was, I believe, like at the start of this competition, we had the same conversation on red and black.
Yes, red and black, very common colour as well.
And now we've moved on as we click on a red and black car with Jonas Van Droyten in the Kramer Esports 9774.
Broadcaster decided to punt one out.
Yeah. Cheers, Mike. Thanks, mate. Red and blacks and into the blue and purples, and I mean, there's either 1 or 2 livery designers doing all the work of all these pro guys and going, I'll just knock that tint down 2 or 3 shades and stick a new couple of logos. I know that's not to take anything away from some of the amazing livery creators that we've got in the sim racing community, but talking of special liveries, I don't think I've seen this GTWR livery before. I don't think it even is a GTWR livery, looking at the name in the bottom right hand corner, but it's nice, it's interesting, it's definitely colourful. It's
definitely a Kyalami special, isn't it?
It's got the South Africa flags on the back of it, and the 38 car then in the hands of Fiala, looking to get itself back up into P2. We've seen Tinko van der Velde has handed the car back to Dare McCormack, so the gap is now 24 seconds between on track P3 and 4, after the rotation P1 and 2. Weltner and Barrier left to pit, and we finally see it then. We finally see the 68 past the number 6. The car is handed over. It's Caracas in the car. Arguably, I'm not going to say team captain, but the one that I most likely speak to when I speak to anyone from Beaver Grease Racing, being Grantis Caracas, and probably the one whose name is probably most known out of the rest of that sort of roster of drivers, has got in the car and gone, cheers teammate, let me show you how it's done. got straight past the number 6 car. Now can start to sort of spread their legs, or spread their wings and fly, should we put it like that, and pull a nice little gap from the SDL Logitech G car is it Tommy Rosier still in the car? It certainly is.
Yeah. So, these cars have been, Grant as well, his team, if he's the team captain, has made the way up to 9th place now. Grant is obviously heading up into 9th. And talking about pit stops, I think it's time for us to make one, right, Dan? I
think so. Let me see. I've not seen the other guys. Let me see if they are.
I know they're not just in this booth right now, but I'm sure they'll be heading this way soon. But yes, we will be calling our pit stop very, very shortly, where myself and Dan will be handing over to 2 new commentators. Well, not 2 new commentators. They've commentated on this series before, but we'll be heading off and leaving you in the hands of Adam D and James Parfit. Welcome, Adam and James.
Good evening. Hello. How are we all?
Good. We're gonna hand over to you guys and let you tackle this absolute soiree of the last 4 hours of Kyalami.
And how long is it before Judith Chalmers heads back on holiday again?
It's 2 days. 2 days. I'm counting down the hours. For those that are new to the stream, I've been on holiday for 2 weeks. I've come back for this, and then I'm going back on holiday again on Monday for another week. So don't say my commitment is ever questioned when it comes to this competition, as I've cut my holiday short for it. But yeah, it's good to be here. Good to see everyone, and also get a bit of a longer stint in the commentary box alongside Terry. So we've been Dan Ferry and Terry Farish, and we're going to hand over now to Adam and James. Thank you for joining us for the first couple of hours, and I'm sure you'll hear both of our sultry tunes at some point down the line.
Enjoy, guys.
Very good. Thank you to Dan and Terry for that, and welcome along to the last 3 hours and 50 minutes of action here. Round 4 at the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy with Simracing.GP. I'm Adam D, as you've already heard, and James Parfit is here. James, good to be back with you. I think it was round 1 we were together, and we haven't been together since.
No, it was, it seems ages ago, doesn't it, to be fair? I mean, it seems a long old time that we were last sat in the booth together, but it was a fun one. I've been watching sort of the last hour of this, and this is looking like it's going to get very spicy as well. I think when we were in the green room there, we saw the 42 car Brabham Esports nearly come together in the pits on the pit entry. So if that's go by.
I did a commentary on a Kyalami race just a couple of weeks ago, and that situation cropped up a few times. So watch out for that one. But in terms of how spicy this could be, I mean, just looking up and down the field, we've got less than 6/10 between 7th and 8th. We've got 16th, 17th and 18th pretty much all together, although in fact you're seeing them on screen right now. And earlier on there was 4 or 5 different battles separated by just a couple of tenths of a second. So Kyalami is one of those tracks where you can race, and you can race hard with people around you.
Yeah, absolutely. It lends itself to that, though, doesn't it? It's quite flowing. I mean, you've got the opportunity to take the inside line, you've got the opportunity to take the outside line. Don't get me wrong, as we both know, Adam, it does need cooperation from both parties. And we have seen it at times where it doesn't always get cooperated. But Kyalami is a little bit more of a different entity to Spa. We're not running up El Rouge, we're not running up Radahan to go into Lacombe at the end of it. They've got a little bit more of an opportunity to be able to make that move and allow people time to adjust to where they're going to go, I suppose. Obviously, poor Yaz, come an absolute cropper of unicorns of love earlier on, and Yaz, we saw in Spa do an absolute stellar job throughout the whole race, went on and took the victory literally by pretty much a country mile, to be fair. So it goes to show that accidents can happen. but touch wood, for us, the next 3 hours, 47 minutes, mate, we should be a clean one.
Indeed. Well, let's hope this is a clean one, because Tobias Pfeffer for Unicorns of Love now right on the back of the Aston Martin of Vedi in the 72 car. It's interesting, you know, obviously I know the guys have talked about this already, but for us just coming into this stream, it's interesting to see the mix of cars. Porsche and Aston Martin dominated, with the BMW of the BMW G2 esports team, of course. But the field very much Porsche and Aston dominated, because the SGP platform and the way that this whole event has unfolded allows each team to change their car to whichever one they prefer for each event. Which, what do you think about that format? It's something a little bit different. It certainly sparked some conversation.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I've never seen that kind of format across all the leagues and all the other broadcasts that I've done. You know, normally you pick your car at the beginning and regardless of the track, that's it. You're cemented, you can't change. Or there's other leagues where they say you can change your car, but you've got to take a points drop. But to give the guys freedom to be able to change their cars every single round is, in a way, quite refreshing, I think, Adam, because, you know, it's not something that's given out likely to other people across other leagues and across other platforms. You know, as I say, they're normally cemented in. So I think it allows them to go out, test all the cars, find out what's the best one for them. And as we can see, the Porsche and the Aston Martin here are absolutely dominating. So, you know, it just goes to show that the system does work, I think, as well. I think that's the important thing to remember, is it does work, because you go out and you test the cars, and everybody can test, and everybody can go and do what they need to do to pick the car that they want. And it's showing that this week we're looking at a Porsche and Aston Martin dominated field.
We certainly are, and right now we're seeing one of each battling against each other. So Tobias Pfeffer in that Unicorns of Love car, the 14 car, which has been up there in as many events as possible so far this season, and has been pretty consistent in their performance. Getting that Porsche working really well behind that very brightly coloured, and thank you for that, because it is going dark, the brightly coloured Aston Martin just in front of them, and they will get a good tow down the long straight here, the straight with a kink, and up into turn one. But can they make a move down into turn one? They think about it, but not quite close enough. Although the 72 runs deep, and the 14 is through. Nice and clean move in the end, because Max Vedi just ran a bit deep in that virtual drivers by TX3 72 Aston Martin.
Yeah, he had the line covered going into that first turn, but then kind of missed his braking point by, you know, about probably 5 to 10 metres, if not more, less, should we say. And it just kind of allowed him to overrun the corner, which gave the Unicorns a Love car just to nip up the inside and say, thank you very much, I'm on my way. So, nice move in the end. It was a shame, because the defence was there. Just unfortunately, the end result of what he wanted to happen didn't quite happen for him.
Indeed, and we've picked up another battle here. So we've got Morant and Miklea, and those two battling with each other for 17th place. And again, it's a Porsche on Aston Martin battle. So I think the car behind is then a lap down. But what we're looking at here is the pink 87 car of Morant, and the 33, which is the black Aston Martin, just popping out from behind to say hello. Thank you very much. That made it very easy to point out who I was talking about, but also just letting that other car go. So of course that's not a back marker. That is a car putting a lap on these guys. So yeah, that's one of the other things that we've got to bear in mind with 3 hours and 3/4 left, that there's going to be blue flags left, right and centre as well, James, that is going to make things tricky when guys are in battles.
Yeah, I do love a good blue flag conversation, Adam, I'll tell you that much, because it is...
What's your name, Sebastian Vettel?
Mate, don't. It's the thing is as well, it's just everything is different, and you know, from league to league to league to league to league, the rules on blue flags are just different all the way across, you know. And I think, it's just about being sensible. We know the lead car's got to make the move. It's got to be at least remotely facilitated. So hopefully they will facilitate it. Fair point. If you're quicker and you can get a lap back, go for it. Just don't take out other people in the process. But they've just got to be sensible. And I think that's the thing, is being sensible under the blue flags or being sensible overtaking a blue flag, because it can, if you can't get the communication right, mate, as you know, go completely wrong, ruin your race, done. And we don't want to see that. You know what I mean? I'm sure these guys can manage traffic amazingly. They did in Spa. So hopefully they will do here as well. Touch wood.
I'm sure they will, and we pick up on another battle here. It's C. Lentes in the Yeet Esports team. Great team name, that one. Chasing down the 88 car, just 3/10 between them. Looks even closer than that on track as Lentes gets very sideways coming into Sunset. Sunset is one of those corners that is so easy to get wrong and so difficult to carry the maximum speed through. I really struggle with that one. There's a couple of places around this track which are really, really tricky. That left-hander down into the downhill chicane that they've just gone through, do not catch the front end of the curb there, or else that is Death City. And then, of course, there is the famous Cheetah corner, 2 corners from the end of the track, with its infamous sausage curb that can ruin anyone's race at any time. It's a tricky old place to go racing. It's a really tricky place to get right, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We do love an aptly placed sausage curb.
In sim racing, yes.
Yes. In real life, we're not happy about it. But in sim racing, I think, we do love an aptly placed sausage curb that can, at times, catapult your front end up in the air. So, they've got that. They've got that to be careful of. They've got blue flags to concentrate on as well. And they've got trying to catch the people in front. There's a lot going on in the sim racer's head at this moment in time. So we would expect a few mistakes. They're only human at the end of the day, but they have got to watch regarding what's sat around the track. It's even harder now because we are getting dark. And it's even harder for us because when it goes dark, we literally are trying to not see a lot, to be honest, but we'll give it all that we got at them, and hopefully we'll get the team names right. But there's a lot going on, mate, and they've just got to really concentrate. I think it's easier, though. I think this is the one thing that I find when you're in an endurance event. If you're the driver that's driving just before it goes dark, I find it easier from my own personal thing to carry on because you're already used to where your braking markers are as the darkness comes by. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do know exactly what you mean. But James, I'm going to have to say, we're only 15-20 minutes into commentating together, and already I'm going to have a huge disagreement with you about something. Are you ready?
No, go on.
You said just a moment ago, and I quote, all of these drivers are just human. I disagree because that 124 car is 26 seconds clear at last count, and we'll see what it is next time across the line. But this Williams Esports Chill Blast car is not inhabited by humans tonight. It is inhabited by aliens. 140.3 last time across the line. They're going to extend that lead yet again. They keep putting more and more laps on cars. This is just... we've seen some dominant performances in some races, but this is off the charts, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, do you know what it kind of reminds me of is Yas Heat at Spa. They were literally, I think they lapped pretty much up to, I think it was like 6th or 7th place.
Wow.
And I think that's what we're going to be looking at today. Malinowski, Statsenko and Boothby. Boothby even come into the car after going to a wedding and having a couple of pints as well. He was completely alien. And I think the Williams Esports team are just showing that once you get out in front, once you get everything working, it's like a clock. If one little cog is broken, the hands don't move, and when you get the complete package, the Williams Esports cars just show us how to do it, and the Yas Heat car did it at Spa, and yeah, we say they're human, me and you, mate, we'd be so many laps down by now. That's why we sat in the booth. Well, I personally would. I don't know what your driving skills are like.
No, very much subhuman. I don't even qualify for human in the rig.
Mate, I sit at the back of the grid because I find it's easier because I don't take people out from my own little exploits that I get myself into. But
it's a bit like that phrase for teaching, isn't it? Which I don't agree with, by the way. But a lot of people will say those who can do, those who can't teach. In the same way that with sim racing, those who can race, those who can't commentate, and here we are.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? We won't do anything too much on the teaching thing, but I think they turn around and say those who can't teach PE. And you're like, well, it's a little bit unfair, you know what I mean? Come on, I'm doing both ends of the spectrum here. I've taught all the other subjects and I teach PE at the same time. But, this is what we mean, I think, from our point of view up in the booth, Adam. Look, at the end of the day, me and you know, and we're honest with ourselves, that we can't jump in the car and do what the likes of McCormack, Malinowski, Boothby, all the other drivers that are in there as well, Blair as well. We can't do that. So we sit here, give them the great show as we can, talk about them, and just admire how good they are, because we know from our own personal experiences and our own abilities, we can't do it. So, that's where we're here.
No, we definitely can't. But these guys really can, and that's why they are this far into the ADAC SimRacing Expo professional trophy. This is the road to the ADAC SimRacing Expo, which, as I heard Dan mentioning earlier, is at the start of December in Nuremberg, and will be a great event for sure. But this professional trophy in and of itself is a great league that is leading us up to the event in Germany later on in the year. We've seen some great racing all throughout the season, and indeed tonight as well. So the sky is going to darken now. It's 7:23 p.m. in game time, which actually for many of you across Europe, it will be pretty much the correct time where you are as well. And these guys will now have to contend with the darker conditions. And that does make a difference, doesn't it?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. You know what I mean? I don't envy the guys that have got to come in later on, who are going to jump from, if they've already done a stint at the beginning, they may not have done, some drivers have, some drivers haven't, to come in all of a sudden from that light to go into dark. That's incredibly difficult. I think that's where we touched on it earlier on, where we said the guy in the middle that does the light to dark crossover has probably got it a little bit more easier than the guy who's going to jump in and it's pitch black, because I don't know if the drivers have gone out and tested in the dark. Some may have, some may not have. But to get dark driving right, and it's just incredibly difficult. You've got to look for every little detail you possibly can. Curb, a line on the track, a marker on the right-hand side of the track as you're going round. Something's got to be there for you to be able to recognise where your braking points are, because, they got lights. We can see that. That's obvious. They've got lights there. But they're not always the most powerful amounts of things when you're going sweeping through, the left-hander and down through the S's into the hairpin at the bottom. They're not the most, bright things. So you've got to try and pick your marks as best you can. And that's not always easy. So,
and actually, it shapes right from practice some of the braking markers in particular that these guys will choose, because if you know that you are racing a day race, then you can pick your braking marker with a brake board, with a mark on the wall, with something trackside. But if you know you're going to be racing at night, you need to think about something that's going to fall within the lines of your lights. But trust me, these guys are not going to have a problem. We are just talking about the struggles of your everyday sim racer as it gets dark. Your top 10, by the way, just to run through it, is McCormack is out front in the 124, then it's Fiala in the 38, then it's Blyer in the 10 and Pfeffer in the 14. All of those in Porsches. That's your top 4. Then it's Veddy, the first of the Aston Martins. That's the 72 car, is 5th. Van Druten is in the 977. That's back to a Porsche. Caracas is in the 68 Porsche. Then in 8th place is Rizer in the car number 6, also a Porsche. Then it's Statsenko in the 149, also Porsche, and Gendro in the 100 Aston Martin rounds you out. So doesn't surprise me that 8 of the top 10 are in Porsches. That is the OP car, is the general consensus around Kyalami. But interesting that the Aston Martin is coming back into favour in ACC a little bit more, as we see Statsenko there, just getting through turn 1 in the Yaz Heat RM car. But interesting that the Aston is getting a little bit more love since the last BOP update in ACC that fixed some of its rev issues. But it's definitely a Porsche favoured track, this one.
Yeah, it's just showing, isn't it? Look at the top 10. 8 of them are Porsches. Clearly, that's the car of choice. There was a little bit about that in Spa as well, where they were a bit surprised that nobody had taken the Honda for the guys that Yaz Heat had. And they were saying that the Ferrari's easiest, the Honda was, a little bit more sketchier, but if you could tame it, you could do it. And it seems to be the thing here as well. The Porsches seems to be the car of choice and the car that everybody's picked. But the Aston Martin seems to be that secondary car that people are sort of thinking, well, hold on, I might not be able to tame the Porsche as well. So is the Aston Martin the safe option, Adam? Do we know, or would you say the Porsche was the safer option?
Oh, safer is definitely the Aston. The Aston is
put you on the wall.
Yeah. The thing is, if we go back to the average sim racer conversation, then that Porsche is potentially going to bite and kill as and when it feels like it, particularly under brakes, I find. But the Aston is a much safer, sturdier car. But for these guys, they're looking for ultimate pace and will drive around any issues that the car has. So it makes absolute sense to me that the Porsche is so heavily favoured tonight. Look, with 3 hours and 30 minutes left, it's a pretty good time for us to jump and take a look at some highlights of what's happened so far. And right from the beginning, it was we had 3s and 4 wides, left, right, and centre. But turn 4 was pretty difficult for Gridfinder car. Hit once, twice, 3, 4 times, and spinning around there. So big problems for the Gridfinder car. The 71 Remvelton car was then pushed around by the Arnage Aston. You just see the back end of it there, and that's some pretty hefty damage there. Then going to see the 53 car losing control with the back end of the car. We might have just had a little nudge, but I think probably a little helping hand after it was already tank slappering its way off the track. We then see the 96 Wild Things racing car, yes, having an incident, shall we say, with 163 Ballas Esports car. So, another one that was referred to the stewards to have a look. Unicorns of Love, though, then got up into the 66 Yaz Heat car in the braking zone. And that did result in a penalty for the 14 car. Next up, the number 4 Unicorns of Love car. We're going to see that in just a moment. Made an overtake after taking another stab at the Yaz Heat car. But it didn't quite work out. And the old switcheroo was done by the 149. And then as we move a little bit later on, we see the Unicorns of Love car finally getting past the 149. There it goes into turn 1. That's the number 4 Unicorns of Love car, of course. The 149 was up against the Veloce car. Were they let through, or did they make the move? There was a flash of lights first, and of course these two teams somewhat linked. So it might have been a bit of tactical work there instead. Gridfinder were back at it, though, a little bit later on in the race and having a great scrap with the Burst Esports car and trying to fight back up after that incident early doors. And we can expect to see some more battles as they try and find their way back up the field as the race goes on. But that wasn't the end of the action, because there was plenty more to come as we started to get a little bit darker. This battle rumbled on all the way up into turn 1, and the Gridfinder car making a move into turn 1, the 8 passing the 50 there. But they remain side by side up the S's through that first sector. Move finally done. Lovely clean racing. That's the kind of stuff we all want to see. And then the 62 BMW G2 Esports car colliding with number 4 Unicorns of Love. So Unicorns of Love have had plenty of camera action tonight. That was an unfortunate incident for all concerned. Here we see the 28 past the 563. But as you can see, it is a lot darker now than the highlights we were looking at. 7:32 p.m. in-game time. Pretty dark at Kyalami. If you hadn't figured out the track by now, this is Kyalami in South Africa. Rumoured to be bringing the South African Grand Prix back to the Formula 1 calendar. I don't think that's been confirmed yet. I might be wrong. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we will see a South African Grand Prix at some point in the near future, and we'll see Formula 1 cars thumping around here. James Parfitt is with me. James, what's your opinions on Kyalami? Do you like it as a track?
I don't mind it.
That's a ringing endorsement right there. Thanks for that.
Yeah, no, it's one of them circuits that you sit back and think, I don't mind sitting there watching the action on it. Would I like it if I was in the car? I think that's the thing. I've never driven here, but I think from an action point of view, watching Adam, I think it's great. But would I have to say, I suppose it's kind of like driving Fuji International Speedway. Some of the racing can be, you know, somewhat interesting and exciting, but to drive the track, I've come off absolutely sweating because I'm having nervous anxiety about sticking it into a chicane or something. But you know, overall, I think these drivers are going to go out and smash it, and it is a nice track. You know, it did hold the Formula 1 from 1967 through to 1985, mate, and then again in 1992, 93. So, yeah, I think why not bring it back? Give it another stab. It's obviously evolved. It's obviously got better and improved as it moves on. You know, and I think we're in its current format that took place in 2015. You know, there was other formats before that ran as well. You know, they've had a good old few. They've 1, 2, 3, 4 different kind of formats before that at the circuit. But this is the permanent one since 2015. You know, why not give it a stab? It's long enough. It's 2.88 miles, you know, or 4.5k for for the Europeans. So why not give it an opportunity? Why not bring it back? It deserves it. It's clearly, you know, one of the top circuits that we go on. So I think they should. I think they should give it a good old crack and let it run.
Well, indeed, and what's a World Championship without a race in Africa as well? So it would be great to see that. But you know, in terms of a bit of sim racing, it does provide plenty of action. Although I'm pleased to see that this one is slightly calmer than the last race I commentated on around Kyalami, which was it was a Porsche Super Cup race on ACC. And the track was not just wet, but actually at one point it read flooded, which is a very rare thing in ACC, but it did read flooded. And getting Porsche Super Cups with no traction control around a flooded Kyalami was great entertainment to commentate on. Less entertainment for the drivers, I think, but there is some entertainment here for Nicholas Gross, who in the Venari car is directly behind Pitchik in the 563 Aston. So you can see making a move now down into turn 1, hard on the brakes. We're going to swing left. Does he make the apex? Yes, he does. And he makes the move as well. Beautifully done by Nicholas Gross, and a position made. That is a very dark room that he sits in, but it's helped him make the move.
Yeah, he is in there somewhere, I promise you. you know, it is quite dark. You can see the flashes of his head and his arms there, so we know Nicholas is definitely in there. But that's the thing, he made that move, he's got the job done now, he's clear, and I think he's just got to look at moving forward, hasn't he? Because Price is up the road as well, was up at 3.6 seconds. So I think Gross here from Venari has got a good opportunity to really pull that car forward, because the cars in front aren't so far away that they're untouchable, Adam. I think that's the thing.
No, I mean, he's actually got 8.9 seconds to Price to find, but even that is catchable. And obviously in a lengthy race like this, there's many pit stops to contend with. Kyalami is one of those tracks that can bite at any time. You can end up with drive-throughs for track limits. A little bit trickier here, but you can do. And of course, anything can go wrong in pit stops and driver changes and then anything like that. So yeah, you'd expect the Venari car to be pushing on hard and see whether they can make up any more spots as well.
Yeah, 3 hours 21, man. My mistake. It flickered off him as I read the timing screen, so it looked like 3.6 seconds there, but clearly not. But look, you know, they've got 3 hours 21, right? You know, that's a long old time to really catch up and try and put the pedal to the metal. And I think that's the thing for Gross as well. You know, 141.497. Price is on a 141.365, so he's about a tenth quicker at the moment. But I wouldn't put it past Gross to really kind of put the hammer down, because, you know, as I say, he's not battling now, and he's got the opportunity to start moving forward.
Certainly has, and he's already gapped Pitchick by a second, so pulling away, and will now be looking forwards rather than backwards. There's a nice big field in this one to take us through the rest of this race, and it's nice to see that the BMW, the 62 car of Price in the car at the moment is doing okay, actually. You know, it must be tricky being the only non-Aston and Porsche in the race, but obviously this is the BMW G2 Esports team, so you know, they were hardly going to drive a Porsche, were they? But it's tricky for them that they're sort of tied into a car, but they're doing well.
Yeah, I find that quite interesting, you know, the fact that they're tied into the BMW, because obviously, you know, BMW G2 Esports kind of, you know, as you say, they're not going to be jumping in a Porsche or an Aston Martin, but they must know that they can get this car to work. Right, because you're not going to take a donkey to a horse race. You know what I mean? You've got no chance of running. It's like me putting on a donkey and entering the Grand National, Adam. It's never going to happen, and I'm not going to win. So I'm not saying that the BMW's a donkey. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that before people start messaging me telling me it's not a donkey. I'm aware of that. But you know, they must know that they can get this car to work. Surely, shouldn't they?
Well, you'd certainly think so, and the BMW has been a huge ACC. The last BOP that came up. So for anyone who's new to sim racing and just sort of watching for the first time, BOP, when we refer to that, is balance of performance, and every now and again, ACC in particular will just alter car performance to try and balance things out. So if you've got one car that's being picked far too much, and you know, you end up with stuff that is just one car running at times, then they like to just balance the performance every now and again, in the same way that they do in real life racing as well. And the other thing that they look to do is to balance a car's performance to as close to the real life version as possible. And the last BOP update for ACC was a little detrimental to the BMW, but it remains an incredibly strong car and is incredibly well liked. I personally drove this more than anything for a long time, was getting on with it really well, but yeah, the last BOP hurt me, and I'm not at all bitter about that, but anyway, other people would disagree. We have got the updates on the max lap speeds, by the way, and the Team Ballas Esports A car. That's 242 kilometers an hour, as well as the Venari racing car and the Kavana gaming car as well. Arnage and Simulation just 1 kilometer further back So that's your max lap speeds provided by SGP, just to bring you up to date on that as we progress through the race. But yeah, the BMW is certainly something that you can still get some really good performance out of at any given time. You just got to really...
You alright? Okay, I think Adam's had a little bit of a tech issue there. I think we'll try and catch up with him when we can. But yeah, we were talking about the BMW, and obviously for the BMW G2 esports team here, obviously being tied into the BMW. So these guys are going to be running this. But they, as we said earlier on, they have got to really try and make it work, especially in a Porsche and Aston Martin dominated field currently as well. So they're going to give it a good old go and really put the hammer down and really grab hold of this car by the horns and try and get it moving as much as they can. So there we go. I think Adam is back in the booth with me. Adam, you back?
Yeah, it's strange. I didn't go anywhere, but yeah, must have been some kind of connection issue somewhere in the ether. That's the joy of these virtual comm boxes. But yeah, I was just commenting that the BMW is still a great car, but really need to manage the tyres on it these days.
It's like anything though, isn't it? You know, you put too much pressure on something else could cause you the problem. And tyres are huge, because obviously, you know, stating the obvious, they keep you on the track, like, so they've got to try and manage it as best as possible. And if Price feels that he can, then fair play to him, you know, and hopefully they should be all good. I'm sure they'll be fine.
Yeah, and you know, as you alluded to there, it's the only part of the car that touches the track. So it's the only part in which the grip can be manifested through. Of course, there's a lot of other parts of the car that influence the grip, you know, from suspension geometry to aerodynamics to all kinds of stuff like that. But the tyres are the bits that actually, you know, make it happen on the track. So yeah, hugely important for these guys to manage their tyres, probably more so than the Porsche and Aston Martin guys. Some of you in chat might have different opinions. Feel free to share them. Great to get the chat involved as well. We've got the dual stream going on both YouTube and Twitch right now, and there's plenty of you out there. So feel free to get involved and talk to us through the event. 3 hours 15 minutes to go, and some great action all the way through this race. But that battle for third really heating up now between Blyer and Pfeffer. I'm just seeing just a quarter of a second between the pair of them, and here it is. So they're in there somewhere, James.
I knew you were going to do that. I just had that funny feeling you were going to pass it over and expect me to spot the cars.
They're the ones with the lights on.
Yeah, Adam, I've got that one. There we go, that's better. We can see where we're at now. Tobias Pfeffer in the number 14.
Oh, that's getting tight. Well, as we head up to Sunset now, Pfeffer really had to thread the needle through that back marker, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was just about to mention there was a back marker involved in there somewhere, and it was the Aston Martin behind him currently as well. But that was great driving, to be fair, wasn't it? That could have gone horribly wrong.
It really could, and I'm sure we've all seen things like that go very wrong in the past, but they're through that now. They've got a bit of clear track ahead of them for a couple of seconds at least. So Tobias Pfeffer is the 14 car, the Unicorns of Love, and they are right up the back of Dominic Blyer in the number 10. So this is two Porsches going at it hammer and tong for third and fourth. It's still early. Oh, there's contact. I think there was contact. I'm sure there was contact the way the 10 spun around, but I think the 14, the Unicorns of Love car, then jumped on the brakes to make sure that they didn't then pass the car. So hopefully not too much damage done in that incident. But James, I'm convinced there was a little bit of contact there at the back.
Yeah, it looked like it, didn't it? And it looked like they had that contact, and then obviously Blyer in front must have felt the car going, because he almost kind of slammed on the brakes and the accelerator at the same time, as we can see now into turn one.
Pfeffer now looking to cut back up the inside on the exit of 1. Can't get that done, so now follows through the S's up the hill. He'll take the left-hander, which is deceptively faster than you think, that corner, and then head into a really quick corner, the right-hander of Sunset. And these two now really going at it. So a little bit of contact on the last lap into the hairpin. But this is a great view, a grandstand view from Andre Miklia in the 33 West competition car that is following them on the track. So a great view picked up by our producer here. This is the kind of grandstand view that you want, and you gotta love somebody who turns their phone or tablet the wrong way round, so you get them at a 90-degree angle on the camera. Good job.
Oh, he's driving on the wall, isn't he?
he's lying down, having a little sleep whilst he does it. I like it.
Why not, mate? Go for it.
But Mikleya now really just probably wanting to follow these guys as closely as possible, but certainly not wanting to get involved if there is any kind of shenanigans between them. There was that yellow sausage curb at Cheetah, and now they come into the very, very tight final corner at Kyalami, and you can see the Unicorns of Love car really, really tight in behind the 10 at the moment, getting the slipstream on the run down the long straight up towards turn 1. Will there be a dive into turn 1? Yes, there is. Is it too late? And they are side by side. I think just ever so slightly door banging through there. This is a tricky one to go side by side through, but they've done it. And Unicorns of Love in front then. So getting the move done through one of the hardest parts of the track to overtake, but it's not done. The 10 car of Dominic Blyer taps straight back in behind the 14 Unicorns of Love car. Now into Sunset. We'll try and follow them through there. Will they go for a move into this left-hander? No is the answer. And there's a much better camera angle there. But Blyer looking. Can he get back past? Can he now follow the Unicorns of Love car? Can he stick with them up through the chicane and now climbing the hill towards the first of the hairpins? Big stop, left-hander, and a final warning for the 14 for that contact with the 10, James.
Yeah, that's never good, is it, from the Unicorns of Love car, to be fair? They're on their final warning after contact with the Triton Racing of Dominic Blyer. You know, the thing with that is that they did that first little beginning of that overtake at the most hardest part of the racetrack and still managed to carry it on all the way through the sweep, you know, and that could have been very, very, very bad for all parties involved in that one. You know what I mean? That could have gone horribly wrong. So, you know, touch wood that they're glad they didn't. But what I would have done if I was Mikleya is basically just try to stay with them and let's see if we could drag them into pit in front of him. Because was it 3 seconds or 4 seconds gap, something as well that they've got. So I would have tried and see if Blyer and Pfeffer could drag me forward, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. We're just picking up on Yaroslav Honzik, who you will know as Jardier, who is now in the Veloce Esports car, chasing down Gendro in the 100, which I think the 100, so the Aston just in front here, might win the Adam vote for best livery of this round. It's tricky. There's some good ones, but that's really striking. That white and pink and black Aston. I'm down with that one.
Yeah, it's good for us because we can still see it as we go into the darkness at 10 to 8 in the evening. So that's always handy. And
yeah, and the one thing I didn't notice was that very darkly coloured car behind. But I certainly have now that it's got a bit closer, because this is actually a legit three-way battle between Gendro, Jardier and Litterscheid. So these three all running nose to tail now, pretty much a second between the three of them. So if you were Litterscheid here, would you be sitting back and waiting for something to happen ahead, or are you going on the attack of Jardier? What are you doing?
I might not go on the attack, but I think I would make it uncomfortable for Jardier. I think I wouldn't go on the attack of him, but I would stay with him enough that he's got me to think about as well as the guy in front. And maybe you might be able to force an error being that close to him. You know what I mean? Giving him that little bit of a double rethink, stick your nose out as he's just about to go into the corner because he's got the car in front and you behind to think about, and he might make a mistake. So, you know, from Littershid's kind of point of view, I wouldn't push this. But then, you know, that's just me. What about you?
Well, I suppose it depends on whether Littershide really feels that they're being held up by this, at which point you've probably got to go on the attack, or as we see Statsenko head to the pits, how close are we to the next pit window? Because Littershide could try a bit of an early stop, a bit of an undercut, get past them through the pit stops that way. Yeah, I think if I were being held up, which, let's face it, that wouldn't be the case, then I would be getting ready to send it. Because there are some places around Kyalami where you can make a move, as we've seen already tonight. But right now, we are seeing the three of them nice and close together, coming out that final corner. I can't work out which one is the quicker in a straight line at the moment. I think it's pretty equal between these two cars, the Porsche and the Aston Martin. But all of them still nose to tail as they come through turn one. Finn Littershide. Jardier's going for it. Jardier with a great move up the inside. What a pass that is. Gets past Gendro. That came from nowhere, James, and I think caught Gendro by surprise.
I don't think he was expecting it. You're not going to expect somebody to lick a stamp, stick it on the letter and throw it right the way through there, mate. I'll tell you that much, because he literally sent it from that far back. It wasn't Royal Mail, it was Air Mail. It was unbelievable. And as you say, it was just completely unexpected. Gendro's not going to expect that. You know, they're not going to expect that. And he literally did the job on them. And, well, now it's down for Littershide to decide whether or not he's going to go on the attack of Gendro in front, I suppose, because obviously we're back in that same situation of the freeway. But it's what now can happen.
Yeah, hang on. Where is Littershide now? 1.6 back. So I think there must have been an error in there somewhere that's just dropped Littershide back a touch from these two. But you'd probably have to go on the attack on Gendro now, because otherwise you run the risk of Jardier just running away up the road from you if you're Littershide. But all of that kind of scrapped by the fact that he lost a bunch of time. As we pick up now on Dominic Blyer in 4th place, battling with Pfeffer in the Unicorns of Love car still. So they swapped places just a couple of laps ago. We saw it live. But Blyer has managed to regroup and get right back behind the Unicorns of Love car. We'll be tucking in for that slipstream down the long straight here at Kyalami.
Yeah, hopefully we'll try and get close enough. I think this is replay, Huntsville replay. Oh, that was Littershide, wasn't it? That's where he lost time. He just looks like he carried so much more speed than Gendro in front, and trying to not go into the back of him, he went round to the right, which was a fair one, because, you know, we have seen drivers just kind of keep the car straight and join them in the gravel. But Littershide there did the right thing and put the car to the right-hand side. So that was nice. Unfortunately for him, it's made him drop down time. But this is Blyer and Pfeffer. They've been at this, Adam, now for a good few laps. As you say, they did swap positions. I thought maybe from Blyer's point of view, he might have struggled to hold on to Pfeffer, but it seems to be in and around there. You know, Pfeffer's on a 141.257. Blyer last time out 141.050. So, you know, it was quicker, and that's where the gaps come back down again.
And you talking about lap times means that I take a look at what the leader's doing, and they're still doing 40.4s. The lead is now 33.2 seconds. I mean, this is domination.
I know. And that's the thing. We're going to sit here and struggle for superlatives of what Courtney McCormack is doing, because we can only say they're doing amazing, because they are doing amazing. And that's the thing. When you've got a 33-second gap, you can just do so much more. It makes the race so much more easier, because you know you haven't got to over jeopardise your braking point. You know you're not in a battle here like Pfeffer and Blyer. You know you can just relax. You know you can take the back markers when you need to, and not if you have to, almost. So you haven't got to force anything at them. And I think from their point of view, from the Williams Esports guys, that's what they've got to do throughout the rest. You know, I don't think we're going to see many early pit stops. The guys touched on it earlier, that if they drag it before then, they've got to look at doing another smash and dash right before the end. So I think a lot of these drivers are going to get inside that 65-minute mark.
Indeed. Now, we saw the replay from Husingfeld earlier of what happened to Finn Litterscheid running deep at the hairpin at the top. That meant he dropped to 1.6 behind Gendro. That's already come down to just half a second. But now they've got Lucas Mattea in the Racing Point car, less than half a second behind them as well. So the three-way that involved Jardier separated and has now been turned into a different three-way. It's as we see Mattea head into the pits, and I think that was Jardier heading in as well, just in front. Yes, it is. So there are some guys taking their stops with 3 hours and 1 minute of this race left to go. But we're back with Dominic Blyer. No, we're not. We've picked up George Boothby in the 149, because look how close Boothby is to Nicholas Gross now. So this is the Yaz Heat car recovering from some tricky moments earlier on. And there we see George Boothby in his rig, cracking on, trying to chase down the Gross car in front, the one that we can definitely see with another bright bit of livery work there. But this one is a battle that's going to rumble on for a little while, or at least until the pit stops.
Well, George came out last time in Spa and said that he loves Kyalami. This is so strong. He's not going to rumble on long.
Send Boothby up the inside. Great move done. And yeah, he obviously does love Kyalami.
Yeah, he literally came out and said it. He said, I love it. He said, I love Kyalami. And I think if Yaz hadn't had that issue at the beginning with the incident, I love the way that you put it there, mind you, with the Unicorns of Love car, I think they would have been well and truly battling down the Williams Esports. The question will be, how far can they get that car up the order? They're 12th currently at the moment.
12th at the moment. I'm going to say 7th.
Okay, well, George Boothby's just put in a 140.7, which was only a 10th off the leader.
Yep. I'm still going to say 7th.
All right, but everybody else at 141, 142. You sure?
Yep, I'm going to go 7th. What about you?
I was going to go top 5. I think 5 and below is possible. Because
no, I want an exact position. Come on, I've given you an exact position.
5th.
5th.
Yeah,
there we go.
5th. Right. I reckon that's where George is going to put his car. Because he was just so confident in Spa. He literally, you know, they dominated Spa, and between them, they were just so confident about coming into Kyalami in the interview. George was just like, I love that circuit. And I think from their point of view, it's going to be difficult for the guys in front to try and stop them coming through. And I think that's the thing. I think they've got such a strong lineup. They've got such a strong driver in George currently. I don't think it's going to be very long before we really see what Boothby's going to do. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to start putting in lap times faster than the Williams Esports guys in front.
Well, Finn Litterscheid is the driver back on screen at the moment in the 28 car. He's closed that gap back up to 0.4 of a second to Gendro now. That looks like less than 0.4 for me. Is a big drift coming out of the second hairpin, so loses a bit more time there. We must be getting close to pit stops for these guys. See whether any of them dive in this time around. As we go up to Jonas van Druyten in the K. Kramer Racing Esports car. It's a very different rig, that one, and a very different seating position. Looks quite high up compared to a lot of drivers, but obviously works for him. I always find it interesting seeing other drivers' rigs. But that one looking good. It doesn't look that comfortable to me for a long race. What about you?
I'm not. Do you know what? Is he angled? Is he sort of pointing and he's not straight at the wall, is he? Or is he? I can't work out if his monitor is a little bit more to the right, or if that's just the way he sat facing, sort of. You know.
I don't know whether it might be a little bit of a an optical illusion from the curved monitor as well, maybe that he's running.
I'm glad mine's not here though, because mine is my lovely piece of homemade furniture that I made with my next door neighbour. So hey, it does the job for somebody who's barely in the car, let alone getting a big old fancy rig. I don't know. Have you got a good old nice fancy rig, Adam?
Fancy enough, but it's not made by one of the sponsors of this event, so I won't mention it.
Oh, okay. No, that's fair enough. Mine it's made fresh out of B&Q.
Oh, nice. Definitely not sponsoring this event. No, yes.
Definitely not. So, I think I'm allowed, unless I get a mad message in a minute saying, please don't mention that. But, it's just like, it's just an amazing rig. It took me all of about 4 hours to bang and screw in together and sit in it and make sure my legs were working properly. So, it was all good, mate. But I think, that rig we saw looked, as you say, completely high. You're used to seeing people almost sort of floor bound, aren't you, really? Yeah,
I'm basically on the floor, which is great until I have to get up out of it. For a gentleman of my construction, that is a challenge, and is a sight to behold, I have to say, as I try and reverse out of it. But never mind. Thankfully, I keep those moments to myself. Anyway, on that beautiful mental image for everyone, let's just have a look at what's going on up and down the field. So we've got some different pit stop strategies going on at the moment. Some guys have been in for their next round of stops already. Some obviously stretching it out. I wonder whether that might then come home to roost a little bit later on. As you say, there could be some folk who have to take a little splashy-dashy stop towards the end, either because they're running out of fuel or to avoid exceeding the stint timer. So, these guys will have to be careful of all of those kind of factors when they're planning their strategy.
They don't really... If they've sat down and they've planned what they've got to do, right, which is what we're hoping that most of them have done, as we see WPS there. Oh,
there we go! I knew it would happen. I tell you what, we now need to look to see. Number one, Litterscheid may well have some damage, as well the Porsche behind. But also, the other thing we need to look at, as you see the Williams car just leaving the pits there, the other thing we'll have to watch out for is, did Litterscheid get punted hard enough across the speed limit line to then exceed the pit limit? I have seen it happen where somebody gets a punt from behind and ends up getting a penalty because that punt has pushed them beyond the pit limit. So watch out for that one. Let's hope that doesn't happen to the 28 car. It didn't look like a massively hard hit, so hopefully they get away with it. But drama at pit entry, and I said we'd see that.
That was the GTWR car behind there that was involved with Litterscheid there. So you hope we don't see a penalty, Adam, because that would be drastically unfair.
Looks okay. The 28's moving again, and no penalty has popped up. I think we are about to see a Heusinkveld replay of it, though, as they come through Cheetah. So this is looking from the rear wing of Litterscheid, and there it goes. Yeah, it's just different approaches to that pit limiter line, but they definitely will have picked up some damage from that. Sorry, carry on.
No, you just hope that he didn't pick up a penalty, because that would have been drastically unfair, that something that was completely out of his hands. But at the same time, as we say, we kind of was hoping we wasn't going to see it, and we unfortunately did. But hey, I'm sure they'll come out the other side. I'm sure they will.
Yeah, thankfully no penalty for them. Just the punt and the likely damage that they picked up. They probably got that fixed in the stop as well, depending on how long it would have taken. But like I say, it wasn't a hugely hard hit, so they might have even carried on regardless. So the lead car now is the Unicorns of Love car of Tobias Pfeffer. There he is in his rig that looks very low down there. And Pfeffer leads in the 14 car, and that is primarily because the Williams car has switched over to Tinko van der Velde, who is back in the car straight away in third, and really only about 3 or 4 seconds off of the lead anyway, despite having taken a stop. So by the time we get round to the next pit stops, it may well be that they can take a stop and come back out still in the lead.
Well, that's just impressive on its own right, isn't it?
It's those superlatives that we're searching for once again, aren't we?
It's just their free stop. They've gone on and done the job, you know. Fair play to them. I'd like to point out as well that Mr. Boothby, Yazzie, is still flying along in 11 on a 140.5, while others in front are still in the 142s, 141. So I'm still sticking with my prediction of 5th. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I'm still sticking with 7th, and even that might be a stretch. I don't know, but we'll see. We're picking up with Grantas Caracas here in the Beaver Grease Racing car. Note that I have now learnt to say Beaver Grease Racing, and I no longer call them Badger Juice Racing. But the 68 car continuing on with their excellent support for Ukraine as well, with their lovely blue and yellow livery. And they give that speed limit line a nice wide berth. It comes up on you very, very quickly at Kyalami, and can be another factor if somebody gets it wrong. Here's Wojtek Fiala in the Kuss Team 75 Bernhard car, coming towards the end of this lap into the final corner, in fact. And Fiala doing pretty well at the moment, up there in 6th. Let's see what their lap time is across the stripe this time, and it's a 40.5. Up into 4th they go, and that's a strong lap from Fiala. So I think as these guys change tyres and get themselves starting a new stint, the pace looks pretty good. Van der Velde started off his stint with a 40.7 up in 2nd, so just bedding in. And like you said earlier, James, this is that tricky part for these guys who haven't raced in the dark yet in this race. They're now jumping into a car on a dark track and having to kind of push on but learn it all again.
Yeah, I think that's the one of the things. However, Van der Velde don't seem to be having much trouble at that. He jumps in the car and pops it on a 140.7, which is fast as of some of the guys in behind him. So, you know, yeah, I wouldn't want to be this guy. I don't know. I wouldn't want to be this guy in the car in that middle bit. I'd want to be the guy that did the night-day crossover, I think. I don't think I would feel comfortable, I suppose, from my point of view. But clearly, these drivers, as we said before, are aliens and are a lot better at this whole driving thing than we are. But I think, you know, from Dominic Blyer's point of view, he's just got to push on and try and get as much as he can. Unfortunately, though, he seems to be pushing on, and Van der Velde's closing the gap, which for Blyer has got to be somewhat a little bit maybe disheartening him, because he's kind of going as quickly as he can. Don't get me wrong, he's doing 140.7s. He's not exactly any slouch in the car, but he's just I suppose when you see the car coming behind you suddenly, it's still got to be a little bit hard because you are pushing like a trooper.
Van der Velde is down to a 140.5 now, by the way. Your man George Boothby with a 140.4 was the fastest car on track last time around. So there you go, and he's up to 10th. So we will definitely keep an eye on that one as we look now at Winston Gendro. Has seen plenty of action to his race and has Maximilian Shea directly behind in the 28. So it seems that whenever Gendro might just have a bit of breathing space, somebody else descends on his rear bumper and they go again. But of course the 28 car was driven by Littershide just before the tricky pit stop that they had. As we now pick up on Dornaden in the Door Esports black car, the 111, directly behind McGregor in the 42. It's another nice close battle on track. Plenty for us to watch up and down through the field. Van der Velde that time does a 40.400. Boothby now with a 40.6. So very similar pace. So I think you're right. They would have been there or thereabouts at the front had everything gone smoothly at the start.
Choice of words. If it had gone somewhat smoothly. Yeah, you're right, mate. I think, to be honest, that they would have been up and about, and literally we probably would have seen that battle rumble on all the way through. However, Dornaden here from the Door Esports team is given McGregor in the number 42 car there all heaps of trouble. And
Flashy.
I don't...
No.
Don't go there. Flashing, I don't know. What do you think?
I don't get it. I don't like it. If we bring it into real world motorsport, I'm a huge fan of Tom Ingram in BTCC, and congrats, Tom, on your maiden title. But one of the things that does frustrate me about Tingram is that he likes to flash the lights when he's in a close battle, and I don't like it. I get really annoyed when somebody does it behind me. Thankfully, most of the leagues that I race in have pretty clear rules on it, and will penalise excessive flashing, which is always a nice rule to read about. But these two going at it pretty hard, and Dornaden obviously thinking that maybe a flash of the lights might just put McGregor in the Brabham Esports car off a little bit, and I guess that's the aim of it.
Yeah, I'm in with you. You know, if you can't pass him in track and you ain't quicker, you know, is that really his fault? You know, you don't need to try and put him off. I'm in the same boat. I don't like it, and I'm glad to see that some of the leagues that I do, they have turned it into a negative and said, you know, continuous flashing, you're going to get a penalty, mate, because you've got to pass him on track. You can't be flashing your lights. And I think I touched on it at Spa with Terry as well, where we said that obviously Terry was like, well, you know, I know he's there. I can see he's there.
Yeah.
And if you're going to flash me, I'm not going to make it easy for you. But if you don't flash me and I know you're quicker, I'd probably move out your way. But because you want to flash me, you can sit behind me and go slower now. And I think that's where I'm at as well with it, to be honest.
And even the leagues that I'm most involved in, they will allow one flash when you are lapping a car to tell them that you are making a move. Not to flash from a mile behind to say, "Cooey, I'm coming through," but actually to say, "Right, here we go. Here's the move. Flash, I'm coming through." It's a sort of good indicator. Our producer is saying, "I don't mind it, to be honest. It's mind games, in my opinion." Well, there you go. Sir Alex Ferguson, obviously on production values tonight. Talking of production values, let's make him work for his dinner tonight, and let's head off to a quick set of messages, and we'll be back the other side of these.
Aktuelles Los hier 31,7.
Back to Kyalami then. 2 hours and 41 minutes of action left. Thank you, of course, to all of the supporters of this broadcast, and in fact this league that leads up to the ADAC SimRacing Expo in December in Germany. My name's Adam D, bringing you the rest of this race, which is round 4 at Kyalami, and with me is, of course, James Parfitt.
Good evening. Wonderful to be here.
Isn't it just? Yeah. What a thing to do on a Saturday evening. I have to say, it's. Can I be entirely honest with you, James?
Go on.
I'd forgotten.
What you've forgotten that we were on a date for 4 hours?
Yeah.
Well, that's just rude, isn't it? Clearly, I'm an afterthought, Adam. I'm not. I think you need to have words there, son.
Yeah. Sort of around lunchtime today, I was flicking through and I went, oh, hang on a minute, that's today. And it went from a moment of, oh no, to oh, good, I get to talk about this stuff again, because I've really enjoyed being part of the commentary team for this series, because not only has it produced some great racing, but also it's amazing to watch these guys absolutely going at it, because these are some of the best in sim racing. And Tinko van der Velde is do you know what, he's not far off breaking into the 139s. He did a 140.1 last time around, absolutely flying out front. That 124 Williams car is now, wait for it, 44.4 seconds clear of the entire field.
That's somewhat impressive, but you know what I mean. But I'd like to point out the car in 9th place, 2 places behind your prediction, 2 hours 40 on the clock, and it's running around on 140.277. So no stuff.
I think I know I might be wrong here, but I think completely outside of pit sequence as well, because they took maybe stops at different times. So have they still got another stop to take compared to those around them, or am I clutching at straws here? I don't know.
Well, I think you're clutching at straws, to be fair. Yeah, they're probably out of sync a little bit. They had the damage early on that they had to go and get repaired, and I think they are possibly somewhere out of where they want to be, but these guys know where they're going to be within that last hour, and I think that's going to be the important thing, is the last hour of where your pit stop's going to be, and if they can maintain it round about the same time as everybody else, I think they'll be in good stead towards the end. But yeah, I think, to be fair, they are probably out of sync somewhere.
Well, only time will tell, and in about 2.5 hours' time, you will be able to tell who is better on the prediction cycle, me or James. Not that it's a competition, but it's a competition. Max lap speeds back up. Team Ballas Esports A still at the top with 242. Venari second with 242. Cavana also with 242, and WPS now with 242 as well. and Kavana making the top 5 twice, because they're there with 241 as well. So interesting to see so many equal speeds across different cars as well. So thank you to SGP for those stats, bringing us nice and up to date. So we're now looking at the 28 of Maximilian Shea, who is still trying to chase down the 100 Aston Martin of Gendro, who is not directly in front right now. There is a back marker in between the pair of them, which is that Porsche that you can see between the two cars on track, as Shea comes up through the left-hander and now takes the infield straight towards Sunset. A really, really tricky corner, this one, to get right. As I said earlier, it's one of those corners that you've got to push so hard through, and it's really easy to get wrong. Oh, Gendro slowing up there. What on earth happened there? Gendro suddenly slowed up, and now Shea to the outside as they head down into the chicane. And I don't know who that is directly behind them. It's not a car that's in battle. So that one backs. Oh, there is contact. There is contact between the Arnage car and the 28 of Shea as well. So I still don't understand why Gendro slowed up earlier on in the lap and the 28 got alongside, but then it all went wrong up the hill.
Yeah, that was really bizarre. Such a bizarre incident to have as well, because they would have known each other was there, right? So how did that kind of happen? It'd be good to see if we can get a replay of it. I don't know if we can get a chopper replay, because I'm not quite sure if we're actually going to be able to see anything, but that was really quite a bizarre incident. And that 28 is not...
Here it comes, look, here it comes. And it's on chopper as well. You ask and you shall receive, with thanks to Hoostenfeld. So, yeah, so the slow car on the inside, I wonder if he's let the Porsche through, and then these two have got side by side. So I can only assume that the Porsche that was coming through was actually a lap up on them, and then it's just the slightest of touches from the rear, from the 28, different speeds that they climbed the hill at, and that's what happened. So I wonder if the Porsche that was coming through was a lap up on them, so Gendro let them go, and then in doing so dragged the 28 car alongside of them. That's the only thing I can assume there, James.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm just starting to wonder where that was going into turn 1, yeah?
No.
Was it not?
No, it's climbing up the hill towards the first of the hairpins after the downhill chicane.
Yeah. I'm trying to work out that there's no reason for that. There shouldn't be a reason unless, as you say, he was quicker. Because technically there shouldn't have been a reason why he needed to slow down, right? Or am I...
Yeah, I can only assume, like I say, that... and we've fixed the max lap speeds there, look, by the way. It was another Team Ballast car, but it was Team Ballast B rather than A that drops in there. So there we go. That's all nice and fixed. Good job, guys. I think the Porsche that was between the two cars was actually lapping them. So at that point, the 100 of Gendro hangs back to let the car through that is putting a lap on him. But that then drops him side by side with the 28 that he's battling with. That's the only thing I can figure out between the two. We couldn't quite see who the Porsche was, but I've got a feeling, actually, looking at the colours, it might have been one of the Unicorns of Love Porsches. So either the 14 or, just the 14, actually, isn't it? Because the other team are not in the Porsche. So I think it might have been the 14 of Kisser that was getting through. But either way, what happened, and we'll wait and see if there's any further action that comes from it. I have a sneaky suspicion that there is, but we'll wait for confirmation from race control on that one. But it has done a lot of harm to 28's race because they seem to come off the worst in terms of damage. They're now down to 20 seconds, so James, a tiny little thing, a tiny little touch climbing the hill can be disastrous for a couple of cars there.
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, if they'd got away with just maybe rubbing doors or, you know, a bit of nose-to-tail bump drafting, they might have been all right. But that wasn't bump drafting and that wasn't just rubbing doors. So the outcome is kind of what was expected. And unfortunately, the time lost is, you know, a byproduct of what the contact was.
Yeah, the contact was small, but it was where it was, and the fact that at that point on the track, the cars are not going in a completely straight line. So therefore, the contact is always going to turn the car a little, and that's exactly what happened. So a bit of drama there, as we see some more light flashing. Look, we both love it. But this might be to do with a blue flag moment, which I don't have as much problem with a blue flag flashy.
No, I think I still think once is fine. You know what I mean? Once is fine here from the virtual drivers. I get that. Once is fine, just to say, hey bud, I'm here, let me through. You know, done and dusted. I'm coming through, sorted. The 20 times a lap, if not more, that drives me crazy, and yourself as well. So, look, he's got a job done. He needed to get through, so they've got it done, and now we can move on. And we might just see flashing on the blue flags rather than putting off. But then again, I suppose I'm hopefully being optimistic, and that's what's going to happen.
Question for you: what's happened to Boothby's pace? 140.9 last time around. Was our leader doing 140.1? What's happened to you, man?
Well, I'd like to point out that you might say that, right? But he's still quicker than second, third, fifth, sixth, and seventh. So he's still going quicker than the guys in front, even though he's just had a bad one, as George. You know, he's probably taken it.
Yeah, apparently he invalidated the lap, so he probably went off somewhere, you know, because yeah. But what we have just seen, by the way, is Andre Miklia getting past Crossland in the 62 BMW. So Miklia making up a position. Nice move, as it was, down into the second of the hairpins. Nicely done for the very darkly coloured Aston Martin there. That Aston is still a pretty car, isn't it?
Oh, it's a beast, isn't it? You know, it even looks gorgeous in the dark. And well, I don't even look gorgeous in the dark, to be honest. But that car,
I don't look gorgeous in pitch black darkness.
No, mate. You know, and I think that's the thing. Look at it. It's just, I don't know.
All right, okay.
You just want to get hold of it and give it a big cuddle.
Oh, Jesus, I wondered what on earth you were going to say then.
No,
I'm glad it... Yeah.
You know, don't get me wrong, you know, we're still professional up here in the booth, despite what we come and say. But I don't know, it's just got everything in the right place, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's sleek, it's...
You're not making this much better.
No. I'm waiting for you to cut in, Adam, and you've not cut in once. I've got the shovel and I'm just thinking to myself,
Yeah, you keep doing that, and I'm not going to chuck a ladder down there anytime soon because it's far too amusing. Boothby, by the way, is now just 0.6 behind Favre in the sixth car. So Boothby actually looking to get up into 8th before too long. Here it is. So Boothby in the Yaz Heat car. So I wonder who he is going to hand over to next. But that 149 pushing on. And your man back on the pace last time around with a 140.4. Just a 10th off the leader's pace.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters, to be honest, who he hands over to. Because Malinowski's been in, Statsenko's been in, so I'm expecting Malinowski to get in the car. And it's still not like you're putting Nikita Mazepin in the car, are you? You know what I mean? You're putting somebody who's an absolutely top-class quality driver.
Russian Secret Service currently looking for your address, James.
I'll tell you what, mate, I live out in the middle of nowhere. They want to try and come and find me. Go for your life, mate. I don't even know where I live.
So yeah, Boothby has closed that gap down to just 0.3 of a second now. GCHQ now monitoring this stream as well. Boothby is very keen to make a move on Fovra as they come down through the downhill chicane part of the track, somewhere that you can carry a lot more speed through the exit than you expect. But up into the first of the two hairpins to the left-hander. Now they take the left-hander down the hill, and there's a couple of different lines there, as you just saw from these two. Back with Boothby on screen. They go through the flat left before taking the second hairpin, this time round to the right. Run out nice and wide, just clip a little bit of gravel. Don't cut too tight through Cheetah, because that's where the sausage curb is. Down into the final corner. Often slower than you think, this one, but on the power, nice and early. Run out a little wide. Use as much of the track as you can and a little bit more. And across the strike once again for another lap. A 140.9 from Boothby, a 41.0 from Fovra in front. Boothby just letting Fovra know that he's right there. Takes the apex at T1 very nicely. Tricky little uphill right-hander, left-hander, sausage curb kind of situation here. Very tricky left-hander out onto the infield straight before we go to Sunset. And let's just hear how Boothby takes Sunset. A blend, a blip, no gear change, and then back on the power for Boothby in that Yaz Heat car. Left now, and then this is that downhill chicane. Do not clip the front edge of that curb, as I said earlier. It will kill you, whatever car you're in, but especially this one. And now we climb back up the hill to where we started this onboard lap a moment ago with the first of the hairpins.
Look at Boothby. He is all over him here. He's even got time to scratch his head in the middle of this. And he's absolutely flying. I think it's not a matter of if he's going to get past, it's a matter of when he's going to get past. I think he is literally all over the back here. We can see him on cam now as well. He even looks cool, calm and collected. And I think he's just going to make this very light work. I'm surprised he didn't do it on that lap. But he didn't quite get the run out of one, where he has got the run out of one here, Adam.
He certainly has, and trying to catch Fovra by surprise, because look, the name on the front just says "Boo." So trying to shock him into a mistake as they come up to turn one. But you're right, Boothby very, very calm in the wheel. Yeah, I noticed the little scratch of the head as well, but only because I'm jealous that he's got hair, and I haven't had hair for a long time, but that's a different subject. But Boothby has just lost a tenth or two through the first sector of the lap, but very, very difficult to follow another car closely through there. Van der Velde leads then, 127 laps down. Fiala second, Kisser third, then it's Charkot, Bischoff, Chasse in sixth, then it's Pavlaitis in seventh, Fovra eighth, Boothby 9th, and Castorino is 10th. Then we've got Gendro, Miklea, Crossland, Koroshavin, Gautier, Sievert, McGregor, Latz, Brett, Vigboldus, Dornaden, Shea, and Frank rounds up your top 23. I'm just going to jump to my other screen after that to bring you its Bolvinkel, Siopsis, Gagliardi, Gorup, Murphy, Gross, Race, Colagrosso, Pfeffer, Kozlinski, Twomi, Ibrahimi, Burke, and Lukasek is your 37 that we have here as we pick up on Luca Gagliani in the Absolute Motorsport car. Back with George Boothby then, James.
Yeah, he's kind of as you were, which is a little bit of a shame, because I thought he might have got him by now, but clearly, you know, George knows what he's doing. He's got this car going at an absolute speed. I will say though, since he has got behind here, his times are above the 140.5s, while almost still quicker than the guys in front. He's not quite as quick as Van der Velde up front. So from Boothby's point of view, he needs to clear Favre as soon as possible. As soon as possible here. Especially to try and move that car forward, because I think they've got potential for top 5, definitely, and I think they need to get that car going.
Certainly do. I mean, I think they've got great potential for top 7. You're absolutely right. But you are right in the sense that he needs to clear Favre as quickly as possible. It gets trickier when you've got identical machinery, because there's not necessarily different parts of the track where one car is going to be better than the other, because they're both the same. So unless there's a significant setup change or a significant driving style change to a different part of the circuit, as I say, that Favre runs a little bit wide. Chassé picks up a drive-through look. The 72. We'll get more information on that and a couple of other penalties that have popped up very, very soon. But let's carry on with this Boothby battle. Just 3/10 the gap now then as they come out of the final corner. They're going to head across the stripe once again. As they do, Boothby does a 41.1 that time around. So certainly getting held up. And here we go. So the 28 gets plus 15 seconds for contact with the 100. We saw that one going on up the hill earlier on. We'll get some more information on the other penalties. Here we go. Number 7, 15 seconds for contact with the 111. So that's Latz getting the penalty for contact with Dornadon. And then the drive-through for Chassé, I'm sure we'll get clarified before too long. But right now, Boothby providing us with all of the entertainment and a little bit more.
Yeah, he's got to be making this soon. He's really not doing himself currently any favours. 141.9.197. That's almost a second. Well, no, it was below a second of what Van der Velde done last time, because Van der Velde was on a 140.77. But that's still not as quick as Boothby can go. He needs to get past this car. He needs to find a way through. Whether or not he sends it, whether or not he does something, but he needs to be clear in this car. He's losing time, and I think he's got to find where he's quicker and really optimise that part of the track to try and make the move, because he's not making it at the moment. And I think from Boothby's point of view, he's got to be sitting there now getting frustrated, because he's been behind Favre long enough he's got to make it. He's got to make it.
He certainly has. And is that the Williams car up behind them, putting a lap on them right now? I think it might be. Yes, it is. That's Van der Velde getting past then and putting a lap on them. So that'll hurt for Boothby, having to get out of the way of the leader.
Yeah, but to be honest, I don't think there's much they could have done. You know, we know they're out of position, right? And I think that's a given. They are out of where we would expect them to be, and where they're probably expecting themselves to be honest. And that was due to contact earlier on. So from their point of view, they can't sit back and think, oh my God, I've just been lapped. Stay with him. Stay with Van der Velde. Let him take you forward, because you've got the guy you're trying to pass in front of Van der Velde. So at one point or another, he's got to be looking at getting away. Stay as close as you can, and when that door opens and he lets him through, try and follow him. Yeah,
absolutely. Just before that happens, I've got some terrible news to bring you, and that is that Adam was wrong about something. And that doesn't happen very often. So just hang on for a moment as you all cope with this news. But I said earlier on that track limits were pretty difficult to get. Oh look, there's Boothby up the inside, then into the right-hander. What an opportunist move. James, you called it. You were absolutely right. But that was incredibly opportunist.
Yeah, he had to take that opportunity. As soon as Favre got off that inside line for that corner to allow the Van der Velde through, he had to take it. There wasn't a question of, I'm going to sit and watch it. He needed to, and he had to, and Boothby did. And I'm now expecting Boothby, in all honesty, and I'm very, optimistic here, that Boothby's going to stay with Van der Velde. Van der Velde's going to pull Boothby forward, and he'll open up that gap to literally, I reckon it's going to be at least a second to the car behind before we even get across the end of this lap.
Right, okay, this is the latest one.
I sound like a right proper fanboy, don't I? But I I love the Yaz Heat guys and what they did and what they're doing, and I think it's incredible.
I was going to say, welcome to commentary of round 4 of the event here. My name's Adam D, and joining me tonight is the number 1 member of the George Boothby fan club, Mr. James Parfitt. Anyway, I was in the middle of telling you why I was wrong about something. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I did. Go on, it don't happen very often. So
it does not, although the missus might disagree. But I said right at the beginning of our session that it's pretty difficult to exceed track limits and get a drive through here. Well, I was wrong, because that's what happened with the 72 car of Chassé. So Chassé picked up the drive through for track limits. Do you want to know something worse than me getting something wrong, though?
Me getting something right? I don't know.
Chassé served the drive-through and sped in the pits, and then had to go back in for a 30-second stop-and-go penalty just the next lap. So things have gone from bad to worse for the 72 car, but they've served that. They're back out and running, and I think they're in 10th. We'll wait for the timing tower to update further around the lap, but I think they've come back out in 10th. We've got a stopped car there. That's the 50 of race in the Burst Esports, and it's an RTG. They've returned to garage.
Sorry, I got a little bit excited there. Boothby got very close to Van der Velde at that point. Not just the car that was on the outside. And the gap, I might add, was 1.7 to the car behind. So he not only gapped him, he gapped him by 1.7, which means that for the second time this evening, I'm doing quite well. I'm right. Adam.
I'm not sure I can cope with another 2 hours and 15 minutes of me being wrong and you being right about stuff.
Well, he's in your place already, mate, and I'm not going to lie, he's quicker than the car in front as well by about 3/10 a lap, if not more, because Boothby's now behind Van der Velde, and in front of him is the car number 68.
Pavlitis, yeah. So 12.5 seconds is the gap between Pavlitis and Boothby. 12.5 seconds. So what kind of lap time difference have they got? About 0.3 of a second. So 0.3 of a second. How long is it going to take for him to close down a 12.5 second gap, do we think?
Basically about 36 laps.
About 36 laps.
So during that period of time, there's going to be a pit stop as well, mind you.
There is, yeah. So he's still confident about 5th?
Hey, he's in 7th now, mate, and I've got 2 hours 40 left on the clock. I'm buzzing here.
What happens if he finishes 6th? Which one of it? Oh, hang on. More important things going on right now than which one of us is right and which one of us is wrong. This is going to be what happened to the 50 of Rice. And he just pulls off.
Disconnect.
There was a return to garage in there as well. Don't know. I don't know if they've got up and going again. But whatever it was, that's not great. For those guys, yeah. So, what happens if Boothby and team, as Rice does get going again? What happens if they finish 6th? Which one of us is correct then?
Well, we sit back, shake each other's hands, and say we were both right. Because I can't have you going off here disheartened the fact that numbers not right. So I think if
trust me, I'm used to climbing out of the sim rig feeling disheartened.
So I think we both got to sit back and go, you were right. We were right. We as a collective were correct.
Okay, I'll take that.
Yeah, why not?
Because I've got a funny feeling he might end up 6th,
You reckon?
Well, he's got 12.5 seconds to 6th. Or he did have. We'll see where it is in just a moment. Oh, it's 11.5 now. But then Pavlitis has then got another 12.5 seconds to Bischoff in 5th. So, yeah, when you start talking about a 25-second swing in the next 2 hours 12, well, I don't know, that might be pushing it a bit. So, yeah, I reckon he might end up 6th, but we'll see. we'll see what happens. We've just picked up on Matthew Gauthier in the 96 Wild Things Racing car. Swinging through Sunset. That's about halfway through the lap. Just half a second off of the back of Coroshavin in the 563. The sorry, there are 2 BMWs in this race. Am I right?
Really?
No, I've read that wrong. 563 is an Aston Martin. Jesus, save me, James. I've been wrong twice in 5 minutes. It's not going well. Help!
No. Let's have public apology number 2 from Adam D in the booth. Apologies there. He saw a circle with blue and white bits in instead of an Aston Martin logo. Adam, any ideas?
I left my glasses in the car. That probably doesn't help.
No. And knowing that when I do that, mate, I literally cannot see a beam. So, I feel for you about now. But no, Crossland is the only BM. That's it.
Yes.
So, apologies there again.
Thank you for apologising on my behalf. It's
well, I didn't want you to get disheartened, mate. One apology is bad enough, but when you got to do it 2 in about half an hour, it's painful, isn't it? You know what I mean? I don't want you going off and leaving the room on me, because otherwise I'll be sat here and they don't want to listen to just me for 2 hours and 11 minutes. Trust me. So, I need you here.
James is solidly protecting my mental health as well as our driving. You should come do some stuff with RacingStronger.com. That's what you should do.
Mate, I like mental health's important. You know what I mean? And I think at the end of the day, we're all. Do you know what? I'm fine with that, and I'm only going to touch on it briefly because the race is going ahead, right? At one point or another in our life, everyone needs 2 things. We need an ear to talk to and somebody to come and give me a big old cuddle. And that's what I need. And that's what we all need at some point. Somebody to talk to and somebody to give me a cuddle. And that's it. And I think we need to do more of it.
Yeah, we do. And 10 gets very close to the back of
Unicorns of Love, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the 14 Unicorns of Love car, isn't it? No, it's not. No, that's a back mark. Anyway, don't make me apologise again, please.
No, that's
please.
the 7, isn't it? The 7 of
No, it's the 87.
87.
The 87. Yeah.
Oh, right, damn it.
Jesus,
we're all right. Nobody heard it. Skip over. Move on. Quick, carry on.
Yeah, no, I also think that we are all incredibly lucky to have found such a great hobby like sim racing, because it is a great healthy escape for people, and to keep your mental health in good shape. So go us sim racers. We're lucky to have this as part of our life as we pick up on Andre McLear in the 33 West car, now right on the back of Gendro. Like we said earlier, Gendro just seems to have had a rear view mirror full of headlights throughout this race.
Yeah, that's got to be disheartening, because he's not even had a minute to breathe, has he?
No.
Gendro's been one battle, then he goes into another one, then he goes into another one, then he goes, and he's must sit there thinking, again? Come on.
Big send up into the first of the hairpins. He's going to get switched back though. Gendro back up the inside as they now swing left down the hill. The next corner will be the flat out left-hander. Surely they're not going to go side by side through here. Not quite side by side. The 33 now switches back to the other side as Gendro defends into the right-hander. It will now go to the right-hander at Cheetah. Please don't go side by side through there, and they don't. 33 of Mickley just tucks back in, but now goes for the send into the final corner. Lovely switchback move there, and forces the 100 out wide. And that is move done. I think that is a blue flagger in and amongst all of this action as well, but Gendro will be tucking into the slipstream, looking for a dive into turn 1, but not quite close enough, and gets forced to the outside anyway, and now lets the other car through as well that was part of that. But some lovely racing by those two.
Yeah, I think that was the 111 of Dornington in that mix there. And if we've come off Van der Velde again. So that's Bishop from Kramer Racing here. He's from the 977. They're just flying along quite nicely, really, aren't they? Not really under much pressure. I like.
And that's why they're not going to lose 5th place.
Well, I think you're being very optimistic, young sir. You got your head on a chopping block. I'll tell you that much. Because
Wow. He didn't want me to be disheartened, but now he's told me my head's on a chopping block.
No, you got 2 hours 7 on the clock, right? You got 2 pit stops in the middle of this, mate. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'll tell you what, mate. When I see you, I'll give you a big old cuddle. How about that? We'll talk about it together.
Oh dear, very good. Now I'm just going to write on. I've got a little whiteboard next to me, which I normally use for writing down my tyre pressures, because I've got this habit of not pressing save on my tyre pressures. So I write them down, because apparently I can remember to write them down. I can't remember to press save. But I'm just going to write on here. James says 5th. Adam says 7th. If anyone in chat would like to throw their prediction our way as well, then I'll scribble a couple of those up on my board as well. Just dumping into chat. Let's not dump into chat. Let's jump into chat instead, because Elvinco, that's a very different prospect. Elvinco says, which teams are the top 5 right now? James?
Sorry, I was reading the chat in there. Williams Esports are currently out in front, leading by 52.2 seconds at the moment, and absolutely flying. Behind that is the Kiss Team 75. They are in 2nd at the moment, and then we've got the number 14 of Unicorns of Love at the hands of Kisser, currently in 3rd place. And then we got the number 10 of Triton Racing in 4th. And then we got the 977 of Bischoff is currently in 5th place.
So Elvinco, let me just let you into a little bit behind the scenes there, Elvinco. We don't have anything. I mean, I've got 4 screens on the go here, and I don't have anything that actually just very easily tells me which team is in which position. I can tell you the drivers and the car numbers, but I then need a piece of paper that has got the team names on it as well, and then I've got to match those 2 things up. So when you asked that question, I thought, I know what I'm going to do. James?
Yeah, but it's
but I tell you what, Elvinco, didn't he do well?
Hey, if you could see me, mate, right, I have got 4 screens.
Oh, no! Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on. Sorry to cut across you, but what kind of carnage was that we just witnessed? So Gautier was involved. There's 2 other cars involved down into the final corner. And we've still got cars battling as they come across the strikes. It's Gautier and Koroshavin side by side. Bit more contact down into turn 1. And a move made then into turn 1. But there were 3 cars hitting each other and spinning round into the final corner. I'm sure we'll get plenty of replay of that, but that was, forget Arnage, that was carnage.
Oh, noise. Like that one.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if they're all on the lead lap in that group. I've got to be honest, I've got a funny feeling there's somebody out of sync here.
Talk us through what you can see then, James, because I think this is the replay from Heusinkveld.
Yeah, I think so as well. That's the Aston Martin, isn't it? Coming down the hill on the right-hand side there. And where does it start? It's got to be starting soon, right? We'll go back a little bit further. He's off track. He's off track.
Oh, wow.
Oh. That was a Porsche there as well. I need to see who that Porsche is still in the corner. He's the one who started it off. And then they just started going at it ever and time. Who was supposed to put it on the wall? I couldn't see the number. It was a flash by so quick.
I don't know, but you had the 2 battling cars go either side of that car, and then a pincer movement sandwiched in, it all kicked off at that point. So look, this track is it's Boothby Pits. Look, that's not good, is it? You know,
well, he's out of sync. We know that.
Yeah, that's right. You know, it was a.
I'd like to point out though, right, before you count your chickens, right, he's still within that hour. Look at the time. 202. You're not getting away with this, apart from the fact that you're trying to tell me that Boothby's not going to get any further up. Don't count your chickens till they hatch, mate. He's taking an early stop. There's always a plan with the guys at Yazzie. There's always a plan with George Boothby. And I know full well that's planned. That isn't sudden. Yeah.
Do you know what?
Hold on, is this the replay again? This is number 17, isn't it?
Yes. So they hit the cheetah sausage, but then slow, then had
Yeah.
So it's the Aston, the blue Aston, swung across the front end of the Porsche that I think caused that in my mind from just what I've seen there. Obviously the stewards will have a look at it in a lot more detail and see multiple replays, multiple angles to make any decisions on that. But it looked to me like the blue Aston swung back across the front of that slow moving Porsche, and then that triggered the carnage, as we mentioned. James, what I was about to say was I'm just imagining in front of you you have a pencil case. And on that pencil case, you've taken a biro and you've written JP loves, and you've spelt that LUVS because that's what we did at school. JP loves GB for George Boothby. Am I right?
Right, hold on a minute. Let me just clarify something. Where are you?
Where am I?
Yeah, my curtains are drawn and everything, and my doors are locked. You know what I mean? So whereabouts are you? Because I am sitting here, right? And I'm not. Now, the only part of your analogy that was wrong is the JP loves GB bit. But I am actually sat here with a pencil, a pen, a pad, and loads of paper taking notes as I'm going around here. That's how I know that number 17 car was the Geeks Energy Sim Racing there, driven by Wig Boulders, because that's the one who stacked it. So yeah, apart from the school JP loves GB, the rest of it you're pretty much right, to be honest. So yeah, where are you? I'm looking behind me now. I'm expecting you to come round the corner. Hello, mate.
Trust me, there's no hiding me anywhere. Just jumping into chat this time on YouTube. Gabriele Cripezzi, which is a lovely name, says hi James and Adam, watching from Italy. I guessed so with a name like that. I do love an Italian name, sounds so good. And cheering on Pertio Castorino and Mattea, saying go boys. So yeah, welcome along Gabriele, that's nice to have you with us. Now is Boothby still a driver change? Is Boothby still in the car, or has there been a driver change there?
No, I believe he's still in the car currently at the moment. So Boothby is still in the car at the moment in 8th.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
Well, that's you happy for the next stint then?
Mate, I'm happy when that car is sitting in 5th place. You know what I mean?
Dennis Lind is with us as well. Hashtag G2 Army, and then all the exclamation marks right there. It was a case of how many exclamation marks shall I put? Yes. Good stuff. So yes, these guys are into their last 2 hours of action. You've got around 2 hours of myself and James left as well. Sorry about that bit, but at least the action on track will be good. Van der Velde continues to lead in the 124 Williams Chill Blast Esports car. Fiala is second, then it's Kisser, Charkar, Bischoff, Pavlaitis, Fulvert, Boothby, Castorino, and Chassé. That's your top 10. That's the 124, the 38, 14, the 10, the 977, the 68, the 6, the 149, the 85, and the 72. And the top 8 now are all in Porsches. And then 9th, 10th and 11th are in Astons. But congratulations to Crossland, still winning the BMW race.
Yeah. Do you know, I was sat thinking about this, and I've got to be careful which way my words go, right? Because do you think that...
producer, get ready with the mute button.
Yeah, just cut me off when you need to. You know, it's got to be tough for Charlie Crossland, right? And the guys at the BMW G2, because obviously, you know, team name suggests that that's the car they're going to be in, right? And it's fairly obvious that that's the way it's going to work. But do you think sometimes, though, when they look at the sheet and they're seeing Porsches and Aston Martin, that they're sitting back thinking, we might be in the wrong car here. You know what I mean? Because obviously it's tough, isn't it? They're tied to one car. They're tied to the BMW. They've got to try and make that car work. Now we're, Crossland and that obviously knows what that car can do, and they know how to go about dealing with it. But do you think there's a little bit of a when you look at a sheet and it's Porsches and Aston Martin?
I think they're also thinking, oh, we've got a contract with BMW and maybe like,
yeah,
oh well.
I get that as well. See, the thing is, right? You said what I didn't want to say, because I thought, well, now, guys, what you can do as well is direct all DMs to Adam D. He'll answer all complaints there as well, any BMW drivers as well. But going over to YouTube as well, mind you, Adam, there's another little message in there from Gabriele. He says, with a name like that, LOL, which is what you said when you said, oh yeah, with a name like that, I guess you were from Italy.
I did, yeah. Yeah, why? Gabriele Cripezzi.
Yeah.
Well, or maybe it's just the way I said it that made it sound Italian. Well, actually, it didn't make it sound Italian, did it? It made it sound like a British guy butchering the pronunciation of a non-British name, as per usual, because we can't do languages, because, we can barely speak England, most of us.
And English is so complicated at the best of times, mate. You know what I mean? Trying to do another accent from somewhere that has nothing to do with us is complicated. But look, Adam, we've got Shay and McGregor here coming to almost on that run down as well, currently going through Balkan down into Sunset. Shay's going to be looking to try to get around the outside. Is he going to make it work? Not this time around, but he's chasing that Porsche down, Adam.
It certainly is. There's hardly a gap between them, barely a cigarette paper between them, and that's one of those references that only really works for older people, I suppose. But Shay making a move up into the left-hander, gets it done. Lovely and clean move. And I've realised tonight that I am getting old, because I also used the Judith Chalmers reference earlier, that probably 90% of the viewers would not understand.
No.
That doesn't include you. You're old enough. Come on.
Hey, don't put me into the category of old.
I didn't say old. I said old enough.
I am old.
The 563, by the way, has picked up a 15-second penalty for contact with the 17. I think we're probably about to see another message pop up on the old penalty system as well. Now I've said that, it's probably not going to happen, so I'm now filling as much as I can in case it is about to happen, but it's not. So James, over to you.
No, I'm good, mate. You carry on. What did you say to me earlier on? I'm not going to give you a ladder. Why? I was thinking myself, oh. So you carry on, Adam.
Thankfully, our producers just whispered in our ear, not sweet nothings, but on this occasion, it's to let us know that we're not going to clarify the penalty because there is a protest at the moment. So we don't confirm anything until things are confirmed, I suppose. By the way, Gabriele has said it's okay. It's hard even for Italians to pronounce it. Thank you, Gabriele.
He's throwing you a life ring now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Hey, I would have just said, Gabriele, like, hey, dude, apology. That would have been about the third one that Adam's had to do during our brief stint together.
Yeah, and that's only because I avoided several others.
Yeah, maybe you did, but look, I won't hold it against you, mate. You're doing a stellar job. I need some company in the booth. We've got 153, and after all, who else am I going to show the cake? They're rubbing it in when Booth B puts the car in 5th place.
Well, yeah, talking of booths, Boothby was next out of your mouth, and a gap down to Caracas is now 1.8, so closing that gap. We are looking at Grantas Caracas here. I think I'm right in saying Caracas and the Beaver Grease team are still leading the qualifier battle in this particular race. Can you confirm or deny?
I believe I can confirm that they are. They were earlier on, and I believe they still are as well, because I think the front teams in top were invited in. So I think the qualifiers is Caracas there as well. I might want to point out something really disturbing here. Boothby on a 140.282. A leader, Van der Velde on a 140.525. Caracas on a 145.647.
Is Caracas on an outlap from the pits then?
I'm not even looking at that. I don't really know, apart from the fact that he's probably not. No, something has happened. That's
Gabrielle's now your friend in chat, by the way.
Hey, pick on me. Do you know what, right? I know Gabriella from outside of here for another league as well, so it's great to see him in here, as always. But their lead is, they're tough names in there. Tough names.
For us, yeah.
Yeah, for us. That's Patil, right? Pertile. Patil?
See, I would have said Patil or Pertile, or is it Pertile?
Or Patelli. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, see, I don't know.
I think what we're going to do, when I next do them, mate, it's not very far away. I'll run with one. I'll just say, look, Adam told me to say it like this. So that's how I'm going to do it.
As I always say when I'm commentating, because I do try my best with names, but as I always say, look, if I have butchered your name, then my most humble apologies, and always feel free to DM me with a correction on it. And I learn pretty quick, and I did have one in another. So it's Pertile. So my final guess was closest, Pertile. Yeah, and that's really useful. So thank you for that, because I did have one that was a Dutch surname that looked like it was like Brujninks or something. But when I spoke to him, he said, no, it's much closer to the English pronunciation of Brownings. So if you do that, but just with a bit more of a sort of X sound on the end, I was like, what? Brownings? And he's like, yeah, that's it. All right, thank you.
It makes it nice and easy when they send you that as well, because many times I've reached out to drivers, mate, and then they message me saying, James, you didn't get my name right. I'm like, all right, do me a favour, go away, record it on an MP4, send it over to me in there, and I will listen to it. And I had one driver from a series I did. He actually sent me a 30-second YouTube video of him saying his name over and over again for 30 seconds. But then it turned out that I managed to actually get it right. Now, I still remember it now. It's Vladisavage. Okay.
Oh, there you go. See, and then they stick with you, don't they? Yeah.
And then they're like, "Oh, well done, mate." But he literally sent me a YouTube video of 30 seconds of him just saying it all over again.
It's like, have you ever seen the YouTube video that explains to you? And I will pick up on the fact that we've got a battle on screen in just a second. But there is a video out there that actually tells you how to. Big send, big switch, big send into turn one. Move just about done. I don't think he's going to hold out on the outside. Oh, he's trying though. He's trying though as they climb the hill. But move now done by Romanenko. So the 5.68 moves up a position. But what I was going to say was there is an excellent video out there from the guy who actually did the voiceover that teaches you how to say EA Sports in the game.
Nice. I got to go back and watch that, mate, because I couldn't do it as good as you. No, man. You've got it down, mate. I wouldn't do that. So
far too many years of playing FIFA, but not so much these days, because I discovered this thing called sim racing, and here we go.
Oh, look at that! Gabrielle's going to send me all the pronunciations.
Ah, legend.
Lovely. Before Monday. So happy days. Well done, Gabrielle. Thank you so much for that. That'd be amazing.
The producer is worried that my impression was so good that we're now going to get a copyright strike for that. Let's hope not. Anyway, so Romanenko made that move up into 16th. Race leader, by the way. So Rodriguez is in the car now and pumped in a new fastest lap of the race, a 140.182 last time around. Great lap. Although I'm a little bit wary that might not be the fastest lap of the race, and I'll tell you why. Mr. Dan Terry had to go and reboot his PC a minute ago, which meant that the timing system completely rebooted itself. So yeah, that's not actually a new fastest lap, but it is a very fast lap.
Yeah. 140.182. I don't think we're far off what they got, did they? I think it was Van der Velde got a little bit quicker than that as well. But I'd like to be able to, we're picking up here. Rodriguez is in this. I think there's Boothby behind him and Caracas in front. Now, remember when we were in that position, we said Boothby's got to stay with a Williams Esports car, right? We said that. And I think he is currently, that is Boothby in 7th place. He is doing exactly that. And Oliveira Rodriguez, without actually knowing it, is pulling Boothby into the position that I'm expecting him to be before the end of this race with 1:47 on the clock, mind you. Because if we look back, he hasn't got very far to Idar in 5th place. So, you know, be aware.
Yeah, all right, okay, whatever. Look,
it is
there is your fastest lap, sponsored by Rig. Is Igor Rodriguez? No, I don't think that's right, because in the chat it says it's Dare McCormack. What we do know is that it's the 124 car. Yes, we know that, and we also know that it was a 140.082. We will confirm which one of the drivers actually set it, but the confirmation has come through that the 124 car is fast.
Yes,
but we knew that, right?
Yeah, I think that doesn't really matter who's got it. One of them's got it, and I think it's either of them. But the Williams Esports car is just generally quick at the moment, as is the guys in front. I think that's actually Boothby's past Rodriguez there. If I'm not mistaken, that's actually Boothby in front of Rodriguez.
Can somebody turn the lights on?
Yeah, can we have... I know. I mean, that is. Boothby has got...
It is.
He is. He's got in front of Rodriguez from the Williams Esports team, so he no longer needs him now. He's discarded him, and he said, thank you for pulling me up to the back of Caracas, but I can do this on my own now. And I think Boothby's going to show his real pace now, mate. I tell you, I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic.
You're optimistic?
Yeah, I'm off to get a biscuit. I'll be back in a minute. Gabriele said, yeah, I saw that video of the guy at the EA, well, he's put AE Sports as well, mistype there, mate. It was amazing. So I'm going to have to go and watch this video now, aren't I? Because I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
It's good, yeah. It's really old now, actually, but yeah, he's good. Right, so Boothby then, like you said, I think that's probably quite sensible from Rodriguez, actually. Just, you know, why get yourself in between these two when you are almost a minute in the lead? You know, there's no point in being in and amongst all of that. Just let Boothby go. Let those two get on with their thing. Follow along nicely behind, and you know, it's not like you're gonna lose the lead by sitting behind these guys for a few laps. So yeah, it's actually quite sensible driving from Rodriguez.
All right, I'm going to spin that on his head now. I'm not going to not agree with what you've said, but I am going to give you another scenario.
You're not going to not agree, so you are going to agree.
Yeah, kind of, but with a not in there somewhere as well, because, yeah, somewhere anyway. Could we see... You're so pedantic this evening, I tell you. It's like jumping in the booth with a wife. Could we have seen, though, that Rodriguez just may not have been able to hold, may not be able to be as fast as Boothby? Could it be that Boothby could be faster than Rodriguez, and that's why the move was made? Because if Rodriguez was quick, right, I'm not saying he's not, mind you, because that sounded really bad that I was saying he's not, because he is. I'm just saying, was he not quick enough at this stage in this stint to clear Caracas in front to move on down the road? And that's why Boothby got him, because Boothby's gapping him at the moment. I'm not saying Caracas, by any judge, Rodriguez is driving slowly, but I'm saying Boothby is kind of opening up a little bit of a gap at the moment. Obviously, we don't get the times because they are on, you know, lead laps or whatever, but could that be a scenario?
JP loves GP. Confirmed. Yes, it could be, although the very first lap that Rodriguez was sat behind them, Rodriguez was faster. Only by 5 thousandths, but was faster than Boothby. Yeah, they both did a 140.1 last time around, which is a cracking lap. Caracas with a 140.3, so no slouch. So yes, it could well be that your man is ever so slightly faster at this stage of the race than Rodriguez. So legitimate pass, sent it up the inside. Wow, what a move! Off he goes. Does that feel better for you?
do you know what? If you got any more patronising at that moment in time in our journey into this lovely 3.5 hour stint that we get together, I don't know. I don't know what to say, Adam. I didn't think that was you. Didn't think you had it in you. Rude. Can the producer please give me a form for bullying in the workplace? Because I'm feeling slightly bullied at this moment in time.
Oh dear. Well, it's only because I'm jealous because of your love for Boothby rather than me. But never mind. Never mind.
I'll get the polish out, mate. Next time I'll give you a cuddle and polish you up.
Boothby is right on the back of Caracas though, and this is an interesting recovery from the Yaz heat car. And that time around, Boothby does a 40.4, as does Caracas. So Caracas is, I was very tempted to say Caracering on then, as a terrible pun, but I stopped myself, but then said it anyway. He's pushing on, trying his best, and actually doing a pretty good job at matching Boothby's time. And I'm off because Dan's just sacked me on the spot, so ta-ra.
Oh, is he? What's he saying before?
For saying that Caracas was Caracering on. Yeah, I don't blame him.
Do you know what, though? That's not the worst one I've ever heard.
No, and it probably won't be the worst one tonight either.
No, I'm sure there's going to be more. So come on, Dan, give him a break. He's doing a stellar job.
All we need is for Barrier to hit the barrier, and then I'll say he's in the barrier like I did last time out. But never mind, carry on.
Love it. No, I'm good, mate. I'm happy listening to you here, mate. I'm not throwing you louder. You carry on. You sound like Dan. You're digging yourself. So go on, go for it. Keep digging. He's stopped now.
I've been sacked, remember, so...
great. Well, guys, welcome in. You got an hour and 40 minutes. So there we go. The guys in front as well. Patile has taken over that car from Team Racing Point as well. As Gabriel Crepesi's just told me in YouTube chat. So Patile has taken over from Castorino. So there we go. I'm hoping that's not recent though, because that's a little bit out of sync, Adam, from where we're at.
It is a little out of sync, yes. Unless they have been able to stretch long on every single one of their stints, and they may be making it so that the final stint is very, very short, which wouldn't be a bad thing. Nice fresh tyres on a low tank of fuel and go for it in the last sort of 40 minutes of the race would be interesting. They put in a 140.7 last time around, which is a pretty strong lap. 140.2 from Boothby, a 40.3 from Caracas, 40.3 from Rodriguez as well. Caracas now is up behind, or has got past a back marker.
Let him go. Well done. Sorry, I'm happy now. Carry on. Sorry, Adam.
Jeez, I mean, he's not just the fan club, but also the cheering squad here as well.
Mate, I've got problems. Leave me alone.
I don't need to know. Boothby then, just lost a couple of tenths in that, getting through the back marker. The Williams car now slicing through as well. But Boothby will close that down again pretty quickly. Pertile does a 40.5 last time around, so it's a purple first sector as well. So Pertile with some pace in that Aston Martin, the 85 car. Right now winning the Aston Martin race as well. Look at that. First out of all of the Astons. You've got Porsches first to 7th, then 2 Astons, then a Porsche, then another Aston, then the sole BMW in 12th of Robbie Stapleford, who we saw briefly just a moment ago. So Boothby hasn't made any progress just lately.
No. But
good. Right, moving on then.
I don't know what you want me to say. You can see it. There's back markers in the middle, isn't there?
Tauscher's pace, have you seen that? A 40.2 last time around. So Mitchie Tauscher up in 3rd place in the 14 Unicorns of Love car, banging in a great lap time last time around. And you can tell that there's some fresher rubber on cars. Rodriguez lost a bunch of time, though, over a second with that Porsche backmarker. But yeah, King down in the 40s, then Tauscher in the 40s, Ida in the 40s, Caracas and Boothby all in the 40s. So yeah, some really strong pace throughout the top 10, actually.
Yeah, I think it's good. They've almost kind of now put in what he's going to go. Oh no, okay, stopped. I'm sorry, I thought it was George was going to go for it then. No, they've almost now got the other drivers coming in. Haven't you got the Rodriguez, King, Tauscher, Voigtner, Ida, Caracas and Boothby, as we know, are still in the car that they have been in. But I think some of the other guys have changed now over to their original drivers, because in the Kuss Team 75, that wasn't who was in it for King, was it? I can't remember who was. Adam?
No, I wasn't in it. Try again.
No, I know. That wasn't quite what I was fishing for, mate. You know what I mean? That was the point you were
it was
supposed
Fiala.
to throw me a ladder. Fiala. There you go. Could have just said that in the first place.
Well, no, I couldn't have done.
No.
I needed Dan to type it in the in the chat for me.
Do you know what? That's the only time I haven't got a Discord chat. Thanks, Dan. A little bit late there, mate. You could have DM'd me. I thought Adam had a team sheet in front of him, but no, he gets sent the message.
yeah, Dan says, don't worry, comms, we're watching at least, yeah.
Well, we are, but I just couldn't remember who it was, and I couldn't find it on my sheet quick enough of who was in the car, but never mind. Look, we are watching. Come on.
Well, you're watching Boothby anyway.
No, we're watching Tauscher at the moment, mate. I've got the option to watch George, because I'm not in there. But I think Tauscher from Unicorns of Love here, he's another. They're just going about their business, aren't they? He's on a 140.3. I think he's just doing a stellar job at the moment. I don't think there's any hassle from him.
That's 2 laps in a row that were separated by just 0.007 of a second. Dan, that's only the kind of detail you know by watching a race, so there's some proof. But 2 lap times in a row separated by just 0.007 of a second, so excellent consistency from Mitchie Tauscher as well in that Unicorns of Love car. It'll be interesting to see how long into the stint Mitchie can hold on to that pace. We've got an hour and 35 minutes left to go, so we're probably for most of these cars we're looking at 1 stop left. There might be a couple of cars with a question mark, but on that, but for the majority of them we'd expect 1 more stop, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I think that's definite what's going to happen. Caracas was actually quicker than Boothby on that last lap and all, so that's a little bit of a worry. I think it's going to be harder.
Boothby's still in 7th, yep.
Yeah, he's still in 7th, mate. Don't worry, I'm still got faith. 1:37 on the clock. 1:34 left to go now, so I've still got faith. I'm not saying it's not going to be tougher now, but because I think you needed to clear Caracas sooner rather than later. It is what it is. But Tauscher from Unicorns of Love, just driving around, and it's like a Sunday evening drive, just on a racetrack with headlights. To be fair.
It'd be interesting to see what the lap time is this time around as he crosses the line. So 1:40.825. So dropped a little bit of time that time around, but still no slouchy time, that's for sure. And Tauscher bangs in another lap then. 1:40.4 from Rodriguez, 40.5 from King, and 40.8 from Tauscher, 40.6 from Voigtner in 4th, 40.7 from Ida, 40.4 from Caracas, 40.5 from Boothby, a 40.7 from Pertile, 40.6 from Vedi, and a 41.6 from Frank in 10th place. So there you go.
Worry, a little bit worried, but I'm sure it will be all right. Because technically, as you said, if he's going to finish 6th, we both win.
Yeah, or we
So,
both lose. However we look at it. But
No, I'd like to look at the positives. We both win.
good man. Good man.
Don't do negatives, mate. We both win.
Good stuff. Right. Well, that is where we're at as we come up to the hour and a half mark. But there are some good battles out on track. Boothby just 3/10 off the back of Caracas. Healy just 4/10 off the back of Romanenko. And several other battles within just a second and a half of each other as well. So there is lots and lots still to happen as this race unfolds. Let's face it, a lot of races are an hour and a half long in entirety anyway, so plenty of action still to come as we go along. Pertile, by the way, did a 40.4 last time around, and again purple in the first sector. So yeah, looking really strong right now in the 85 Aston. Maybe they can catch Boothby. That would be interesting.
Do you think they're going to?
No.
Huh?
No.
You think they're going to?
No.
No?
No.
No, I don't think so either.
No. I've got to just chuck it out there as a possibility.
Okay. Fair enough. If that's what you want to put on it, you know what I mean?
So, with that hour and a half mark coming up, James, I think you're going to take us through some highlights of what's been going on.
Yeah, we are. We're just about to go over to the highlights, guys, of the first few hours. Here we go. So, at the start of the race, we were 3 and 4 wide in turn 1. Grid Finder taken out at turn 4. There we have it. It's all a bit of a messy scrap. There was about 3 or 4 cars involved in that one. So that wasn't good for Grid Finder at the beginning there. Not good for them at all. 71 in the Ren Welton car is pushed around by the Arne Justin just about now as he clips him on the right hand side there as well. I'll run through why he spins in the opposite direction in a minute, but that's another thing altogether. 53 losing control at the back end of the car. Might have got a little touch just about there. And unfortunately, he puts it in to the barrier as well. So unfortunately for them, that's not a great start to that as well. 96 of Wild Things Racing get taken out by the 163 Ballast Esports car. And unfortunately, that Wild Things Racing Porsche is into the wall earlier on as well. So not great. The 14 Unicorns of Love. This is the one we talked about into the back of the Yazzie in the braking zone. A penalty was given there. The Yazzie guys, Malinowski, they're taken out of P2, or somewhat of an incident, as Adam called it earlier on. But unfortunately for them, it didn't matter either way. They dropped down the order as well. And then we've got the number 4 Unicorns of Love trying and overtaking and failing on the Yazzie car there as well. Goes in a little bit too deep. Comes back through, and the Yaz guys from the Yazzie goes back up onto the inside. So job done. Number 4 made the overtake after taking another stab at the Yazzie car as well. Finally got the job done here on the left-hander, and off he went as well. So that was a job done for them. Going round turn 1. After that, Yazzie 16 was overtaking Veloce and as well. Or somewhat questionable. We think, were they let through or not? Personally, I'd like to think they made the overtake. You know what I mean? Who knows? And then we're on board with the 8 Grid Finder, having a good scrap with the Burst Esports and trying to fight back up after being taken out on lap 1. Looks at going up the inside as well. Into turn 1 on a left-hander. Gets the job done here as well. They're still scrapping a little bit, but it comes out clean the other side. All done and dusted for the Grid Finder car. So there we go. They are through and clear, and away they go. So good job from them. Then we're on with a 62 BMW G Sports 2 car colliding with the number 4 Unicorn of Love. A massive Tokyo drift slide there, and unfortunately not good for them as well. So there we go. And then on the back end of that, we've got the 563 here. We're running out onto the grass with the other Aston Martin And unfortunately for them, they lost their position and they were through as well. So much love and job done from them guys here as well. So more action coming through as we see there. That was the number 28 car trying to avoid the freeway battle that was in front of him, running a little bit too deep and went to the right there instead of taking out the car in front. But the pass was done by the cars in front. So this is the one we had a good old conversation about here as well. This was, believe it or not, there is going to be 3-car incident here. This was the number 17 Porsche as well, and there was slight contact made here as well, and it all went a little bit wrong with the 28 car. So they've managed to have contact, and we spoke about this one as well. There was contact there, and away they went into the barrier, and lucky enough that was the number 10 of Trident, just missing that contact there as well. But overall it was somewhat of a questionable maneuver. We did have a good old chat about it here as well. And then the number 50 car, for whatever reason, just pulling straight off, stopping dead, returned to pits. So that was never good at all there from them. And then we're on with the 563 of Team Bathurst Esports as well. And they were in a battle earlier on, if I'm not forgetting correctly. It is dark, bear with me, here as they're making their way through. So hopefully they were all good and dusted. This was the incident we were talking about. This was the number 17 Porsche. Freeway there as well, and unfortunately for them, they went on. That was Geeks Energy Sim Racing as well, and there were penalties handed out, but they were also under review. So the 3 cars come together, and unfortunately they were under review. So we are going to keep an eye out as well on that one. The Geeks Energy Sim Racing car hitting the sausage curb and not working out too well for them. We have talked about it, and that was the situation that we saw on the bus. So there we go.
So we go back live, and I've got news for you on the George Boothby front. He has moved up into 6th. We're going to dig out a replay of what happened whilst we were away at the highlights. And we will also then let you know what's going on with some penalties that have popped up. But stand by on those ones. Because we will want to bring you all of the information on those as soon as we get it from race control. But Boothby is up into 6th right now, pushing forward, and has pulled a gap of 1.8 on Caracas. So we'll dig that one out very, very shortly. But Rodriguez continues to lead. Gap is now over a minute to King, then Tauscher a little bit further back from that as well. Wojtner is 4th, then it's Ida, Boothby, Caracas, Pertile, Vedi and Frank. That is your top 10. But this continues to be your race leader, the 124 car of Williams Esports Chill Blast.
Apologies. But here we go. This is the Boothby pass of Caracas, isn't it? Go left, and this was down into turn 1. Oh! Contact.
Yeah, it's a little tap, and then a push, and then a through, and then a go, and yeah. So I think it's a tricky one, but we're going to see it on board now from Boothby's point of view. This is coming up to turn 1. So he's going to go for a last-minute dive to the inside, and the 68 was already moving across, take its line, and then it looked to me, James, you can speak as well on that, but it looked to me like Boothby then just ran deep of the apex and found himself into the back of Caracas.
Yeah, that's exactly what I see.
Okay, good. Right, well, that was simple then.
No, I didn't want to argue about it. The problem is when we talk about that situation, right, Caracas went in, he wasn't making the apex in the first place. And he had that, what they call that vortex area, didn't he? That V shape that we as drivers learn never to lead in that position, because somebody like the animalistic prowess of Boothby is going to take a dive up there because you've left that door wide open. And Caracas had that vortex open that allowed Boothby to run through. Yeah, he ran in deep, don't get me wrong. Was the contact there caused because Caracas had to turn in because he wasn't making it? I don't know, but look, at the end of the day, if you're going to leave that V open, you're asking for somebody to send it, and you know, when you got Boothby behind you, it's coming through. You can't leave that V. You've either got to hit the apex, take the inside line, but you can't leave the V open because you're going to get done. So there we go.
Words of wisdom from James: do not leave the V open, and that will remain his advice forevermore, I'm sure. But we now pick up with Max Wojtner in 4th place in the Triton Racing car, number 10. So out front, Tauscher is not actually that far behind King now. Closed up the gap by 4/10 on the last lap, 1.7 the gap there. So we'll keep an eye on that one. We've also got Healy is now just 6/10 behind Romanenko, or 7/10 there or thereabouts. And you've also got Bolvinkel just under a second off the back of Milansky as well. So once again, the battles rumble on late into this race. Only an hour and 20 minutes left to go, but there's still plenty of action up and down the field.
Absolutely, and I think it's going to be an interesting one to see how this all pans out. Don't forget, they have got one more pit stop as well, Adam. So we're coming 20 minutes. The guys are really going to want to try and get that with inside the hour and try and extend it as long as they can, which we think the Team Racing Point guys have done, because they changed over, didn't they? They were a little bit out of sync on changeover as pit stops. Either that or we missed the change, but I think they were a little bit out of sync there. So it's going to be interesting to see when the cars start coming in, who's going to be on the fresher tyres come the end of the race, because I don't think, as we said, Rodriguez is really out. Williams Esports are not really under threat at the moment. King, Tauscher, Wojtner, Edda, obviously we know Boothby's got a 15-second penalty as well. So I think any one of their top 4 could really be quite interested around the pit stop mark, I think.
Yes. So there's a couple of things going on right now because I'm looking at Discord. First one is to let you know that the 42 of Gates, the drive-through there, has been picked up for track limits. But James, can you make sense of the message that came just above that from Dan? Don't read it out, but can you make any sense of that?
No.
No. Okay, good. It's not just me then.
No.
All Dan's typing, so
yeah,
I can't tell if he's telling us a forecast here or.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I was thinking. I was waiting for a final confirmation, but is that what we're expecting? You think?
So, before I tell all of the folk at home, I just want to know. Okay.
Oh, okay, cool.
Right, that is probably the most confusing 3 minutes of my life. But do you now understand, or?
I understand. But do you see the bottom message of 28?
Siopis disqualified.
Yeah.
That's not gone well. That has not gone well for the 36 car, and that is exceeding stint timer.
Oh.
So it's one of those things in endurance that you just don't get it wrong. 149's had a final warning for contact with 68 as well. We are watching, by the way, Seeley in the 87, the SOP car, chasing down Bauer in the 7. Nice close battle, this one here. But just so that you guys understand the confusion that we had a message from Dan that said "Gib rain," and then followed up by "It is meant to be wet." And then our producer says "Incoming rain." No idea. Doubt it. Dan then says "Doubt it now. Carry on." So I think at one point they were trying to convince us that it was going to rain, and now they've decided it's not going to happen. I don't know, but either way, we've got an hour and 18 minutes left, and we can forget the last 5 minutes, carry on, forget that it ever happened, and let's put it behind us, James.
I agree. Moving on. You know what I mean?
Good.
Moving on. Why not? At the end of the day. Unfortunately for Siopis, he needs to keep an eye on a stint timer, because that's why, unfortunately, that message is on the bottom of your screen. So if you're wondering why we got a DSQ, that would be why. This is an interesting angle.
What a camera angle that is!
Where is that on the car?
I don't know whether there's more RGB on his desk there or inside the front splitter of that car. It's incredible.
Oh, is that where we are?
Yeah.
Oh,
But it looks like we're staring out of the mouth of a sharp-toothed dragon. Well, apparently it's inside the headlight.
Wow. I think we need to have a chat, whoever did that, because that is incredible.
What a camera angle that is. Mike says he did it, and Dan now laughs. I don't know whether Dan's laughing at the confusion that he caused earlier, or the fact that I said we were looking from the inside the mouth of a sharp-toothed dragon. I don't know.
With RGB lights as eyes.
Indeed. Indeed.
Yeah. Incredible. We'll have a chat after, Mike. You know what I mean? I like that.
It's very good. It's very. I'm not sure it's up there with the festival party shots from Kota in round one. I did enjoy those towards the end of the race. So if you can find a stage somewhere around Kyalami with a raving crowd and pumping music and stuff like that you can float by, then feel free. But in the meantime, we will watch Seeley chasing down Bauer. Meanwhile, Healy is chasing down Romanenko. So if your name ends in Ely right now, then you are just a couple of tenths behind the cars behind you.
I like how this is going to turn out here. I think this could be an interesting one here with a Porsche and his Aston. Seeley here having a good old go. See how he gets on at the moment. What do we reckon? Is he going to be... Oh, hold on. There we go.
I wonder if that was... So Dan just suggested we can show you an advertising board that's floating in midair. That's about it. And I think we might have just found it. So yeah, I once streamed a race at Donington Park and somebody ran wide and hit one of the like the sponsors boards that are just off the side of the track. They hit one of those and it kind of went up in the air a little bit. The next car through hit it again and it just spent ages in the air before finally coming down in the middle of the track. Just as the pack was coming through. It was, sometimes you see some real spectacles. And meanwhile, we're seeing a spectacle of racing here because Seeley is closer still to Bauer, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's trying to make that move. He's almost looking like... It's quite funny because I watched him for the last lap or so. It looks like he's setting him up now. And he's just getting him where he wants him, I think. Seeley's trying to put Bauer where he needs him to be able to make that pass. Because by the looks of it, the last sector of this lap, as I'm looking now at the grandstand here, much love to everybody in the booth, give us a wave. Looks like Seeley over the last third of this lap is generally quicker. And it looks like he needs to move him where he wants him.
Oh, there's a little bit of contact there. And the Aston gets sideways, so Seeley had to back out of that one, I think. But that's about as close as it gets, really.
Yeah, and right at the moment, right at the point he hit him, I turned around and went, he needs to move him where he wants him. I don't think I meant literally hit him to get him off the line. But, AO, commentator's curse and all that. Well, there we go. That's it. That's kind of a stalemate now. Seeley's got to try and go again. Yeah, tad awkward. Never mind. Moving on.
So, so Seeley's got that work to do all over again to catch the gap. Meanwhile, has now got Stockinger in the 28 right behind. But Healy is still close to Romanenko. And let's just have a bit of a pace check out front. So Rodriguez, he did a 41.7 last time around, but obviously he's coping with a lot of traffic and trying to do that as gently as possible. No need for them to take any risks. 57 seconds in the lead. King is second, 40.6 was the last lap. Tauscher did a 40.3, then Voitschner did a 40.7, Ida did a 40.8, Boothby with a 40.4, Caracas with a 41.0, Pertile with a 41.2, Vedi with a 41.3, Frank did a 41.2. That's your top 10 in terms of lap times last time around.
Look at that time from 6th place. Stellar time.
Indeed, in 6th place, not 5th, 6th.
Not me. He took out 5/10 over the guy in front. That's not going to be long. Never mind. 1:12 on the clock. Moving on.
It's still written on my board, the prediction. We'll take it from there.
I know. Don't you worry.
Seeley is quickly closing this gap back up to Bauer.
Yeah, he's got to kind of regroup and go again. And I told you, in the last third part, he does look quicker than Bauer in front. He's really got to try and set him up perfectly before. And I don't know if he was expecting the fact that Bauer was considerably slower than him in that corner, and that's where the contact came. And obviously, you know, from Seeley's point of view, he did kind of hit the brakes. He didn't carry on pushing Bauer off the track and kind of almost let Bauer carry on taking his position. But Seeley is definitely flying in that last third, and it closes the gap right up. And I think it's either going to be this one or the next one where he's going to be having a good old go here. I don't think he's quick enough in the first sector. I can't think he can get that. But he can definitely wrap that gap up going into that last corner in that last third, mate.
Certainly can. And look how close he is now as they come towards the start of a fresh lap. So Seeley takes that much tighter line through T1. Bauer then runs wider here, and that's going to give Seeley an opportunity. Another fantastic camera angle here on top of the Aston, now switching sides to look at the Aston in front. Sorry, on top of the Porsche, looking at the Aston. Gets a better run through Sunset, thinks about it into the left-hander afterwards. Not quite close enough.
I thought he was going to make a dive there. I really did, but he knows he's quicker here. Here we go. Seeley's wrapped up right behind him.
So we've got a hairpin at the top of the hill. Is that where the move's going to come?
He's going to go
to the left.
Oh, there's that V. Look at that. Don't leave that door open. I'll tell you what, you leave it open, you're going to get burgled out of your TV. I'll tell you that much. Or out of 17th place, as Bauer's going to go.
Well, indeed, as the sparks fly through the flat left, they come down into the next hairpin. Seeley closes the gap, under braking. All of this action is over 17th place. So, you know, plenty of fight in all of these drivers. Every position matters. Every point counts from these guys. And Seeley desperate to make that move and then push off to see if he can get off up the road to Durkop, who is somewhat in the distance from these guys. But if Seeley could make that move, then he can go chasing. That's for sure.
I think that's the important thing for Seeley as well. He knows where he can get Bauer here. He's got to have known where he can get Bauer by now, because he is climbing here. He closes, comes into the final third, and that's where he's going to get him, I think. On that run down, out of the hairpin, up into the Crocodiles, I think that's going to be he's looking at one of his options. Or if he can run down through Cheetah and into the last corner, it might be the same again. But he's definitely, here we go, done it again.
This is a tricky part of the lap to try and make a move, though. We get to see the rear view from the Aston Martin on your left-hand side, the front view from the Porsche that's doing the chasing. That is Leon Seeley that we're on board with on the right-hand side. So Bauer just runs a bit deep through the first of the hairpins. They will now run down the hill, but actually you can get away with running a touch deep in that hairpin because you can get on the power a bit sooner and a bit straighter to run all the way down the hill. Seeley then closes up under braking once again through the right-hander. They'll run out a little wide onto the sort of grasscrete there on the exit. Now through Cheetah. Seeley a lot closer to the apex that time around. Late on the brakes. Then gets a later apex, which allows for getting on the power that bit quicker. Now tucks into the slipstream. Will try and get a move done into T1. Surely Bauer's going to have to go defensive into turn 1, but doesn't. Leaves that gap open for Seeley. Seeley makes the move. There's contact, but not huge, and they get away with it. There is a car coming through that is flashing the lights, so I think that must be one of the leaders trying to find a way through. There's bigger contact. Seeley gets hit this time, pushed out wide by Bauer. Bauer now gets the position back, and here comes the 33 car trying to find a way through. Isn't allowed through as these two continue to battle on. So Seeley then made the move into turn 1, then got tapped into turn 3, 4, something like that, ran out wide, and Bauer got straight back up the inside. So Seeley has to do it all over again, James.
Yeah, I'm not even sure why I just watched it. I'm not quite sure that the fact that contact was a little bit bizarre, but Seeley is he's setting him up absolutely beautifully. He's climbing all over the back of Bauer in front. I think that move should have been done. I'm not entirely sure. We'll need to have a look from the aerial view and see what the situation was with the cars, because they, at one point they came right close together, and then there was a first dose of contact, and then there was number 2. And that was just such a bizarre way that this battle was proceeding, because Seeley looked like he had the job done. As they come through Cheetah now, he's not going to make it down this into the last corner. They're going to go left now. Seeley's got to look at getting that better exit out. He's done it again. Can he now run that draft up the start-finish straight, Adam? And can he get him into turn 1? Time's going to tell. The gaps he's coming down. Here we go. Seeley's going to tuck up. Oh!
So Bauer makes the defensive move this time, so Seeley has to go to the outside. Meanwhile, that car directly behind them is the 33 car of Apostle, who is a lap up on these guys. And these guys have got to be careful that they don't impede a faster driver. As Bauer runs a bit wide, Seeley gets a good run as they head up towards Sunset then. This is 2 laps in a row that these two have been going absolutely at it. Seeley to the outside into Sunset. You're not going to make that move work, are you? No, you're not. Actually, yes, you are. Big send up the inside into the follow-up corner. A bit more contact between the pair of them. And now you see Apostle get through past Bauer as well as Seeley. But that is a car... that's Stockinger in the background trying to get past Bauer as well, and I think might have just got that done directly behind. No, they're side by side coming up the hill then. So Florian Stockinger is up the inside. So Bauer loses 2 places in 2 corners. No, switcheroo back up the inside and gets that place back. Wow, this for 17th, 18th and 19th is absolutely relentlessly breathless. And I think the 28 car is going to make a move into the hairpin. No, does not. Will have to go again. Oh, in fact, tries to go round the outside. Surely not, sir. No, not sir. And now they come through Cheetah and towards the final corner. But Stockinger will now have to make that move all over again. One thing you can say about Bauer, James, is that he does not go down without a fight.
No. He literally... He was defending that hard. I almost was expecting a builder to put him out of the back of his car and start building walls between him, because he was putting up the barriers. I tell you, he raised more barriers than the Thames flood barrier did then at that point. He was putting them all over the place and making it as difficult as possible for anyone to get through. So fair play to Bauer in the Aston. But Healy now, not Seeley. We got Healy climbing all over Romachenko. And we're going again, and what a bunch of action for the last 5 minutes here. Is absolutely incredible, but absolutely amazing. It's like watching a Lego movie, isn't it? When that little man pops out the boot and just starts flowing up the walls.
I've not seen it.
What?
I've not seen it.
You're old, aren't you?
Old enough, yeah.
There you go.
And not got any kids, so well, not yet anyway.
Oh, sad times. I'll lend you some of mine if you want.
No, I'm all right. We've got one on the way.
Well done, congratulations. Hey, how long you got left?
3 months.
Oh.
So Yeah. It's
Make use of it.
exciting
What's
times.
Ember baby.
Sorry?
Ember baby.
Yeah.
Ooh, enjoy that, mate. Because trust me, lions are a thing of the past.
Yeah, we've got a cat who tries to make lions the thing of the past anyway, but I think this is going to make it even more so. But anyway, enough of
Adam D section of the broadcast.
Indeed, Rafa makes a great point. It just quite simply says, "Sealy the goat."
Absolutely, absolutely.
So Mitchy Tausch is up to second. Look. The Unicorns of Love 14 car has got past King and up into second. So that's been coming for a while, but must have happened very much all of a sudden. The other thing I notice is that earlier on, you may have noticed that Boothby had a plus 15 seconds next to the name. That has now disappeared. So it's a penalty that popped up, but has been, should we just say, debated, appealed, and right now has been removed. So Boothby stays in 6th, and Caracas is now 4.2 seconds down on Boothby, and Boothby has closed the gap to Edda down to 10.3. So not that that's important whether he can get up to 5th or not.
Yeah, I know, because that is important. I believe I may have been a little bit right then on the Boothby Caracas incident.
We're just being told by race control that it is under appeal and will be handled post-race. So it's obviously one of those where more conversations are needed and to ask opinions of drivers and things like that. And obviously that's something you can't do mid-race. So they'll have a chat post-race and figure that one out. But right now, in terms of our predictions, because, forget the fact that we've got a championship going on here, the big thing tonight is our predictions. And for anyone just joining, I said that Boothby will recover to 7th place.
Yep.
James said that Boothby will recover to 5th place. Right now, he's 6th.
Well, technically, as I say, we're going to spin the positive, and we're both correct because that's the way I like it. We're both winners. That's all.
But there is still an hour left to go, and for most of these cars, still one more pit stop to go as well. We've just seen Bauer and the 100 car come in, so the 100 car is now Pinch says in that car. So we are starting to see the final pit stops just cycling through. We know that, or we assume that Boothby will be stepping out of that car because he's just double stinted, hasn't he?
Yes, he will be, but we also believe it's Malinowski coming out.
Yeah, not exchanging Boothby for a slow driver, really, are they?
No, not at all. And even if it was Tatsenko, I would sit here worried. I think, you know what I mean? I wouldn't sit here and think, oh well, there you go, there goes 5th place. Tatsenko's got the car. I'm still optimistic because I see what they did in Spa. Absolutely battered the field. Battered them.
Well, talking of battering the field, Rodriguez and the Williams esports team still 58 seconds clear. I almost said 58 minutes then. It's not that much. 58 seconds clear. Right now, Tauscher in the Unicorns of Love car is slightly quicker and has closed a couple of seconds in the last sort of 10 minutes or so, but he's not close enough. Meanwhile, we switch to Healy and Romanenko, and you took a sharp intake of breath there, James.
I did at that moment, mate, because we were on the wing with that Aston, and next, I saw this looming Porsche come hurtling towards me. And I thought I was in a 3D movie then, because it looked like it was going to go straight up the back end of Romanenko, and manages to avoid it. But yeah, I had to there because I thought it was coming out my screen at me. We were that close. Unbelievable.
Did you do a bit of a Matrix moment and sort of do the...
Do you know the weirdest thing is, mate? I've done that before as well. Right, I've actually done that before when I was in one of the few times that I did manage to get myself.
Boothby's in.
Boothby's in. All right, we'll see where he comes out. We know he's going to come out behind Carrasco, so it depends whether he comes out behind Patile. In another game that I was playing, I was in another version of in a game, and I literally moved to the side because I thought that something was going to come flying at me. So yeah, I've done it before, mate.
We've all done it. We've all just got that little bit too enthralled. We're seeing just on your inset picture there, Boothby in the pits. So we're pretty sure that car's being handed over to Malinowski for the final stint. But Boothby has done a wonderful double stint there. But to sum up Boothby's stint, I'll pass you over to the leader of the George Boothby fan club, Mr. James Parfit.
I'd like to point out, right, I am completely 100%, and I do fully agree with the fact that he's now going to come out. He's going to be dropping down the order.
It's Statsenko, by the way.
Well, it's still not for me to worry about it. Statsenko is still not, anybody slow, so I'm still happy with that. But yeah, I do like the fact of Yazzie, and there may be some, romance going on with me and George Boothby, but at the end of the day, they're still doing a stellar job. I still think they're going to get fifth. And I still believe that they can do this. So well done to them. They moved up through the order. At one point we were looking at 12th, Adam. 2 hours, 23 minutes we had on the clock, I believe. And they were in 12th. We go forward literally about an hour and 23 minutes. And they're up into 7th because of their pit. So on that basis, I still think they're going to get 5th place. I still think they're going to do it.
Very good. Well, we wait with bated breath. There are still some more pit stops to cycle through. Good thing is they've squeezed that pit stop in, so they're not going to have to do a final splash and dash or a final stint time reset that we worried was a possibility. So they've done that. They've done their final stop within the stint timer as well. So everything cracks on as normal, and it's a proper battle to the flag now for Statsenko in the 149. We'll pick up on Statsenko's lap times as things go on. Talking of lap times though, Tauscher another 0.3 of a second faster than Rodriguez on the last lap. Gap down to 58.6 seconds. Is there a battle for the lead coming up?
Not unless he pulls out a second a lap every minute. He's got to get him. He's got to do
second a lap every minute.
No, he's got to do 1 lap per minute and be a second. I know what I'm trying to say.
What you're trying to say is he needs to be a second faster than the car ahead every minute.
Yes. There we go. See, that's why Adam's here with me, guys. You know what I mean? He just gets it right, and I just mumble jumble my way through. You know what I mean? So that's why we're here. However, it has been a pleasurable 3 hours and 30 odd minutes that we've been in the booth, my dear Mr. Deer. So there you go. So what more can we ask for? But that's what I was trying to say. And Adam's just clearly got his dentures glued in a lot better than me and gets them working.
Not that old.
Yeah.
Not yet, anyway. It's,
well, when you're up at my echelons, at my age group, mate, it gets like that. When you wake up every day with a new pain, you're like, oh, that's a new one. That weren't there yesterday. Put it down on my list. That's what we cod liver oil's for.
New pain every day. I like it. Well, I don't like it, but yes, I like what you're saying. See, I obviously have the lack of brain power. That's my aging thing. But yes, I don't have any more words on that. So gap is down to 58.1 out front now. So no, it's definitely not happening. But Tauscher giving it a good go and pumping in another 140.3 last time around. Statsenko gets past the 68 car, which has been through the pits, I do believe. So Statsenko now back up into 6th place. The interesting thing will be how close they get to the 38 car or the 977 after their stops. But it's all to play for Probably apart from the lead. But apart from that, it's all to play for in the last 53.5 minutes as we follow Dom Healy in the Wild Things car.
Yeah, they were locked in with Romanenko, wasn't they? Dom Healy. And then we had the Seeley. Stockages cleared Seeley, mind you. I'd like to point that out because that wasn't where they were before. So Stockager has cleared Seeley because they were in reverse, weren't they? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, maybe. Castavino has taken back over the car for the Team Racing Point to finish off their stint. Obviously Statsenko's taken over his as well. Still think there's possibilities. But Dom now it's just got to kind of wait for that whole pit cycle to finish off and then see where they're at and how far up they can get.
Not like that, he won't. Oh, that's a spin all by himself.
That's down into Cheetah.
It is down into Cheetah.
Yeah, the sausage curb. Gotta be.
And that's an unfortunate moment for us to have been following Dom as well, because it was caught live on stream. But Dom in the Wild Things car, obviously still pushing hard, which is good at this stage of the race. 52 minutes left to go. We now switch to Noah Edda in the Kramer Racing Esports 977. 13.5 seconds off the back of Wojtna. King is 5th with Statsenko 6th. 28.8 the gap from King to Statsenko. But Statsenko earlier on the stops than some of the other cars around as well. Let's just have a look at what else is going on. So Robbie Staple. Sorry?
Edda gone in. Has Edda made his final stop? No, Edda.
I don't think so. No. No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
The 68 car definitely has, though, because we've had a change of driver there. Junknovicius is into the 68. Yeah, no, I don't think Edda has taken that stop yet, because I think King is yet to get back ahead of Edda, and that one will swap over in terms of positions.
Just wondering if Edda's got the gap over Statsenko to come out in front of him.
I'm assuming, by the way, that Rodriguez has just stopped because gap down to 5 seconds out front. And yeah, they did a 45.8 last time around, which strikes me as an outlap. 40.5 from Tauscher. So yeah, the gap shot down to about 5 seconds. But like I say, I think that's the Williams team making their final stop. Tauscher sits second, Wojtna third, Edda still fourth at the moment, King fifth, Statsenko sixth. Junknovicius is 7th, Vetty 8th, Frank 9th, and Apostle is 10th.
Look at the last time for Statsenko, 140.162. Unbelievable. King was on a 141, so nearly a whole second. Edda looks like he may have just gone in. Wojtna's gone into the pits. It's where now can King and Statsenko get within contact of Wojtna will depend on whether or not me and Adam win, or I win, or he win. That's
or we both win.
Or we both win if they stay in sixth. So
slash both lose.
No, told you. No, don't do negative. Positive vibes only.
We're getting a replay. I think this is of the Wild Things car taking a spin. That was a good replay. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, a little bit further away.
We're back with Noah Edda then, who is now up into third. Right, let's have another go. There we go. We catch the back of the spin. That was Healy taking a spinner out of Cheetah.
Yep. Over the sausage curb we went and away we went. So Shalcott has taken over the car, the number 10 car. Just going to see where the gap appears on and how fast Statsenko is back. So that's Triton Racing in front of Statsenko. Oh, here we go. No, avoided the sausage. Maybe gave the sausage a bit too much of a wide berth
and that created the old swing around for the Wild Things car. Noah Edda then takes the 977 into the pits from third, but that is going to be interesting then to see where Edda comes out compared to Statsenko. That's the battle that we really want to watch here. Is so here's Statsenko just coming out of the hairpin at the top of the hill, running down the hill now into the fast left-hander, and you can see that Edda, the 977 car, still stationary, drops down off its jacks, gets going. Meanwhile, Statsenko only coming through Cheetah now and into the final corner, so this will be close. So Edda out of the pits then and building back up to speed, up to racing speed.
Oh, it's around turn 1.
Yeah. So what are we saying? About 5-6 seconds?
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to settle. It's a bit... Oh, Edda's on a 140.06. Statsenko, sorry, on a 140.062. Fastest lap of the race.
Wow, great lap from Statsenko. That is a great spot. So 5.1, there we go. I said about 5 seconds. It's 5.1.
5.1. You deep down, young sir, are like, oh no, can it be right?
No, because I'm a natural timing machine. I said about 5 seconds, 5.1. Boom, there we go. I am a natural timing machine. On that bombshell, I think it's time to take our final little break with these. Just first of all, 140.062. There's your confirmation. New rig fastest lap for Mikhail Statsenko. But now we will go take some messages and we'll be back shortly.
Aktuelles Gebot hier 31,7.
So, welcome back to Kyalami for the last 43 minutes of battling in what is round 4 of the Simracing.GP professional trophy, all leading up to the ADAC SimRacing Expo in December, where the grand final will be right at the beginning of December. And plenty of storylines for myself, Adam D, and the man James Parfitt to mull over in the last 40 odd minutes. But probably the one that's front and centre of mind is the fact that Statsenko in the Yaz Heat car has got the gap down 3 seconds, is chasing down Van Druten, who has taken over the 977, and we're going to see a legit battle for 5th before the end of this race, aren't we?
Oh, we absolutely are. Look at Statsenko's time, 140.07. Literally 500ths off his fastest lap time. What is he going to pop across now? I'm just keeping an eye.
140.1.
Another half a second. Out
New purple middle sector as well. So,
yeah,
still finding time out there.
Yeah, 8 temps he pulled out of Van Druten. 8 temps. Woof.
Yeah,
It's going to be a close one.
Just some lightning pace. Meanwhile, the race leaders have slowed down to a 140.3 last time around. So Tauscher remains second, just 6 seconds off the lead, but he's now in the pits. So things will resettle themselves out front. Meanwhile, we pick up on Amedeo Castorino in the Racing Point car, the 85 car, right on the back of Robbie Stapleford then, who has taken over for the final stint in the BMW G2 Esports car. The only BMW in the field, and Castorino looking for a way past in that GCM2 Aston Martin. You can see him there. God, look at the way he's leaning forward. Surely that's not an endurance comfort position for Castorino, but hey, it's not making him any slouch, that's for sure. Focusing on the back of Robbie Stapleford's car, directly in front, flashing the lights now. So obviously not listen to me and you, James.
No, clearly not. He's going to dive down.
He's going to go for the end.
Turn 1. Oh, did he put it on it? Has he got it? They're going to be running. Oh, he's got it. Castorino.
Beautifully done.
Yeah, from Team Racing Point. Absolutely buried it there. Literally sent it out the inside. The gap was there. And poor old Stapleford, he's just been burgled at that 9th place. Castorino's taking it and is now going to run on with it, I think. I think Castorino does look quick. I am also going to comment on the fact that that does not look comfortable for a driving position.
No, it doesn't. It really does. I mean, I'm looking at that and thinking, I could, especially for an enduro, I couldn't do that. Although I'm now thinking about my own seating position where I am right now, because I'm actually sat in my rig. And yes, I am, because this is where I've got my microphone set up and the multiple screens to be able to do streaming as well. So when I'm streaming races, I'm always in the rig. So it's just as well the rig's quite comfy. But I don't put my head back on the seat back either. I'm not quite as leant forward as that, I have to say. But anyway, this is the kind of detailed analysis that people have tuned in for, isn't it?
Of course, absolutely. And my rig's sat next to me. It comes out on my wheels, and then I move it. No, actually, yeah, because I move it, and then I have to move the monitor if I am going to drive. I'm sat on a chair that I bought from a Swedish furniture shop, which, there are other shops available. Clearly.
I only buy meatballs from there. Stapleford has gone into the pits, by the way, so maybe that's why Robbie didn't fight that one too hard, because knew that the strat said pit next time around. Meanwhile, your man Statsenko actually lost 6/10 to Van Druten on that last lap. So the 977 car did a 140.2, whereas Statsenko did a 40.8. So gap up to 2.8 seconds. Rodriguez still pumping in the low 140s, 140.317 last time around. I'm sure every time I look at a lap time there, it's 140.3 something. Insane consistency. The lead, now that the pit stops have shaken out, the lead is back up to 59.3 seconds. What else can we say about Rodriguez and the whole 124 team and the performance they've put in?
Nothing. Can't say anything. They've just been absolutely amazing. However, I can say that I wish that the back marker there would kindly, you know.
Were you about to do a Miriam Margolyes on me then?
I was literally just going to say, please just move out of the way. But, you know, facilitate the pass and all that. That's all I'm going to say. Stewards.
Okay. Apologies for people who didn't pick up my reference there, but she said some rude words about somebody on the radio this morning. So,
yeah, no, I kind of sat there. I did have to think, mind you, before I engaged my mouth. Because I was kind of sat here thinking, you know, boy, son, you know, this is what I mean. I think this is where we're seeing it now. It's not in, you know, just, there you go, he's done it. Right, let him through. That's it. Facilitate it, pull over, wide, go. There you go, job done. Good, well done. Happy days.
That is nicely done in the end. That's the best way to do it, is just on a straight, give a little blend out the throttle, let the car go, and you know, it doesn't disturb anyone. Meanwhile, we've picked up with Ole Pitchik in the 563, and that's not a move for position. That's the 10 car of Charcot getting through. Charcot is running fourth, a nice solid fourth place for the Triton car. Yeah, Pitchik didn't want to lose any time behind Charcot, so ran alongside for a little bit. And for the first time in a long time, I look up and Rodriguez hasn't done a 40.3. Done a 40.4.
No, but I do see Statsenko back in the times where he should be on a 40.4 as well. Don't get me wrong, it was only 200 quicker than Van Druten on that one. But I'm expecting them times to, once Statsenko gets back into his groove.
Breaking news, new fastest lap of the race. Tobias Pfeffer, 1:39.965. What a lap that is. That is a new rig fastest lap for Tobias Pfeffer, 1:39.965 in the Unicorns of Love Porsche. What a lap that is. I said we'd get into the 1:39s at some point. I didn't expect it to be this late on. 35 minutes ago, new fastest lap. Thanks to Rig for that, 1:39.965. James, what a machine.
Wow, that's obviously got taken over as well, didn't he? Pfeffer come in and took over the car. I don't know what they did to the car. What did they do? Super glue the tyres or something? That was absolutely stellar. He clearly has got grip all over the place for days there. And yeah, 1:39. Well, nothing left to say. Job. Stellar job.
Stellar job indeed. Yeah, that 39.9 really sets a new bar. Haven't seen the 149 car get down into the 139, so you know. No, I kid. They have been relentless with their pace as well. There's been some seriously impressive drives out there. The 33 car of Apostle has just been through the pits for the final time. So I think we should be pretty much there or thereabouts done on all the stops by now. Crossland just 4/10 behind Pinches. I think that's our closest battle on track right now. But Statsenko now down to 2.6 behind Van Druten. But that is not falling as quickly as you would like it to, I should imagine.
No, but I'd like to just say it is still coming down. Somebody has asked in YouTube chat, so no update for collision between 149 and 68. That's going to be looked at post-race. So after the race that will be looked at and assessed. Not currently at the moment. There is more they need to take into consideration before that can be made. So they're not going to be making that during the race. That will be made after as well. No, but still 2.5. Statsenko 1:39.935. Fastest lap of the race. Come on.
It's like a qualifying session through the final part of this race. Yeah, Statsenko now steals the rig fastest lap. 1:39.935. Oh my God. Tobias Pfeffer on the same lap did a 1:39.937. So stole the fastest lap, Statsenko, by 2 thousandths of a second. There it is, 1:39.935. Something tells me this ain't over yet.
No, and I'm waiting, because what was it? Sorry, what was it? What did you say? The 149 cars have got into 139, hasn't it?
And now they have.
So, you know.
Very good. Very good.
That wasn't what I was waiting for.
Crossland is down to 2 tenths behind the 100 car now. So the BMW fighting back in the last part of this race. It's 1 tenth now. So the gap between 162 down to 1 tenth of a second. We're keeping an eye on Mikhail Statsenko at the moment. But let's see as they go across the line anytime soon whether there's been any change there. I'm just pausing and filling as much as I can until they do cross the line.
No, Statsenko went on a 140.115. I think it's interesting to see that Van Druten's gone on a 140.045.
Wow.
So, you know, these cooling temperatures as the night drops in 10:27, you know, is allowing the drivers to go a little bit quicker and pick up times, because that's when we've seen the 139s. They're flying. BSR Papix in Twitch. Hello, look, please. 12.
Numero 100, yes. Actually, I'd quite like to take a look at that, producer, as well, if we could. The battle between the 100 and the 62. Those two having a ding dong right now. Here it is. So we're looking at Charlie Crossland in there somewhere. There's the BMW. There's two cars side by side directly behind as well. Crossland has got past the 100. So Crossland has got past Pinches in the black Aston Martin. You then see, that's not the 100 car, the white and pink car. That is it is. Yes, that is Pinches in the Arnage competition car. So move made then. Crossland passed and through up into 12th place. So good fight back from the BMW crew. They've done pretty well in breaking news. Tobias Pfeffer, 1:39.875. I told you it wasn't over. No. I tell you what, James. We haven't seen the 149 in the 1:39.8s, have we?
You wait. If anybody's going to do it, Statsenko's got it in him. I can feel it.
But that is yet another new rig fastest lap for Tobias Pfeffer, 1:39.875. Purple for Pfeffer that last time around. And there it is, Tobias Pfeffer, 1:39.875. We'll keep you up to date with all of the breaking fastest lap news right here.
You sounded like an advert then. I always expected you to say, right here on BBC Radio 1. There are other radio stations available. But for now, if you are watching on the YouTube or Twitch channel, if you are on Twitch, hit the follow button. That would be absolutely amazing. And if you are on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. Give the video a big old thumbs up and turn on the bells for notifications, because trust me that you don't want to miss any of the action that we've got coming up here on the ADAC SimRacing Expo. And as we go into the last 30 minutes with myself, James Barbier, and Adam D in the booth, watching these lap times plummet and still waiting for Statsenko to catch Van Druten. But there we go.
Tell you what, Castorino pumped in the fastest first sector on that last lap. The rest of the lap didn't quite stack up to everyone else, but 40. So that's two 40.1s in a row for Statsenko now. Statsenko, though, still at 2.4 behind Van Druten, because Van Druten just 200 slower than Statsenko on that last lap. So Van Druten has really picked up the pace in the 977, and he's taking the fight to the 149 of Statsenko. It's a fascinating one to watch. We'll also watch Pfeffer's pace. Pfeffer, by the way, has closed the lead down to 56 seconds, but yeah, he's still closed it.
Hey, he's brought it down. That's all that matters, especially when they're doing 140.7.
Indeed.
You know what I mean? If he, saying it last time it was 140.3. So I think there's got to be a sort of series of events that take place on the lap to break the 139 barrier. And that's got to be clear air all the way through, or even a tow. I think we haven't seen the scenario of them, but I think the majority of it has been clean air. And,
Tow down the start-finish straight at the start of the lap, where the back marker then blends out the throttle, lets you through, just like that, without impeding your braking zone, and then at the end of the lap, catching somebody and getting a tow across the line as well. That would probably help, yeah. Yeah,
basically. Job done. There we go. What more do we have to say on that matter?
Not a lot. Should we finish now?
Yeah, Statsenko's gap's down to 2 seconds, by the way. He's just pulled out another half a second over that lap. But, you know, not the one to film my boasted.
Statsenko gap down to 1.6. What's going on with Van Druten? I wonder if there might be traffic there, just impeding Van Druten, because that gap... oh, no, there's no traffic there. So what has happened there? Gap down to... That doesn't look like 1.6 to me. That looks like more than 1.6. But we'll find out in a moment when they next cross the timing beam.
1, 2... No.
Yes. Oh, no, it is 1.6.
Oh.
Wow. So Statsenko has really closed the gap. We'll see what the... yeah, there you go. Van Druten did a 140.8 last time around. Statsenko a 140.0. So that's where the reduction came from.
Are you scared?
Quaking in my boots, sir.
I know.
Or to be precise, because I'm out in the sim shed, which is cold. Quaking in my slippers.
Are you actually in the shed?
Yes, I am. Yes, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's more a garage that is constructed out of wood, yes, I cladded it out last year so that my work from home office is out here, and also my rig is out here as well.
And have you got a heating?
Yes. Well, there is a oil-filled radiator that I can turn on in here, but hey, I ain't turning any heating on this year. We haven't even turned it on in the house yet.
No, I don't think anyone has yet. Something later to have a look at. I picked up something the other day. It's rather effective and costs literally 0.nothing to run of electricity. I'll send it over to you. And
that sounds good.
Yeah. Let me.
We've had a very strange request, producer. Renan Energy has asked, show the huge biceps of Igor Rodriguez.
How are we going to do that?
I assume on the cameras that they've provided, seeing as Igor is driving the car right now. Right, okay, so we have switched. You can't see them. Look, can't see it. So I'm sorry, Renan. We tried, but what we've got is RGB and a mug instead. And I'm referring to the white thing. I'm not calling Igor a mug. Yes, we've got some RGB and a mug. And then you can see Igor in the distance, but no biceps. He says thank you anyway, though. We see the virtual biceps instead. So there we go. I hope that helps a little bit. But Rodriguez still pumping in the lap times, and Pfeffer still going for it as well. Pfeffer put in a purple final sector last time around to do a 140.0. Apostle just put in their fastest lap of the race as well, 140.3. So they're finding some pace even late on as well. But the Van Druten Statsenko thing has stabilised at 1.6 again. This is a lovely camera angle of the Porsche. James, would you normally drive the Porsche, or would you avoid?
Honestly, I'd probably avoid. I do like them to drive, and you know, don't get me wrong, I don't know if it would be my car of choice, to be honest. I think the safe option for me and my own capability is the BMW. I probably would have thought. So there you go.
Yeah, I love driving the BMW until the tyres go after about 2 laps when I'm driving it, but that may be a picnic issue. Problem in chair, not in computer.
Oh, okay. Heavy right foot and a dodgy left.
Yeah, basically it's the squishy bit between the steering wheel and the chair that's the problem.
Yeah, I know how you feel, mate. Trust me, I feel like that as well.
Statsenko now less than a second behind Van Druten, so 9/10 the gap between those two. 22 minutes to go. Can Statsenko close and pass Van Druten before the end? James thinks yes.
I do.
I also think yes now, but it's too late.
I also agree with Mike in the chat as well.
Ran out of talent, yeah. Well, no, I didn't run out of talent. I never had it.
Yeah, you can't run out of talent we never possessed, mate.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
Let's be real. You know what I mean? The thing is, though, the weirdest thing is that people say to me, like, how are you not fast? You watch all that racing and, you know, you commentate on it. How are you not quick? And you can turn around and go, because I sit there and watch all that racing and I'm not driving in the rig, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not now on track.
I mean, these guys will be putting hours into this, probably a day, in terms of practice and other events and all kinds of stuff. These guys will be relentless in how much they put into this, you know, that's how you get good. Is you put the practice in and you race. I mean, yes, sometimes people are just naturally very, very quick. But there's being quick, and then there's being alien fast in a field of talent like this. And that requires a lot of dedication, doesn't it, James?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think from our point of view, it's probably not dedication that we can give, you know what I mean? Because obviously we're up in the booths and to be honest, I think it's just a pleasure sometimes to sit back and watch the pure class of drivers that we are commentating on and we do talk about and get to have a laugh and a joke and that as well, because I think some of it, they're doing things that we can't do. Well, we can, we just can't do it to a good standard, where these guys are just doing it to an exceptional standard. And as we see Charlie Croston there, really concentrating, and it's just more admiration, I think, from us. And that's what gives us the energy and the ability to talk about and bring what we do to the booth, mate, because we are admirable of what they do. We get excited about the motor racing. And at the end of the day, it's something that we all love as a collective community. And I think, you know, that's what makes it easy for us to do what we do.
I couldn't agree with you more. But the thing that is so great about this is that we are sat here watching guys drive GT3 cars around Kyalami. And if I wanted to, the second that I stopped commentating on this, I could go and drive the same cars around the same track in the same conditions straight away. You know, and that is one of the things that you know stands sim racing out, is that you can go and do what the people that you're watching do as well. Okay, not to the same standard and not with the same talent, but you can go and do it. I can't sit and watch a Formula One Grand Prix on a Sunday afternoon and then go, just going to go and hop into an F1 car and lump it around a track a few times. I can do it virtually, but I can't do it in the real world. And you know, that's what sets this apart, is we can go and do exactly what these guys are doing straight away if we wanted to. And that's why I love this hobby.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think finding this hobby back in 2020 was probably one of the best things I've done, because you just get to meet so many amazing people all the way through the community, and I've met hundreds of people that have gone on that I still know today, and I think this is one of the things that people don't get. You know, they sit there and they say, you know, James, what did you do last night? And I was like, you would not believe it. I was commentating on an absolute epic GT3 race. And they're like, what, you went to the track? And you tell them about it. And they look at you and go, so you commentate on a game then? I'm like, no, get out. Yeah. Get out. It's not a game, first off. You know, simulator. But they don't get it. They won't ever get it because they're not in it. You know what I mean? And I think it's like people that like all sorts of other things in the world that are always right to go and love, and nobody's going to tell you not to, because you should. But until you're in it, you're never going to understand what it is we do and why we love what we do every single day of the week. And I wouldn't be doing this 7 days a week if I didn't enjoy it.
No, once again, couldn't agree with you more. I could talk to you about this for hours, but I have to make a request to producer to jump to car 149, because look, Statsenko is just half a second behind Van Druten now. So this one is about to get spicy.
I don't know much about this 149 car, Adam. Can you tell me about it?
Well, no, I can tell you about the fact that Van Druten will have just had a massive brown trouser moment, though, coming out the sunset. You can tell how hard the 977 is being pushed, kicking up the dirt on the exit of sunset and getting a little squirrely on exit. Statsenko looking to close and close and close. Last time around, Statsenko with a 140.0, Van Druten with a 140.3. Pfeffer last time around with a 139.9, so still pumping in the laps in second. But Statsenko, I wonder, he's got two options here. Be patient and wait for an opportunity to present itself, or go for it. And I wonder if he might need to just go for it and try and catch him napping, as Van Druten has a secondary brownage of the lap.
Look at that. Look how calm he looks. He's not even worried about it.
Oh, you say calm, but that was a big intake of breath then. So, yeah, he's getting ready. He's getting ready for what's about to happen, that's for sure. That looks like a more comfortable setup as well, I have to say. But Statsenko taking a tighter line through turn one. Now climbing up the hill through the S's. Oh, side by side, we see Apostle and Frank. Oh, contact between the pair of them. Apostle gets through. Frank pushed out wide in the SDL Esports Logitech G car. Oh, Van Druten's got a swapper on. Statsenko to the outside then. There's contact. There's more contact. I think Statsenko has got through.
He's got it. He's got it.
He's done it. 14 minutes of the race left. Van Druten getting a little bit wide, then getting a swapper on, and that's all it took for Statsenko to get alongside and get it done. You wonder if he can get away from Van Druten now, or whether Van Druten will follow on and pump some laps in and have a chance himself. But we now pick up Briate Frank in the SDL Esports car that we were just looking at a moment ago, that had a couple of moments with Apostle. And has actually got back ahead of Apostle. So I wonder if Apostle has let Frank go. I wonder. Van Druten then in that slightly higher, more upright position compared to Statsenko. Just has lost a few tenths to Statsenko since the past 6 tenths the gap. So Statsenko up to 5th, James.
Yeah.
Who would have thought, eh?
Who would have thought 5th place, eh? And a great recovery by the Yas Heat guys that we've just sat and witnessed. At 2 hours and 25 minutes, they were in 12th place. Okay, at 2 hours 25, they were at 12th. With 13 minutes on the clock, they are up 6 places, actually 7 places, and now sit in 5th. Stellar. And you almost wish, Adam, that we didn't see the beginning of Unicorns of Love, of Yas Heat coming together. Could you imagine the freeway right now between Williams Esports, Unicorns of Love and Yas Heat at this end?
It would have been absolutely fantastic. Talking of fantastic, though, Apostle is trying to redo the pass on Frank all over again. If they did slow down and let Frank back through, then fair play. I love seeing that kind of stuff. Of course, that might not have been what happened, but that's my suspicion. But Apostle chasing Frank down as Frank kicks up the sparks across the curb. To have run a bit deep there, but Apostle's still tucked in behind. There is a car directly behind them. I think that's the 28 car, which is now Finn Litterscheid, who's probably a lap down on these guys. The 28 has been through the wars through this race as well, but this battle will rumble on. 12 minutes left to go, and Statsenko has pulled the gap to 9/10 over Van Druten. So is that on game over?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Right, there we go.
I don't know what else you want me to say.
No.
I think he is. I don't think Van Druten's going to be quick enough. What I want to look at what's the gap to Sharkot in front?
9.5.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, got you. Oh, sorry, I looked up, and at one point I thought it said 1.4. But is that the gap to Sharkot King then?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Got you.
Yeah, so Statsenko 9.4 to Charcot.
Yeah. Okay.
And gap out front, by the way. I told you it was coming down. It's down to 51 seconds. Now, that doesn't mean that Pfeffer's about to take the lead anytime soon, or ever in this race. But that is, at one point, it was at 62 seconds, so a minute and 2. So that has come down, and that's not necessarily that Rodriguez has been slow. It's more that actually Pfeffer has been pumping in those laps, and obviously has the fastest lap of the race and everything like that. So yes, some really good running from the Unicorns of Love 14 car towards the end. Still watching Sebastian Apostle trying to make a move on Frank. Has to check up there to avoid hitting the back of the 6 car.
It's going to be an interesting one to see what Apostle could do.
Somebody else who doesn't look very comfortable, to be honest.
No, it's a weird one, isn't it? It looks like Sebastian Apostle there has kind of made room of what space he's got available. But he's still going for it. It doesn't look overly comfortable, but then again, they might say that about our setups, Adam, so, you know.
Yeah, and do you know what I was just thinking is, I wonder what I look like when I'm racing. Probably quite different to what I think. But Apostle now looking for a send up the inside of Frank into T1. I think locked up a little bit on the brakes, and Frank is still there. Look, they're side by side, coming up through the S's towards turn 4 then. Frank tries to switch back under the inside of Apostle. Can't quite get it done. There is multiple contact there. I think there is a back marker involved as well. Or not a back marker, but sorry, yes, it is a back marker. But they pinball off of each other and they carry on. So Apostle takes that position from Frank. Frank with contact on the back of Apostle now. Apostle went for a late defensive maneuver. Frank gets back through. Wow.
I'm a bit worried that Apostle's going to be joined by his monitor. If that is the black thing shaking on the right-hand side there. Bit worried. Hope that's secure properly there, mate. Just purely for your own health and safety. I don't want that coming down on your head. because it was giving it a good old shake a minute ago. But I think Apostle kind of, he did that kind of 50-50 bend move. He didn't really commit to it. And that gave Frank the opportunity to move back on the inside again. And therefore he lost out. But
these two having a right ding-dong. Look at this. So Frank holds on round the outside there that time. Apostle will now push on through Cheetah. Gets a bit of a swapper on there. And that is definitely Littershide directly behind them, who's just having to hang back a little bit. He's faster at this moment in time, but he's a lap down on them, so can't get involved in this. Littershide probably just needs to drop back from that and not be anywhere near it, really. No, Littershide now flattening. These two are having a battle, and oh, there is a big punt this time. Big punt. So Apostle went for the send and straight into the back of Frank. This one turning a little bit angry between these two now.
Yeah, I don't think it helps that Littershide is doing what he's doing. Like, dude, you're not involved in this. You're 3 laps down. Like, you know, lift off, back out, let them get on with it, because all you're going to end up doing is ruining theirs. And I don't know. This is why you should never get me on the topic of blue flags on the blue.
Well, it's not even that, because Littershide is a long way behind the number 4 car. So it's not like he needs to get past them to have any chance of passing the number 4. So yeah, very strange bit of flashing there from Finn Littershide. Update on the max speeds, by the way, Team Racing Point. So last update we had, everyone was at 242. We've now got Team Racing Point up to 245 and Kavana up to 243. So there's obviously been some nice toes going on here and there. And Team Racing Point, the car 85, gets themselves out top. Thank you to SGP for that kind of statistical work. Can't beat a good stat or two, can you?
No, definitely not. Absolutely not. Now all you need now is for Adam to give you a breathtaking stat right about now.
Adam Pinches is driving the number 100 car.
There we go. Took your breath away, didn't it? It was that amazing.
That was good as I had. I'm sure there are some amazing stats out there, but not in my brain.
It's just too long in now, isn't it? So, but there we go. Stellar job, mate.
Well, considering earlier on I went, that's today.
See, you're well prepped in advance there, then, mate.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Apostle and Frank still nice and close together. We're currently looking at Pinches and Sodacat are pretty close together as well. So it's amazing that we're just 5 minutes left of this 6-hour slugfest. Charcot and King look for third, just half a second apart. So that one's going to get interesting before the end of this race as well. So King, who was running in second earlier on in the race, has now got Charcot, who we're seeing on the right there in a very amber-coloured room, actually. It's like glowing amber behind him, concentrating very, very hard. And I like that. He's got the full racing driver kind of, I'm going to move my head with the steering. I like that. I like that a lot. I don't know. Possibly. I don't know. I'm going to have to film myself now. No, I don't want to film myself.
I end up doing that. I lean like that. Go both. I don't know why I'm demonstrating, because you can't obviously see me.
No.
But, you know, I do that as well.
I do know that when I'm driving a slow car and I'm going down a long straight, I do start to bounce up and down in my seat like go-karters do.
Oh, yeah?
That's definitely not going to help.
No.
Might break my chair, to be fair. But,
not in a virtual world either.
No.
So,
No.
you know, I'd like to point out something here.
Please.
That Senko is putting out a second a lap, right? It's got 7 seconds and they're still fighting. And we've got 4 minutes on the clock. Now, I'm not saying by any shape of imagination, because I really don't want him to, because otherwise I'll lose my bet here, but there could be a remote opportunity that if these come together in any shape or form, Statsenko is going to be there to pick the pieces up.
That would be great, because then you'd be wrong.
Yeah, I know. But for a minute, I'm right, so I really want to keep it like that if I can.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is the live battle over third. King and Charcot just half a second apart, with 3.5 minutes of this race left to go. There is Statsenko, who has got himself to within 7.7 of these guys up front. And on your left-hand side, you are seeing the battle that we're referring to. Third place up for grabs then between King and Charcot. Current lap times separated by nothing really. 40.8 and a 40.79 from King and Charcot last time around. Yeah, somebody is going to have to put their foot down and really make a move. Charcot looking the racier at the moment and straight onto the back of King now. So this one is not over by a long chalk. 2.5 minutes left. So of course we get to the end of the 6 hours and then it's plus a lap. So whenever the leader crosses the line, that is the final lap. So Charcot then 3/10 behind as they come down into the first corner. James, just as we watch this battle take us to the flag, just summarise from your point of view what you've thought of this race.
I think, to be honest, mate, it has been one of them races that's kind of had everything that you would want from an endurance. We've had closing battles.
Talking of closing battles, they are side by side now. We'll come back to your summary in just a moment. But Charcot looking for a way past King now. That just suddenly closed up as they came through Sunset. So a bit of pace differential between the pair of them. That is a back marker behind them. I think that's the BMW esports car. So no, it's not actually. But it's not Statsenko. So ignore that car behind them. These two pushing on for third, and it's just settled down again a little bit, James. So
yeah, I would say really.
Yeah, carry on.
I think it's had kind of everything that you'd want. Pit stops that brought people close together. It's had incidents that's really punched the field up. It did take away from an epic battle, which I think we would have had between Yaz Heat, Unicorns of Love and Williams Esports, but not taking that away from Williams Esports. They've done a stellar job out in front currently. It's had everything, and I've loved it.
Now, I thought I heard some gravel in the background. Yes, there's a slow-moving Aston there that has just had a trip through the gravel, I think. King tucks in front of it to try and put it between him and Charcot. It's difficult to follow where these guys are right now, but there we go. So they're back line astern. So the next car behind them is actually the 85, which is a lap down. So ignore the car behind them as King runs. Sorry, that's Charcot running deep and gets a bit of a swapper on as well. So King just getting away on this lap then. Do you want some breaking news?
Yeah, I just see it.
Tell the people.
So we got a 1:39.822 from car number 68 and Genovi Shears. Adam?
Junknovicius has taken the fastest lap, 1:39.822 in the 68. That is a new rig fastest lap as the clock runs down to 0. So I don't know where Rodriguez is on the track, whether we're just at... so here is Rodriguez. Can we turn the lights on so we can see where on...
That's Beaver Grease.
The track he is.
Sorry, car number 68 is Beaver Grease Racing, the qualifier.
That's incredible. That's some phenomenal work from a qualifier to steal the fastest lap this late on. Well done to them.
Absolutely. But we're on the last lap, I believe.
We are, and Rodriguez now coming down towards the back end of this final lap. Through the right-hander now at Cheetah. One corner left to go. for Rodriguez and the Williams Esports team, as you see the confirmation of the new rig fastest lap from Tadas Junknovicius of 1:39.822. But the flash of the lights from Rodriguez tells you everything you need to know. It's been dominant from Williams, and they take the checkered flag. They take the win. Rodriguez suitably chipper about that one. Very, very happy indeed. Big smile on his face. So Pfeffer will be next up. And look how far behind second place is. It just goes to show the domination that the Williams squad have had in this one. Great job from Williams. Great job from Unicorns of Love in the 14 car as well, coming through to take second. They're into the final corner now. Frank and Apostle have finished, and so's Litterscheid and Lentes and Klug. Morant has now finished as well. There's Pfeffer across the line. Second place, they'll take that. Good smile on the face there of Tobias. King will be next up to cross the line. Briat Frank has already finished. Here's Darren King, and it looks to me like he's going to hold on from Charcot. Charcot not quite close enough for the big send into the final corner. Plenty of coloured smoke greets them as they come across. King takes third from Charcot then. And Statsenko, James, takes fifth.
Yep. What does that mean? Well, it means...
I lose. You win.
Yes, I was going to do that. What's that film? I was right and you were wrong. I was right and you were wrong. I was right and you were wrong. I can't remember what the film was.
I don't know, eh? James.
I can't remember what the film was. If anybody can remember what the film was, of where he goes, I was right and you were wrong. I was right and you were wrong.
Do you have to carry on? I mean, really?
Yeah, well, look, we've got to make it entertaining, right? They've just put us on screen as well, so everybody now is going to look at us and think, oh, yeah, Adam.
They have indeed. They have indeed. This is the two Muppets that have been talking to you for the last few hours. I tell you what, that was an absolutely fantastic race. This is what it's done to the points. This is in the qualifier class. So Beaver Grease Racing are now on 100 points. So a pretty dominant lead for them. 15 points clear of WPS Racing that were on 85. Then you got Team Racing Point on 81. Get Closer on 71. Over into the pro class. Williams Esports now in the lead with that 30 points racked up tonight. 97 points they've got out front from Triton in second with 88. Unicorns of Love third with 81. Then Yaz Heat fourth with 74. And GTWR next up with 58. 40 teams bringing up the list in total. Last of the point scorers is Door Esports Black, who picked up 1 point tonight. So well done to them. So, James.
Yes.
I don't even know where to begin picking apart that one, but like you said earlier, it did have a bit of everything, battles galore, and it was, I think the thing that stood out to me was just how hard they were all battling right to the end of the race. I mean, just look at that battle we had, literally in the last lap or two. So it's been fantastic to watch.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We are just pulling in the winners of round 4. Here, the guys from Williams Esports. Adam, over to you.
So, Mr. Rodriguez bringing it across the line. Big smile on your face as you did so. You must be very, very happy with that result indeed.
Yeah, like 100%. We needed that win. We needed that pole position, and I just brought the car home. Like the guys, Tinko and Dara did pretty much everything.
So, Tinko, coming across to you, why were you guys so dominant today?
I don't know. I think we had good pace, but there was definitely also Yashid was at great pace, but they were unlucky at the start, so that was unfortunate. But yeah, I don't know. This is first time for us in the Porsche together, so didn't expect that. But yeah, very happy.
Well, maybe you've now found the dream car for you all to join together in. I think Dyer is with us as well, and Mr. McCormack, you must be disappointed to have lost your fastest lap towards the end, but great pace from all three of you. You were very, very similar pace, all three of you, throughout the race.
Yeah, cheers. We think of probably put in the most practice out of us. He put together the race setup with some other guys, so yeah, it was a brilliant setup, and we all got on well with it because the Porsche is quite tough here to nail. So yeah, I mean, we all drove perfectly in my opinion. I think we didn't put a foot wrong. Me and Tinko pushed our hardest in the first 4 stints to open up the biggest gap we could for Igor because he was in another competition today. So yeah, Igor just brought it home, did a perfect job. Same with Tinko. I think we all nailed it. So yeah, I'm absolutely over the moon. It's been too long since we won something like this.
Well, fantastic work, all of you. Igor, last word from you. Why did you choose the Porsche?
Why did we choose a Porsche? Like, Porsche was clearly the fastest car on track, and like pretty much there is no other car that can match him.
That's as good a reason as any, I reckon. Well, well done to each and every one of you race winners here at Kyalami tonight. Fantastic drive from each and every one of you. Congratulations, and top of the table as well. So looking good as we head towards the final round. So thank you very much for joining us. I'll bring James back in now. James, I feel old talking to them. They're all very young, but an incredibly mature drive from each and every one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've all got hair as well.
So have you. You know.
I have actually. To be fair though, you know, it's going a little bit thin. I still use airbrush. You use polish. But overall, Adam, you know, we're getting there. You know what I mean? See a little slight dig I went into it, but it's like, no, dude, I think they did a stellar job today. You know, as he said, you know, Dare said they'd never put a foot wrong. And I think that's the thing, even when they had that big, massive gap of 56 seconds, if not more, they didn't put a foot wrong. They still went around their business and just nailed the laps after. Yeah, Pepper was closing at the end. We were never going to get close enough. We knew that. The Unicorns of Love car was never going to get there. But they did such a stellar job. It was consistent. They nailed everything. I don't think we saw them ever go off track. I don't think there was ever an error there, Adam. I think they literally just nailed the whole race all the way through.
I think the big word that stands out for me from their performance, you know, I used the word mature already, but the other one that sticks out is consistency. They were bang on the money tonight, and all throughout this afternoon as well in terms of consistency. Even their final lap across the line was a 140.9. You know, so even not letting up on the final lap, still in the 140s. Just a staggering performance. They won the race by 48 seconds in the end, but that doesn't really tell the story because at one point they were over a minute clear. And you know, from that point could afford to just take the foot off the gas just ever so slightly, just to bring it home, and they did exactly that. They now lead the championship. Can they do it?
Oh, do you know what? You want to sit back and say absolutely. Of course they can. Any one of them teams in that top 4 can. But if the guys from Williams, the guys from Unicorn of Love, and the guys from Yas Heat, they stayed on track together at the same part of the circuit without having incidents, you imagine the race that would have been. And I think if they could get one of them races next time out, it's going to be tough. I wouldn't want to sit here and say, Adam is going to be 5th. He's going to be 5th because there would be no way. I wouldn't put my money on where he's going to be. So yeah, I don't know.
Couldn't agree with you more. Well, there is still more excitement to come in the Simracing.GP professional trophy. But not for tonight. We are done for tonight. We've had enough excitement for tonight. So thank you to all the partners like Track Racing, the ADAC SimRacing Expo, SimRacing Unlimited, Kovana, Husingveld, Next Level Racing and SimMotion. I've been Adam D. He, that way, has been James Parfitt. And just to remind you, the final round takes place at the SimRacing Expo on the 3rd of December, starting at 5 p.m. In terms of Universal time. So check that in your local time. That will be the final round, and that is the next up from us in the professional trophy. Thank you very much for watching us. I can now do. That's been James Parfitt over there.
No, Adam's that way. No,
no, I'm this way.
That way.
It's good. Yes. So, James, thank you for being with me tonight. Also, it's worth us saying big thank you to Mike, who's done all the production work. Big thank you as well to Terry and Dan, who were on comms earlier, and who knew that Dan was a good commentator as well. So,
I know.
Pretty good. So thank you very much for watching as well, and we will be back with the final.